Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stiletsy, coming to you with the very delayed Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga Week 15 set of matches. Yeah, it's been a while since we've done this in full, like a full complete stream that didn't have any issues, but I can assure you today I think we have a solution by tamping down the FPS a little bit so that we can actually get this whole stream done tip-top shape. We're going to go from left to right, from Chorizo versus Moon to the Sog versus Fufi matches, you know. Some of you may have seen a lot of these in last week's stream, but, you know, we had freezing issues and it was really didn't make a lot of sense to continue, so I decided to give us a week to get those system issues figured out so we could do a full proper stream for it. Hopefully you enjoyed seeing the old stuff again as well as the new stuff. So this will be the first encounter, Choli versus Moon, M1, match 1. Alrighty then, so we got Chorizo with the Zulu. Yeah, I remember seeing Zulu with Chorizo as the first match we did. And who we have on the other side? We got the Hods, the Iroquois. Yeah. This is kind of an interesting matchup whenever you see it because really they're basically almost two peas in a pod. They're both super aggressive. They really build super large armies early on to go rush with. And they used to share the same voice set apparently too. You know? Most people don't know that if they've only been Wars of Liberty players for a year or two now. In the old days, before Wars of Liberty had the resources to get some voice lines from a professional Zulu voice actor, basically the Zulu just spoke the Iroquois or the Hod's language, which was, you know, take it for what it was, and not to mention the fact that the town center looks like the Hod's town center when you look at it real carefully, so I mean, the only big difference is you see the cowhide topping here, whereas the one over here is clearly a different material. So yeah, that's pretty interesting, you know. The thing is, in this matchup, the Zulu, I think, do a much better job with rushing, I would say. I think in general, I would say Zulu can put out much larger armies, yeah. Much larger armies than the Hods can early on. Because, and another thing too, Zulu not only get war unit cards, I would say, in Age 2, but they actually get a wider variety of cards as well. Yeah, that's the big difference. Hods getting food. Now, this could actually be pretty serious for Chorizo to deal with because, you know, the quicker Hods can get to Age 2 with the food age up, the quicker they can get, I'm going to just confirm with the deck. Oh yeah, Town Destroyer, that's definitely in there. This is what he used against me, by the way, this nasty little card. If you can get this going right away, you can completely lame somebody's base and start sieging houses, throwing them way back in terms of their macro. It's disgusting, actually, what you can do with Town Destroyer. I wonder if we're going to see some Town Destroyer action on one of his Zulu's Akandas once those come up. Akandas being a house and a barracks upgrade sort of combination building. He's going to be shipping 3 villagers, pretty normal shipment. Whereas Chorizo is likely going to do the library blue tech age up, which means he's going to go for library blue tech number 1 followed by 2. It's the cheapest option, but also the slowest age up option, since blue techs are the slowest, red ones are the fastest, and yellow is the one in the middle. Yeah, see, here comes Library Blue number 2, Sentry Towers. This will grant him porters, so he'll actually be able to build the Akandas without showing out any wood at all, which is actually phenomenal since he can mostly focus on the food and the mining to get out Impy if he so wishes. But he will need a bit of chopping if he's going to want bowmen or packety clubmen, you know, more of the shock unit and skirmisher roles. We see a bit of a fight over here. It looks like Zulu were victorious here, but does Shaka have enough? Oh, that'll definitely be the equalizer. Yeah, that's Shield Bash, yep. All it takes is one Shield Bash to equalize the fight for Zulu, yeah. And notice here how Chorizo's also going for Library Red 1. This is required to train military units, so even though he's aged up, and he can certainly start sending unit shipments right away upon reaching age 2, he will need Library Red 1 King's Weaponry to actually train military units, or rather mature them from his little Zulu children. Yeah. If you haven't played Zulu before, they don't train military units like Age of Empires civs do. They play a lot like StarCraft Zerg, where they use the little Zulu children that spawn from the town centers and the Akandas to turn in any military unit they want, basically. It spawns one unit. It could be any unit. It could be an artillery piece, a mounted horseman like the escort, or it could be infantry. So it's really up to you what you turn them into. And actually, with King's Weaponry, you get about 4 of them to start with, so you could jumpstart your rush right away by being able to instantly mature 4 units of your choosing, like right now, which he's probably going to do. Is he going to turn these into Impy, maybe, and some Clubmen? He's going to move them forward a bit and probably try to place them away from the... Yep, he's going to mature 1 to Impy, Spearmen, and maybe some Clubmen or something. Yeah. Now, what I find interesting is that HUDs are thinking, you know, I know the Zulu Civ is going to rush me super hard, even harder than I can do to him, so I better put some walls up around my base, you know, and deter him from coming here. I can still be assaulted here, and I can still be assaulted in the flank over here, so he needs to be careful of that. We also see Shaka trying to do his lame sieging ability on the War Hut. For those who don't know, Shaka is actually a really good siege unit. I mean, it's not like a firebrand type of siege unit, but he does have, well, as much as probably like a ranged heavy infantry does, which is pretty good. And gets even stronger with like hero weapon. Oh, we see tomahawks here. Yeah, tomahawks. That's probably going to be the thing that saves HUDs here, potentially, is the use of tomahawks. See, if you're dealing with spearmen like this, which are hand units, the tomahawks can deter them with their ranged attack and keep them from coming in too close, which is great, actually. We do see Impy following up close behind. This should be an interesting situation here. We do see the HUDs, one trading post going down, though. HUDs typically pick up a trading post early on in Age 1, which they did, just so they can get the unit shipments and crate shipments out a lot faster. But as you see here, Chorizo actually picked up 2 trading posts on his side a lot earlier, granting him a lot of XP to get the unit shipments out. Tomahawks, you may want to retreat a little bit. Yeah, go back, get back to the wall. I mean, you were having some fun there. Well, he was distracted, but now you might be in for a world of hurt if you stay there too long, because we do see bowmen coming in as well. These will provide a lot of anti-heavy infantry damage to his army, and more range too than the MP have. Oh, Clubmen, so yep, see, this is the thing. You get lots of different unit shipments. He hasn't even sent the firebrands yet. This is the siege unit and anti-artillery unit. With Zulu, you end up doing a lot of damage by sending a smorgasbord of different infantry usually. Some anti-cavalry, some hand, some range. Then you get the bowman, which is anti-heavy infantry. You get the clubman, which is more of a cavalry unit on foot. And then you get the firebrand, which is great at sieging, so very big variety of things you can go with Zulu. You know, with HUDs it's a little bit more basic. If you run into anti-cav, you send tomahawks. If you deal with infantry, you send the anti-bowman. And then if you're dealing with a lot of skirmisher or artillery, then you just send the Kanya horsemen. So it's a little bit more of a triangle with the HUDs. With Zulu, it's a bit more complex. But it does look like the HUDs are doing their best here to defend. At this point, though, they can't really fight anymore, and they just gotta run as fast as they humanly can without taking any casualties, which is kind of going to be impossible now with that the bowmen have set up shop here and they're blasting them with arrows. Yeah, this is not looking good for the Hods right now in their defenses, because if you lose all of these, you're gonna give Zulu a free pass to start pounding on your walls next. Even though the Warhawk does technically help you out a bit there, so that's good. That actually is really great, actually. Now, at this point, I'm gonna wonder what HUD's plan actually is. Yeah, how does he plan on pushing the Zulu army out, which is clearly larger than his? You know, this is clearly a much larger military. Like, what's your plan exactly? What are you actually gonna do to get this out of your base? At this point, yeah, I mean, it's definitely, well, here's the thing. I think Hods are technically managing their infantry a lot better, and they're targeting the right units, because he's making sure that the end of bowmen are targeted on the MP first before going for his archers. Yeah, see, at this point, I think Hods have successfully defended this assault with a lot of back and forth hit and run tactics. Now they finally have enough archers to at least get him away from his side of the map. Now if he can start assaulting him here, I doubt that. We do see Umpakity Clubmen being matured from the children right now. These will really mess up his archers if they get even anywhere close to him, so he needs to really not venture out too far right now. You don't really have the army HUDs to really be pushing in super duper hard yet. You really need to wait a little bit at least. Because remember, Zulu in their base are going to have the home field advantage. They're going to be having things popping in and out everywhere, maturing around you. These little children turning into these big scary monster warriors within seconds, so you need to make sure that you be careful of that. Also, how many cards does Zulu even... They still have crates and they still have villagers, so... You know, I don't think Hods are out of the woods yet. I mean, because... Think of it this way. You got 2 trading posts. This whole trade route of yours owned. And, with that being said, he's going to be able to get those crates very quickly. Absolutely quickly, but... That's not going to stop Hods, though, from trying to take down a trading post. He's going to try to do at least a bit of damage. But unfortunately for him, it looks like the Zulu have a different plan in mind. They're going to be trying to be a little bit cheeky and sneaky, and they're probably going to try to flank him up here at some point, so he does need to be careful of that. But he is going to turn back, though, to save his trading posts. You know, you definitely don't want a 200 wood building and burn that easily. Oh, Clubman, you got what? Yep. You need to do something. You need to put them behind the tomahawks or something. He got you right in the nastiest spot, too. Yeah. You got 1 tomahawk here fighting back, though. That's kind of good. Does he have any more tomahawk? At least, I would say get rid of the Clubmen. Maybe get rid of the firebrands. Oh, the firebrands, though. Yeah, these things you gotta be careful of. For those that haven't dealt with these yet, they have a splash attack. Yeah, they have as much of a splash attack as a Doppelcylinder does in TAD. So, even though they might be siege units, they actually are decent in some combat situations thanks to both the splash attack and the anti-artillery multiplier. They even have about half the, about 50% pierce armor too, so they can actually withstand a lot of shots from even archers. So if you can get a large mass of these firebrands, in some situations they can actually decimate a whole army of like skirmish infantry really easily that don't have the armor to resist them. With that being done, it looks like Zulu are gonna commit to maybe flanking up here, since, you know, that would really be the best option for them. When you look to a direct route here, you obviously got walls, you have a war hut there that's going to be shooting at you, so why not reduce your casualties and attack him in an area that he's undefended in. And hey, even if you can't get a raid done, perhaps taking down 1 or 2 of the longhouses could set your opponent back macro-wise and force them to chop more wood. You always gotta think of those things you can do to make your opponent's life miserable on the battlefield. But we do see a bit of a change, it looks like. we do see the corral being worked now to make some Kanya horsemen. Yeah, you gotta hunt with these. You gotta not idle. Yeah. I didn't really see how long he was idle in there, but you do need to make sure when you're moving villagers around places like that that they're actually working, because if they're not, then that's wasted villager seconds that could actually kill you, believe it or not. So you need to make sure that you watch and make sure your villagers are doing their jobs, right? Yeah. Definitely. Kanya horsemen and tomahawks, I mean, it does help with the bowmen. That actually is an appropriate response, I would think. You also don't see a lot of anti-cavalry over here, so yeah. I think that, watch out for this though. This could be a serious problem up here. You see the clubmen going for your villager, try to pull them back in before fatality occurs, yeah. But, as I said before, these longhouses are just as much of a target as the villagers are going to be. It looks like he could probably even take this one down very easily. And remember how much pop these provide you. They give you 15 population, which, as he takes this down, he is now housed, meaning he cannot produce villagers, he cannot produce military until he chops the necessary 125 wood to replenish that, yeah. The reason why I said 200 before is I was getting a bit mixed up with the two-piece longhouse, which is a little bit more expensive as it doubles and being able to produce some sort of military, so mind that little mistake on my part, yeah. Now the Zulu houses definitely cost 200 wood, the Akandas, because actually 300 it went up, yeah. I remember when they used to be cheaper than 300. The reason why they're so expensive is they house a lot more population and they have upgrades at them, so they upgrade your infantry. That's why the Zulu house is that expensive. Looks like Zulu do need to leave though, because he knows that he has Kanya horsemen, he knows that he has a large army of infantry, so he has no reason to just waste his units on that battlefield up there. He needs to consider his fights a lot more, it looks like. So this is pretty interesting. We're seeing stagecoach coming in, so Chori's thinking more about resources now. He has shelled out through all of his crate cards at this point. He only has the villagers shipping left. So yeah, he'd rather be making some sort of food or coin with these trading posts, it looks like. He's also starting to get Library Blue 3, so this is making me think Chori is finally deciding to go towards age 3, the capital age. The cheapest way to do that, I find, or the most basic way of doing that is getting library tech 3s in all colors. So blue 3, yellow 3, and red 3. The other option would be to try to get a blue 4, yellow 4, or red 4. Yeah, that's what I would do in that case. Definitely. Witch doctors, this will give them an... How many pores? Like, yep, 1 porter, and then the blue 4 will give them 2 pores. Yeah. Porters are basically actually the same thing as the travois that the Iroquois use. They let you build any building you want with them. Just so you're aware of that. And that's kind of funny too, because that's another, linkage between the Iroquois and the Hods and the Zulu, is their usage of special units that can build any building for them that they want. So yeah, they're actually quite similar in many ways. Kanya horsemen though, looking to do some raiding here. This is not going to be good though. You're going to want to retreat, because the clubmen, once they get a snare on you, they're going to slowly start to beat you to death with those clubs. Which it looks like is probably going to happen to this one. Yeah, at this point, he knows he can't get away. Oh, you probably could have just kept attacking this villager, by the way. Just dish some damage out, so when you come again, it's not going to be that hard to kill him next time, Save yourself a bit of time and energy with that. It looks like Zulu are also moving their villagers up to this hunt here. Moving them up. This is the one thing I'm a little bit concerned about with this map control is it doesn't take a lot of energy for one of these guys to either take their clubmen or their Kanya horsemen and just raid up here for free. I would have much preferred if these guys tried to build a tower up there with the villagers, so you have time to at least garrison them and let your army get there. Now, if, Zulu went up for this hunt here, that would actually be a fatal mistake, He would lose his entire food economy, the Hods, and they would be GG'd. Same thing with Zulu, they would lose their food economy up here. I mean, it wouldn't be as drastic because he does have other nearby hunts around, but in the case of Hods, their hunt is really critical right now. They need to make sure they protect this thing with their life, pretty much. Oh, the shaman, yeah. So, what does this mean? If you're, Hods, this means that you're finally in a position to go up to age 3, and you're probably going to do a transition over to Forest Prowlers, yeah. Reason being, Forest Prowlers counter just about most of the Zulu Age 2 military roster. They can kill bowmen, they can kill impies, spearmen, firebrands, they can probably in bigger numbers deal with the clubmen if they outnumber them, so it's a one-unit solution. You actually don't need anything else but the Forest Prowlers if your HUD's going against Zulu. Question is he going to be able to get up there without too much damage from this nasty little mess over here? Zulu are going to try to flank him again because that gave him some success before. But this time, HUDs took it a bit seriously. They actually started to wall a bit. They put a wall up over here, and they put a wall up over here. Unfortunately, this little forest of trees here makes it really hard to do a complete wall, so he just had to do it in the most obvious spots. He's actually going to double layer wall down on the main pathway as well, which is probably really good since it does stall your enemy's movement speed at least, even though you might not complete it. Yeah, it doesn't look like you completed it yet, so this is mainly going to be a way of slowing the enemy down and preventing them from going straight up this line. At the same time, let's see how Chorizo's doing. Is he getting more library text? Yep, he's getting library yellow number 3. So he'll be ready for his blue and yellow to go to capital H. He just needs to get his red. I don't think he's gotten his red yet. Those are the most expensive technologies, but also the fastest ones to acquire once you start researching them. Oh, so he went with the shaman and got 3 Travois. This is pretty... Oh, he got Travois, he got a totem. And what else is he going to build with this? Probably a war hut, yeah. So, a wide variety of buildings. Totems, they trickle faith. Remember, religion still is sort of a thing in this patch, so you might be wanting to acquire some sort of religious technologies, and this faith is going to be useful for that. Well, looks like you got a serious problem up here. You didn't even really need to siege the walls because it seems like this little crack here is letting things through. Like ants, I mean, ants are mice, basically. It's like a hole in the wall, pretty much. They're just coming out of that hole. Yeah, here comes the Forest Prowlers, though, that I mentioned. He's going to be really dishing out lots of these things because he knows the more Forest Prowlers I can produce, the easier time I can have to clean up this infantry that's statistically behind. Because, yeah, I'm looking here and I don't see the red text coming in at all, so it looks like, at least for now, that, basically, the Hods are an age ahead in their military, which is pretty phenomenal. Pretty phenomenal. Pretty phenomenal. And resource-wise, he could afford red 2 or red 3 at this point, so you should probably get that right now. Like, right now, you need it. They're gonna start to die off now because he does have 3 war huts working on Forest Prowlers. And I don't even think you're gonna get this war hut down, honestly, and you're dealing with triple-queued skirmishers. That is deadly for you right now. You cannot be dealing with this. And he's also even shipping in musket riders. Musket riders, it's a little bit questionable against Zulu because they do not have anything with the assault tag. meaning cuirassier, bachetro, that type of unit. There is no such equivalent in the Zulu Civ. The only thing that the musket rider will do great at is dispatching Zulu artillery pieces, and also its melee attack. It will be able to go into melee with the clubman, the Umpakity, or Yuan should he make those at any point from his spice shop and decimate them. Yeah, that's about it though. Not a lot you can do with musket riders against the Zulu Civ, or any maneuver unit for that matter. With the exception of stuff of maybe like the Texas Ranger, which doubles as anti-heavy infantry, who knows. Oh, we see shamanism coming in, so we might see some shaman technologies coming in. They're fairly good, I would say, religion-wise. I mean, they mostly benefit your native warriors. They also help make your units a bit cheaper, I believe. So, yeah, you could get some good value out of that. Right, so what's going on now? Zulu are maybe thinking of assaulting the normal way now. Maybe, well, what do we see here? We see elite tomahawks, so he knows he needs a strong defense against some clubmen, so he's going to upgrade the tomahawk units a little bit to protect his skirmisher mass, which he has a good amount of right now. He has about, how many? 20, so that's fairly good. Fairly good. It looks like Chorizo finally got the library red number 3, and he's finally going to be able to try to catch up in upgrades at least, or units. But let's watch this though. This could be a telltale. Oh, no. You just ran him into the tomahawks. You need to get away from him. You need to push up here. Do these guys even have any of the upgrades? I don't see the shield upgrades, and I don't even think he has the club upgrade. Yeah, no. These are totally unarmored guys here. He would need at least the first shield upgrade to really defend that easier, which he didn't. What you do is Zulu. You ship Ascari. This is a skirmish unit. This will give you a bit of a fight back against these skirmish units, since the Ascari are actually statistically a very strong skirmish unit. Instead, though, he's going to mainly train bowmen, it looks like, to deal with the both the tomahawks and the musket riders first, and then he's going to try to worry about the forest prowlers second. I can't say if that's going to work or not. It doesn't look like it's working right now. Yeah, this is the thing. You just don't have the numbers of clubmen to do anything anymore. And they don't have the upgrades. They don't have the club upgrade. They don't have, yeah, the hardwood club or the, was it the, I forget, is it the cowhide shield? What the first one is called? It's a shield upgrade that gives them a little shield and it gives them some HP. They don't have that. It's safe to say that you GG'd at this point. I mean, your kids are literally getting massacred here. I mean, not even kids are safe from the dangers of war, it looks like. So, yeah, at that rate, I think your civilization is basically destroyed. Basically out of the match. What's even... Yeah, I mean, Moon just has the units. He's not even really booming up that... Look at this! He's actually idling 22 villagers. Man, he's idling 22 villagers and he's still winning. You know that man's army is tough when he can focus all on micro and just let the villagers idle like that. That's unreal. He's actually idling his whole food economy. GG. That was good. I definitely liked that one. That was fun because I think the Hods did the thing nobody expected. They actually beat the Zulu in a 1v1. Zulu is technically a higher tier rush civ, but they still lost. Like, what happened, Chorizo? What did you do? What did you do, Chorizo, to cause this? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Like, let's look at the post-game. I mean, Chorizo actually put out more resources, especially in the area of Comida. Less so in Dinero, but definitely in the Comida aspect, he made a lot more. How about military? Yeah, see, this is the thing. Once those forest prowlers came in, he started to shred his army. started to get shredded. Shredded like cheese, almost. Into a fine powder. Yeah. That's exactly what happened here. Definitely what happened here. Alright, so now we're going to boot up again into match number 2. I hope it works, because I think last time when we tried match number 2, it didn't work, right? Yeah. Alright, so let's go into record games. If this one crashes, yeah, well, unfortunately we missed this one, but hopefully it works this time. Yeah, I'm praying that we get to see this full encounter. It's a 3-match one, so even if this one flops, we'll at least see another match between the two. Alright, so Zulu again. Is that right? Chori is going with the Zulu again. Yeah, that's neat. How about Moon? He's going with the Dutch. Ah, interesting, you know. That's kind of a fun combination. You know, the Dutch are really defensive with their banks and mercenaries. At least for this patch, you know, you've seen me doing Great War patch, and it's totally a different civ in every aspect. And then the Zulu here are obviously the super aggro civ. He's building a trading post right now because he does need a bit of XP to get started. I'm feeling a little bit confident since the game hasn't OOS yet, so maybe this recording is valid. Who knows? Shaka, are you gonna grab this treasure? This is about 135 XP. Yeah, that's really good for Zulu, because the quicker they can get their XP up, the more unit shipments you can make. Yeah. And at this point, now the chorizo the time is ticking for him to get a win here. He definitely needs to pull off an upset against these Dutch. Which, you know, it could go both ways, because back in the day when I was really not the best at this game, I remembered Zulu were actually a strong counter to the Dutch civ. See, if you can get a lot of firebrands on the field, you can actually decimate the Dutch economy, like, really badly. It's almost hilarious, actually. Because, you know, somebody was playing Dutch thinking, oh, I got these big tanky banks that have a lot of HP. You're not taking down my economy. And I just built a lot of firebrands, and they went down, boop, 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 one after another. Just kept going down. So, Zulu might actually have a real shot here at being the Dutch, and I hope they do. I hope that match 3 is not a accidental file. And we'll see. You know, I always give both players the benefit of the doubt to prove themselves. Haha. So this is a different deck for Zulu. It's called All In. And if I know the chorizo well, this means he's going to go right for the throat of his town center with this thing. He's got 4 crates, 5 unit shipments. He does... What's this for? Are you going to rush with the villagers? That wouldn't work, actually, since villagers lose their attack around the mortar's range of an enemy town center to nerf out some serious balance flaws in the past with super strong military bills. He also has Indana. This will improve his shield bash a lot, which will allow him to cut open a lot more of the skirmishing units in one hit, probably. On the other hand, though, the Dutch looks colonial militia. This is actually a good choice. It seems like Moon is definitely experienced with the chorizo Zulu rush for the town center, so he's getting this ahead of time so he can spawn out an extra larger group of Minutemen to deal with those. Yeah, definitely. 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 I'm feeling kind of happy now that we're actually seeing this match, because last week, for some reason, it OOS'd. Yeah, so we see the Burger. Burger's going to give him coin. It's going to give him about 440 coin in the form of the silver coin crates. If he wanted to, say, put down like a tavern or something, he could get some outlaws really early on, which would be pretty decent. He could also build a barracks and get some grenadiers, which would be good for defending, I would say. How about Chorizo? So he's on Library Blue 2, so we should expect unit shipments to be rushing very, very muy pronto, I would say. Muy rapido. Because once that blue number 2 comes in for Zulu, the shipments start flying. He's going to probably start with the Clubmen, and then the Firebrands, and then the Impy, and then the Bowmans. That's the order I would do it in. He's also getting red number 1, library red number 1 here, so he can actually start maturing youths to start making more military units. So yeah, this is gonna be quite the epic showdown. It's gonna be quite the epic showdown. Impy shipping in, followed by Spearmen. Can Dutch actually defend this? That'll be seen. Ooh, nice. Yeah, get that Cherokee away. He's gonna get thrusted by that big Zulu spear. Nice, right? Dab, yeah, you're done for, Mr. Cherokee boy. You're done. Oh, there you go. The coin's gonna arrive now. I don't know what he's gonna do with the silver coin, though. I mean, first you need a military building. You need a barracks, you need a tavern, you need something to make units. Because you definitely need units to defend against this. You have partisans and you have hussars, so you got a bit of a defense from the shipments, but not a lot. In terms of H2 military cards, Zulu clearly win in that aspect. Oh, so it looks like Chorizo actually went with the Impy. Yeah, and he matured his 4 youths into Impy. This is going to be pretty tough going in, because these have a very strong ranged attack. Well, it's not that it fires quicker, put it that way. It fires a bit quicker. And he's also going to be able to deal with the hussars in the Dutch deck. So this might actually deal with both possible shipments from the Dutch. And then he's going to be able to follow up with that using some Spearmen, which are going to be a bit better at sieging. He's also going to do some Firebrands, which are going to be exclusively a siege-style unit, unless he makes skirmishers, in which case he might be able to flag those down with their splash attack. We do see bank number 1 coming up for the Dutch, though. It's kind of good that he was able to get this going, because this is going to give him a bit of necessary resources to fend this off. Now, what's he going to spend it on is the question. He needs some sort of military build. Why is he sending another envoy? What's up with the envoy? Yeah, get that out of your queue, man. You don't need an envoy right now. You need some army. Right, so he's not building anything, which is kind of alarming. Is this the first Minutemen shipment? Hello? Yep, this is the first one. And then he's probably going to send the second one next. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly the Impy are going to focus on the Minutemen first, just to cut down their casualties. Now Dutch are going to try to hunt a lot of meat right now, a lot of carne, just so they can get their second colonial militia shipment from the town center, which will be a lot larger but more expensive. Yeah. I don't think he has enough food though for it. He's a bit short. Yeah, he's a bit short on comida. He's gonna have to hope the hussars can distract a bit here, so he can get the food he needs. He can almost afford that second militia shipment. Come on, man. Come on, man. Get some hunting done. Eat some meat. Make some sausages. Make some sausages to deal with the chorizo. Barracks. Yeah, finally we see a barracks coming down. What are you gonna do with that? I hope I see some skirmishers from that. I can't think of what else you would possibly want. Oh, this is not good. You're letting the hussars take out 2 of the Firebrands for free almost. Yeah, that's gonna set back chorizo quite a bit. Alright, skirmishers. Skirmishers are coming out, right? Is that right? Skirmishers? Skirmishers. Yeah, just stalk these down and attack something, man. Distract them at this point. Like, Yeah, if you could kill like one, if you could kill like one MP with that and distract him a bit. Yeah, I would just try to attack something. Yeah, you could kill a spearman for sure with this, and then you can maybe kill another spear. Oh, here comes those Minutemen I was talking about. Here comes the Minutemen. This batch is a lot more expensive to send out, but it is a bigger group of them. And with this bigger group, he's going to be able to actually defend his base. Yeah, wonderful. Good job. Good job in defense. I mean, at this rate, I think honestly Moon could probably push back from here. But we'll see. What does Zulu have at this point? They have some clubmen, followed by some MP. Sir, you need some like military up here. That's really what you need right now. You actually should swap off of this and get some partisans, get some like anti-cav to deal with the clubmen, and you could probably push back the Zulu once more if you have to. But looks like he's going to do the greedy option and he's going to go for another bank. Probably thinking, you know, I'm just going to train my units with extra banks. I'm going to have more eco. It's going to be great. The banks. Also, I would consider repairing the TC too. Doing some chopping again, the TC repair. Because if you could repair the TC, you basically throw it right in Chorizo's face, his whole strategy. Because now he has to siege the thing all over again. But fortunately, I don't think he's going to do that. He's just going to let that TC stay burnt to a crisp like that. He's going to let it, you know, get burned down. Yeah, I don't know. You should have stayed nearer to the TC, I think, and lured him in a bit. Because now you're kind of exposed a little bit, which I don't like. Yeah, get them in the TC and start shooting at these clubmen. You need to deal with these clubmen right now. That's your biggest threat, because they're going to kill these skirmishers and you're not going to have much else to defend with. He is finally shipping in the partisans, though, which is a good thing. It's a really good thing right now. Yeah, I mean, the Chorizo town center sieges can be a bit stressful, but, you know, I still would have shipped the pikemen in sooner, so you wouldn't have lost all your Minutemen like that. You'd still be able to defend a bit. Because the thing is, with Dutch, the longer you have these banks operating, the more you're going to get hit of the Zulu economy, and then you're going to be able to train things that the Zulu can't make, that they can't deal with, right? Like mercenary units, maybe halberdiers, really nasty things that, you know, the Zulu Civ does not want to deal with. Well, we do see some skirmishers, though, from Dutch, so they're actually not completely starved out yet of resources. And he could technically kill Shaka and the Impy there, which would benefit him. Oh, Shield Bash, never mind. Oh, yeah. Did he have Induna when he's... No, he didn't have Induna. If he had Induna activate, he probably would have actually killed these skirmishers outright. Yep, here comes Clubman. Yeah, this is not looking good. Yeah, I think the Chorizo Zulu has made a resurgence. They have made a resurgence, it looks like. A real resurgence, you know? Many people thought, you know, maybe it's time to hang the cape up Zulu, but, you know, they proved that Zulu Rushes is still viable in the 21st century. Yep. Definitely. Yeah, that was kind of I'm glad I actually was able to see this match, because last week we had an out of sync error when loading up the recording file. So I'm actually very pleased we got to see this match. Really pleased, actually. Very thankful. View post game. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying this lately, doing the post game, and I haven't had any issues, so why not? I mean, yeah, see, Chorizo had more resources, he definitely had more military, and this is what won him the game, was numbers. He didn't necessarily have to get the kills, he just needed the numbers to do that one siege of the town center. Yeah. Alright, so we're done with that. Let's move on to the next one. We got a tiebreaker to cover now for these Juanitos Bonitos. Alright, let's load that up. Yep, we're moving along. Moving along, that's for sure. Great. Okay, so we're gonna do match number 3, the tiebreaker on Jebel Musa now. Yeah, I didn't get to see this one yet. I don't think I did yet. Nah, this is gonna be fun to see. Paraguay. Ooh, I like Paraguay. They're the first Civ I actually got good at on this mod, so, you know, more the power to you to go in with Paraguay. I like that Civ. On the opposing side, we got the Danish. Danish like this map for some reason. I see a lot of Danish plays on this map. I don't know why Danish like this map so much. You're gonna have to tell me in the comments of the VOD when the VOD comes out, why do people pick Danish on Jebel Musa? I don't know. I mean, I would have rather gone Belgium and just taken over the whole trade route if it was me. If you want to go the European route. Oh, but here's a bit of a dilemma. If you're Danish, you need to grab your XP crates. You need to grab these things like right away because it grants you a free shipment like instantaneously. You could either get this Colbertism and get a food trickle right away, or you could ship in some food. One of those. But since he's not grabbing his XP crates, you're losing out on an epic opportunity here, man. You need to grab these things. They're here for your enjoyment, for your benefit. Use them. Use them or lose them. Use them or lose them. Alright, food works for Paraguay. That's the normal start, I would say. Start out with the food works. Some people like to ship into woodworks. Some people ship into foodworks. I'm more of a foodworks kind of guy myself. I care a lot more about El Rey's fresh frutas. Frutas frescas. Yep. I love the fresh fruits. These things trickle a lot of food for you. What is that? About 180 food? Yep, 180 food. It's hard to see in the UI a bit since it's... Well, the bigger mod does help a bit, but yeah, that's teeny weeny little text. How's the deck look for Paraguay? So, you know, this actually looks like a Unstoppable Celestia themed deck, I would say. You got the crates in there, you got Escos, the Artisanals. I don't have the this yet. I don't use this. I haven't used this in a long time, actually. I used to use it in the old days a lot in team games, but I don't use it that much anymore for some reason. I kind of gotten used to the idea of just using one Master Engineer instead of multiple ones. So, I guess my gameplay has evolved over time with the Paraguayans, for better or worse. You know, I feel like you can get away with just one Master Engineer. You don't have to have multiple builders. I think the thing that destroyed the reputation for me is the fact that they nerfed the chopping rate of the Master Engineer. The Master Engineer used to have a really insane wood chopping rate, and that's why I valued having him in my group so much. Now that it doesn't do that, I'm like, yeah, I don't really need another builder. I just need one. I can deal with just one. He looks like he's shipping in the Foodworks. This is typically my first card, personally, so I think that's a good idea. Very good idea. Now this is getting a little sad. This is getting a little bit upsetting to me. Why are you banking on these crates? He actually moved his settler deliberately not to gather the XP crates. Is this man mad or something? Él es muy loco, Juanito? Él es muy loco? Why not grab these? Free shipment! Free shipment! Free shipment alert right here! Grab them! Enlightened Governor? You're not very enlightened if you're not grabbing your XP. Oh, finally he's enlightened. He is finally enlightened. He is grabbing the crates. The enlightenment has begun for real now. Now, this whole enlightened thing, this basically means he's going to have a golden age when he ages up. You also get when you ship cards. It basically gives you a period of time where your units gather a little bit more XP, and I think your military units have a bigger build now. It's a wacky little thing. It's not a big feature, but you know, it's certainly something to consider when you're facing Danish, for sure. Right, so they're going to be shipping in coin next. Huh, so it looks like the whole polar bear thing with Delian is actually taken off, and now I see, Moon using the polar bears. Yeah, I guess these polar bears are a fairly tanky unit to use. So maybe that's the new meta for Danish, is going in with the polar bears first. Maybe it is. What immigrant? French wave? Yeah, that's pretty common. Most people go with the French wave. Occasionally you find somebody that goes with the Croatian wave just to get the wood. You know, the 300 wood. Cool thing about French in this patch is they do give you XP crates. They definitely help you to get your shipping out a lot quicker. It's going to be seeing what Chorizo decides to do next. He is going for 700 wood. This means probably 2 barracks, 2 stable. The max build limit of your barracks and stable at this stage of the game. Reason why you have a build limit for barracks and stables Paraguay is because, you know, they spawn units for free over time. Right, so basically the barracks will produce something called a Primero de Linea. It is actually an assault unit. It's like a weaker version of the Machetro that has a splash attack. Then you get the Asai Akabotai, Yabotai, however you say it in, you know, the Guarani Spanish dialect. It's a Lancer cavalry, a very weak one, but it does have a multiplier against skirmish units, so it's a fairly good unit. That I can say. Ooh, Paraguay is constructing a woodworks. I mean, I can't say that's a bad idea. I mean, the woodworks could definitely help you keep up with your housing. You know, the one thing about having all these free units is you need to have houses so they'll keep spawning and they won't skip over a beat. Right? Because if you go through this cycle, this little bit of a clock here, and you don't have the population available, it will not spawn. It will basically start from scratch all over again. So you need to make sure you always have houses available to make sure you're maximizing that bonus for you. Definitely. Stables coming up now. This will provide the Akayabotais, the scout unit. They'll be really good against skirmishers. For Danish, I mean, they'll probably help if they go with, say, their volunteers or their skirmishers. It does seem like they're going for the fast fortress, though. I think he's going to get some gunboats, or whatever they're called now, for the age up. There's clearly a bit of water on Jebel Musa, so if he does want to pick up some fish here, he totally can lay down an anchorage here and put some fishing ships out of it. Anchorage being a very expensive yet defensive dock that the Danish have. It slows down enemy fishing ships, and I think it has a better range attack as well, if I recall properly. And it looks neater too. It looks cool. It's cool to look at. Land Soldatars, or Land Soldats. These are the Danish heavy infantry. In the old days, Danish were signature for having the strongest ranged heavy infantry in the game. They had line infantry that could actually gain a skirmisher-like multiplier at range with some card named Krag Jorgensen. Now Krag Jorgensen is now gone. Now you get these guys, the Land Soldats. They're quite the opposite, actually. They're very cheap, about 50 food, about 15 the coin. At the same time, though, they're actually weaker than Russian musketeers or Russian line infantry. They're actually statistically weaker than that unit. And they're supposed to be like the weakest infantry in the game, really. Well, at least in terms of European standards, and purposes, functionalities. Foot artillery shipment coming in. This will be good against lots of infantry. I can't say that it'll have much application against Paraguay at this stage though, since their free units are both shock units. So really the multiplier of the foot artillery won't actually connect against either of the shock units. Yeah, that'll definitely be a concern. Oh, it looks like Paraguay's actually building a second. Well, they built about 3 of the woodworks. 3 woodworks. Lots and lots of censored. Lots and lots of wood. Oh, so he's actually going to go with isolationism, it looks like. This will basically deny Chorizo any possibility of grabbing this trade route. Or the natives here. That's Ooh. Wow. We see the gunboats have docked over here. Yeah, the gunboats have docked on this side of the map to deny Chorizo any fish. And they'll actually deny him this mine and this hunt as well, so if you're Chorizo, you might have to take some rockets later on and shoot up these gunboats. Yeah. Oh, foot artillery. Foot artillery taking a shot there. I think at this rate it's going to be these foot artillery doing most of the siege work and the land soldats just defending. Individually, it's not a very big anti-shock unit attack. It's about 8 times 3, so about 24. Yeah, 24. So you actually need a large number of these land soldatars to penetrate the shock unit defenses here, the Primero de Linea and the Acabatais. Yeah. First, though, I think the foot artillery are going to take a shot at hopefully one of these exterior woodworks here. Or is this a... Yeah, this is a coin work, so we actually made coin works as well. Garcia's Forges. So he's going to have to definitely make sure he takes out these exterior works first, which could set back the Paraguayan economy a bit, but inevitably it actually gives him population back, which is kind of a strange relationship. Remember, the works are sort of supposed to be more or less like a secondary villager type of economy versus like a factory, so instead of just giving you free trickles like the Dutch banks do, they actually do cost a bit of population. About 3 population, in fact. So sieging about 2 works will actually free up about 6 population space for Chorizo to get more free units out. Bit of a double-edged sword, if you will. But I don't like this formation too much. Maybe he didn't have enough numbers. He's kind of letting the Acayabatais and the Primeros swarm around the foot artillery a bit. Can he save that? Well, no he can't actually. Just way too much swarming now. Way too much swarming. He's going to try to make a bit of a switch to Escopetero though, to deal with the land soldats. Also, his artisanal cannon shipment has arrived. These are going to be very powerful at, you know, pushing back the land soldats. That's going to be their main purpose here. Just keeping these back. And if you're Danish, I would say probably retreat. You know, there's really no reason for you to keep trying to push on here. You probably just better off just retreating backwards, going back to the main side over here. Yeah, definitely. Now, what we see here are skirmishers, yeah. Danish used to never have skirmishers, right? It was kind of the idea you'd use the line infantry as the skirmishers, but now that Krag Jorgensen is dead, now you can have real skirmishers as Danish. And not that he has it here, the Danish skirmishers are probably one of the deadliest ones in the game, yeah. Main reason being, they can actually get multipliers of up to 4x against heavy infantry. Which in actuality is actually pretty good. This is kind of interesting. We're actually seeing these gunboats used as a forward base to produce marines. Yeah, these Marines are going to be a secondary threat to the Paraguayan base for sure. These aren't the new Marines, these are the old ones that have crush attacks, so... If you're Paraguay right now, you need to really be aware that you're going to be dealing with threats on two fronts now. This front here, and the one coming in over here.
Yeah.
Now, let's see though what you can do is... covered wagon. So, Danish are going to have two town centers. Now, he's probably going to put it somewhere around here. So he can build up a bit more closely. And he can also grab up these mines and these hunts a lot easier. Denying Paraguay those natural resources. Oh, can I get my voice back a bit? Yeah, I will that do it? I think so. Alright. I think we're good now. Watch out for the artisanal cannons right here. Those could take a free shot at your land soldats. You might need to retreat a bit. Yeah, I would retreat a bit. Chorizo's gonna go for mostly escopeteros here in a defensive fashion. He knows that if he can get a large splash of escopeteros, they'll basically do enough area damage to completely decimate the low HP land soldats quite well. So let's see if he can build that mass up in enough time to deal with them. Because if he can, that'd be quite good for him. At the same time, it looks like, oh, he put the town center defensively. Interesting. So he's going to be protecting this mine area. He's also going to be protecting this entranceway from any potential raiding. Remember, when you're dealing with Paraguay, there's always the risk of facing Aka Yabotai raids. Sometimes when you have a surplus of the free cavalry, you'll try to move it around the map and raid a bit. So that's actually a pretty forethought decision there. You know, he's going to be able to protect that a lot easier. Definitely. Now, in terms of this, I don't think you can really push in just yet as Danish. You got to come up with a solution here. You need maybe mortars, maybe steel guns, and oh, wait a minute, they don't get steel guns, they get espingals, right? Yeah. You need some sort of heavy artillery piece to plop it down somewhere around here and start shelling away at them somehow. And ideally, something that could help deal with infantry as well. These are going to be veteran land soldatars now. So yeah, these guys are going to be a little bit stronger, but not a lot. Not a whole lot. Upgrades really aren't too important for the land soldats, but they can help win certain engagements and keep up with the upgrading enemy. Hunting dogs. That's the latest hunting dogs I've ever seen, man. Wow. Yeah, it's good that you're finally getting that, though. Maybe you can get some decent hunting now. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, this is sort of a hit and run right here. He's trying to see, you know, how far can I go without getting blown up by these shotguns, or the Escos, or the cannonballs of the artisanals. He's shipping dragoons, maneuver units. It's actually not the worst idea, because, look, these guys, these are assault units. They'll actually face multiplier damage from the dragoons, and the Akabiabatais can face melee multipliers from the dragoons, so that's actually not a bad idea. And even dragoons can deal multipliers against the artisanal cannon, because it's an artillery piece, and you get a 3x multiplier against those from the dragoons, which is really, really good. We also start to see a bit of development of Marines on the coastline here with the gunboats. It's probably going to be pushing in with those at the same time once he has a sizable mass of them. Or he could run them around here and join the main force. It's up to him. You know, you want to go for a full force on one side, or do you want to flank him a bit with the Marines? He's trying to manage his skirmishers, I see, which is kind of interesting. You know, he doesn't really want his skirmishers to get destroyed that easy. He's trying to fish them in a bit by taking hits out of his escopetero numbers. They find kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, if you can afford it, great. If you can do some free casualties along the way, that'll probably help you out in the long run in keeping Chorizo's economy down a bit. Especially the Escos, which actually cost resources. What is Chorizo even? Oh, we got a Ford wagon. A Ford wagon. Where's he gonna put the Ford? Is he gonna put it here, or is he gonna put it over here? You can't put it over here, man, because you got the Marines flanking you. Does he see them? He does not see the Marine. Now he sees the Marines coming in, right where his economy is. All these buildings here. This is not a good place to be hidden. Not a place to take damage from. At the same time, you got these skirmishers picking you off a bit, trying to slowly eat their way through your free unit lines of Primo de Lignes. He also has a really tough formation of land soldatars here, too. That are basically acting like a giant phalanx, trying to be as pervious as possible to all these shock units. Yeah, I mean, that's a good formation, actually, because that covers all your spots pretty well against the shock units. Yeah, that's actually a really good spot. Yeah, definitely. Shotgun. Gotta watch out for those things. See, that basically almost killed all of these land soldatars. Yeah, not good. At the same time, he's gonna try to do a bit of raiding work with the Marines, which should be pretty easy to do. He just has to one-shot these cav, though. One dead Quagga down. Many more to go. He's killing another Quagga. French worker. Oh, we do see the heavy works coming in now. Fundiciones. This will grant him some cohets right off the bat as well, which you could use against the infantry. Let's see though what he does. Yeah, I would plop that down maybe here, or maybe a key, or a key, somewhere around here. Because you really need those heavy artillery right away to defend against this. If you can get some heavy artillery out, defended by your trash units, you should be able to deal with this pretty well. Yeah, I think this should be a pretty easy win for you. Definitely. Definitely. But we'll see. I mean, all it really takes is like, well, you gotta plop that down over here. Yeah, get that over there. Yeah, see, this is the cool thing about the ox carts, is they actually boost the gathering rate of your settlers. So he's able to really take advantage of the center map control and grab all of these mines and Huns to boost up his resource numbers now. But it looks like he's going to use it to make some foot artillery, it looks like. You know, with this raid, maybe I would consider going dragoons and culverins, perhaps, because, you know, you might need something to do with the shock units, and then you need the culverins to deal with the artillery pieces, you know. The cohets, these rockets, these big rockets, the cohets, they have a really good range, and they do a fair amount of damage as well. Yeah, gotta watch out for these things, especially in large numbers. And he can get about, how many of these can he produce? Let me see. He can produce about 10 of them, yeah. He's gonna get number... I'm surprised he didn't build this out yet. Well, he's gonna begin a queue of these soon, though, so he should be able to rely on his heavy artillery now. He's gonna go with infantry combat. This will benefit the escopeteros. This will also benefit pardos or vivanderos, should he make those. He is making some pardos, though, to deal with potential shock units. Yeah, these are pretty good. They only cost food, by the way, so if you're out of coin, make a lot of these. Well, we see foot artillery coming in as well. I think Dana should really focus on their resource gathering a weeny bit, though. You know, they really need some resources here. And I would say probably go up to Industrial Age and get those factories out and start making Espingals at this point, because they're going to need sort of your own heavy artillery to deal with his. Yeah, I would probably do that. You're also starting to run out of shipments in general. They're good. You got the coin, chest of coin left, you got the refrigeration and the Royal Mint, but beyond that, I don't really see a lot of Age 3 cards you really need. Well, actually, those are the only Age 3 cards you got left, so yeah, it behooves you to go up to the next age and get some factories. Get some upgrades going. So if you could get an age ahead of your opponent here, Paraguay, I think you got a really good shot at doing this. Yeah, but again, because Danish are getting free reign of the map, they can basically run anywhere they want without too much consequence. Gonna be going up into the little portion here to grab the gold mine. Now that's gonna grant them a lot of resources. The gold mine has about 5k coin from it, so totally enough to get to Industrial Age and maybe even either Imperial Age or a lot of unit upgrades. So we'll see next what happens. At this point, Paraguay is feeling confident enough to start sending small groups of their Akayabatais to do raiding work. Like I mentioned before, they're going to look around here and see how many casualties can I inflict. How many can I inflict by moving them around all over the map. At the same time, Moon realizes this and starts to wall a bit in key areas. Like this section here, probably this section, maybe this section, after he's done with this one. He should also technically put one up here too if he wants to really tap into this gold mine and the hunting up here. So yeah, definitely. Another foot artillery. I kind of don't like the fact that you're just leaving them here where they could potentially get cut down by a raiding army. That could be very frustrating, but I think for right now he's good. Should be in pretty safe shape, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so who's actually ahead right now? That's a question I would ask myself, because it seems like, in a sense, Paraguay is actually in such resource good shape that they can actually afford to train their own Coheed rockets to jumpstart them a bit. Yeah, they're gonna get another free one. Then they'll have about 8 of these. So yeah, I mean, if you're Paraguay right now, you're sitting pretty here, because you got all these wonderful works, food works, woodworks, coin works, doing the works for you. Yeah, doing the works for you. You don't have to manage them. They're not villagers. They just trickle their resources all the time. And as we've seen multiple times, he's even gotten the upgrades for some of these, the level 1 upgrades. So, definitely, yeah, see, it's about a 270 trickle now. Before it was 180, so 1.80. So now it's 2.70. So that's going to trickle him even more food per food works. Now, let's see how this rocket micro goes. You take the rockets and you shoot the foot artillery with. Yeah, perfect, good job, good job. That was a perfect man. Now you have to shoot these ones though. Don't forget to clean up the mess on aisle 5 here with these cannons. Yeah, that one, and then you need to take out, yeah, this one. Alright. That was perfect. That was actually really good. Yeah. Very impressive work. Very good. And then you got the Lancer Cav here dealing with the skirmishers. You got your main contingent over here dealing with the land soldators. Now you could just take your rockets to the front to start taking down the wall. Yeah, no reason to take casualties from your infantry. Just let the rockets do their work here. That's what they're made for. And then you can push in with the Pardos, followed by the Primeros and the Escopeteros. So yeah, Coheeds go up here. pottery. Is this the, I'm trying to remember, is that like the, I think that might actually, so he actually hasn't even upgraded his food works yet, so that whole improved trickle thing is totally the result of isolationism and having his explorer nearby. The Paraguayan explorer, when he stands near works, will actually improve its trickle rate slightly, so if you don't need to use them for anything, it's recommended to leave your Paraguayan explorer at home near the works so they'll trickle out a little bit more than they usually do. Culverins. That's the only weapon you can really use against these rocket stuff. Oh, no, yeah, that's really bad. You're dealing with such a large unit mass that even Culverins don't have enough time to clean up these rockets. And at that rate, it looks like Chorizo has beaten his opponent here in the encounter, 2-1. Not bad at all. You know, we don't always see a Chorizo win in an encounter, so this is definitely fun to see. You know, Paraguay did the work. Did the work for sure. Yeah, good job, Chorizo. You did it. You did it. Knew you could do it. Yeah, good job. I mean, this is really the reason why I played Paraguay, though, is they're just really good at slowly building their way up. And now he's getting the second coin upgrade for the coin work, so these are going to trickle even more, yeah. Once you start getting those works upgrades in and the trickle starts to go up, then you see the Paraguayan economy start to normalize slightly. In the Grenadiers. Whew, that's some desperation right there. He's actually relying on charged grenade throws to take out these rockets. And Moon, he actually has a fair amount of resources, but no way to really produce a lot. You could make Grenadiers out of here, but, you know, to what avail? You probably need, like, a large massive, like, Guard or Imperial Grenadiers, the Live Guards, to, deal with this, which you don't have right now. He's literally depending on age 1 shipments, age 2 shipments to defend. That usually spells disaster. It definitely does. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, it's gonna be GG real soon. So, yeah, I mean, GG. Good work. That was actually a good encounter, and I'm very pleased that I got to see the whole thing in full. You know, that was actually really good. Very good, you know. I was worried we were going to have the out of sync again with match number 2, and it just wouldn't work, but hey, we got to see it. That's awesome. That definitely is. Now we're going to see encounter number 2. Gonna just exit out of here and make sure that our it's programmed into the yeah, alright, so yep. Now we can continue on to the second encounter. It will be Cerbero versus Fiero. This should be an interesting one. 2 very gifted opponents indeed. Let's see how this one goes. We'll actually be facing Fiero this week for the Liga week 16. Alright, let's get started.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got Germany over here. Who we have on the arm side? We have Danish, so 2 Germanic civs. 2 very German civs. This should be pretty interesting. I mean, I feel like Germany in this patch is just a nasty thing to deal with for anyone. Yeah, Germany just kills everybody, and nobody survives. When they're played right, yeah. Yep, see, this Danish here knows to grab his XP crates right away. He knows about the hidden mechanic to get a free shipment at the start. Yeah. Yeah, good job, Cerbero, for paying attention to your XP crates. Fortunately, Moon didn't do that, but, well, what can you do? Alright, so now we see a food trickle of Colbertism coming in. That's a pretty fair one to start with, since I'll keep his food up a bit without too much villager work. Yeah, make sure you move your ox cart to this area here, so all the settlers can benefit from the aura gather rate. Yeah, you really want that improved gather rate if possible, because that will help up with your age up time, with your villager queue. Definitely take advantage of it since you have it. Definitely. Now, the thing you understand about Germany is this is actually England. This is actually the British, you know. See, when the Germans build one of these Mainz-Kannerns, this will actually produce a free settler. Free settler from the house. So, essentially, he's actually, I think, about one villager ahead of his opponent, just because he built this house. And so, I think, in general, he's gonna start out with Frankfurt Trade Fair first. This is actually a brutal card. It's actually so brutal, in fact, that it's actually been removed from the Great War patch. Yeah, I checked the changelog, and they said, you know, you really can't afford to have this card in the home city anymore. You can't even nerf it, really. It's just a nasty concept. Ships one market wagon. All market improvements except mercantilism become free. So essentially, every hunting, chopping, mining, and even settler stats upgrade will be free. Yeah, 100% free. So essentially, as soon as this arrives, Fiero is going to plop down the market wagon, like somewhere around here. And after that, he will be able to go from hunting dogs into gangsta, into placer mine, and then steel traps, log flume, amalgamation, and then circular saw. And that contingent, basically, picking up the great code and blunderbuss along the way. Yeah. It's very powerful, actually. Very powerful indeed. Definitely. So, now the market is coming up right now. And, yeah, he's gonna... Yeah, we should see hunting... Yep, hunting dogs first. Gang saw. Placer mines. These are all free technologies, mind you. They're all free. He's not actually required to do any sort of macro to acquire these. These are just free technologies for him. He's gonna... And he can already start to get the Statesman. Statesman... Pretty good politician for Germany, because it gives him coin crates and it gives him a redoubt wagon. An outpost wagon. Essentially, what that redoubt/outpost will do is that will let him make a landwehr levy from the building. So he could either send the landwehr infantry out from it or the landwehr cavalry, giving you a total of 2 different levies from each tower. Yeah, quite good, actually. As for Danish here, they're going up with the Enlightened Quartermaster, so he's going to be getting some wood. He's actually already aged up, which is great. It means he's going to be able to get ahead right away and maybe start to think about aggression. Yeah. So, if I recall from my match against Cerbero when he faced the same civ against me, I think what Cerbero's going to do is he's going to try to do a forward base on the center map here around the gold mine. I could almost guarantee you that he's going to go for center map to capture this gold mine here. That's what he did with me, and then he started popping out volunteers and land soldats and a multitude of different things. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to see here. You can already start to see the villager developing up here, building a house and doing a bit of herding work, bringing these elk back in towards the TC. So yeah, I mean, yep, he's already on his great code and blunderbuss, and then as soon as he hits, well, not instantly, but as soon as this is done, he'll be able to start with steel traps and log flume and amalgamation next, all free. Ah, nice, 2 towers, yeah. See, the earlier you can get the redoubts up, the better, because then you can send the levies out if you need to. Yeah, I don't see he has any of the infinite levy sending cards, though. That would have been good for him, because then he would be able to, with an infinite shipment, be able to ship out a number of either land war infantry or cavalry to each redoubt and telegraph troopy on the field. See, this is the land war infantry here. It's basically like a Minuteman. Pretty much, he has the anti-siege unit multiplier here. I mean, they're actually pretty good overall because they don't have any sort of tag, right? They don't have a skirmisher tag, they don't have a heavy infantry tag. So neither shock units nor skirmishers can actually deal any sort of real multiplier to them. Only things like lancers or foot artillery with a full anti-infantry multiplier can actually do any multiplier damage to them. Yep, he's already on the log flume and amalgamation, so Germany's economy is really coming along nicely right now. He's going to build another one of his little German manor houses at this point and get another free settler. I think in a sense, the Frankfurt Trade Fair has set up Germany in a way where they don't actually have to go for manor booming at all. You know, like the British would have to. Basically, they can rely on the earlier market technologies to make up for all that booming work they have to do. It looks like Germany's going to stick with line infantry for now, though. Yeah. Against these volunteers, I mean, I don't think you're going to have an issue, though, because you do have towers defending the area. So, in that sense, I think Germany is in a good defensible position right now, dealing with these skirmisher threats. So he's going to be going full volunteer. If it does become a serious mess, though, you might need to build stable and go with the German Hussars, which are pretty good, actually, since they can be upgraded to Royal Guard Totenkopf Hussars in the Industrial Age. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see the unit positioning here to see what these ranges end up doing in the end. Should be interesting to see. Grabbing these chests of coin. Yeah, this is going to give him almost enough coin to hit capital age potentially. We do see volunteers coming out of this barracks here, though, so a bit of skirmisher, bit of a skirmish unit on the German side, yeah. And from the looks of it, we don't see any sort of movement towards the center map, which I find kind of surprising. Because normally in this type of a matchup, somebody puts a barracks down somewhere around the gold mine here to not only deny threats to their own quadrant of the map on this side, but also to have a secondary hunting and mining source. Yeah, that's usually why we see forward bases in that position. Both sides have appeared to play more or less defensively. Yeah, defensively in the sense that they're not going to be pushing out of their quadrants until they really have a large army, or they start to go for more of a booming plan later by maybe using a covered wagon or something to push out. Which, you know, Germany could actually do, since they do get the city planner politician that gives them a covered wagon, so they could totally go for that if they wanted to maybe push out a bit. Also, Danish here, yeah, they don't have a covered wagon. I don't know if they actually... No, I don't think they get a covered wagon politician, so they wouldn't be able to do that. They'd have to train the town center themselves from the explorer. Or the villagers, since villagers can build town centers now. So this is looking a bit concerning. You see a large army of skirmish units here, the volunteers. Ideally, they're going to be used to maybe do some hit and run work against these exterior settlers here. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, now it looks like Germany's in a comfortable place in wood stockpile-wise to be doing a bit of manor booming, yeah. So we're going to start to slowly see a trickle in of extra settlers. And we can tell right here that it's got about... what is it, 27 of them maybe? And Sabero has about 26, so it's actually not too far behind, which is great. Means that Sabero's definitely keeping up with his economy then, which is he's going to need to do here. So we got about 10 partisans, followed by 15 volunteers. Yeah. And what these are going to do is they're going to be sort of like a pike and shot army. So they're going to be good against heavy infantry as well as shock units. Also, we see grenadiers coming in. Grenadiers, they're going to be good in their first attack by tossing a grenade. But after that, they're going to have to wait about 45 seconds for another grenade to become available to them. In the meantime, they'll just shoot with the standard musket like the line infantry does. They're starting to age up now with the enlightened adventurer. This will give him, I think, about a couple of volunteers and a couple partisans, so definitely plays into the pike and shot formation that Danish are going for here. Whereas Germany, no, they're just playing economy right now. They're not even concerned with aging up right now. He does have a stable, which makes me feel a bit more confident. Here you see the Landwehr Cavalry. It's basically like a Lancero. You know, they do get a bit of a multiplier against skirmish units, which is kind of neat. But since they are a levy unit, like an emergency unit, they do lose HP over time. You actually have to wait till a card called the Bismarck model comes in before these Landwehr units actually stop losing HP. Which apparently Fiero doesn't actually have, which I find a little bit alarming. Yeah. Would have expected them to put Bismarck model in there to save the HP of those units. The Swan King, that's a pretty interesting one. I would have expected them to go with the City Planner and get a town center. I'm trying to recall what the Swan King does exactly. I think the Swan King, I think he gives him readouts, I believe. Yeah, I think he gives him towers. Gives him 2 more towers and coin crates. Yeah, I think so. Unless I'm thinking of another one. Now we see the Hobrecht plan. This is basically the same thing as Virginia Company for vanilla British. It makes the manor houses cheaper in wood so you can spam them out a lot sooner. And thus get those free settlers a lot sooner. Acquisition of natives. Huh. That's something you don't see every day. I don't usually see Germany going for natives that much. So they're going to be looking to make Mapuche and Zapotecs, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it. Definitely. At the same time, though, Cerbero is going for a combination of very late or mid-game units. So we see skirmishers being made. We see, cuirassiers being made. These things are really nasty to deal with. We see foot artilleries being made. Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, we're going to see these cuirassiers combined with the foot artillery and the skirmishers doing a lot of damage. And then you obviously got this very big mass of early game units to do a bit of meat shielding work, I can imagine, as well. At the moment, Danish, if they assaulted right now, could do some damage. And they might want to consider doing that potentially. They don't have to, but I would suggest that they maybe consider going for a push right now. Could make a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Definitely. So, alright, so now we have the Danish infantry pushing in against the Germans here. Yeah. I think at this point, though, it's safe to say Germany should consider retreating a bit. Because, first of all, you got the grenade toss from the Grenadiers that could really shred you up a bit. But then you got the foot artillery in close pursuit, which will send things flying. Yeah. Sent things flying, in fact. And also you got these partisans down here sieging at the trading post. You got the corsairs. So everything's pointing to a Danish assault on the base. Yeah. I hope that they can keep up the assault, though, because if they could, that could really improve their chances against a German win here. In fact, we see a Danish fort being shipped in. So we're probably going to see the fort coming down in the center map, allowing Danish settlers to pour in and grab these hunts in the gold mine. Yeah, certainly a fort's going to be a much more of a formidable fort base than a mere barracks would have been earlier. So in that sense, it's kind of good that Danish held off on the barracks, because now they can plop a fort down here, which, as long as they don't let mortars get to it, should be able to sustain. I'm just trying to watch and see what these Uhlans are doing, though. These were shipped from the home city, by the way, for an amount of food. These Uhlans could do a lot of damage since, you know, they got low HP but really high attack. We'll see, though. The question is, will the fort wagon reach the fort in time? Let's see. He does see the Uhlans, though, so he is fully aware that he could potentially start to lose. Let's look at Germany, though. I'm just curious. Do they know about this fort coming down here? They don't, actually, because if you saw the fort coming down, I would guarantee you that the what are the Uhlans doing?
Yeah.
They're going for raiding. They're going to get some casualties, actually, which is great. But, unfortunately, Corsairs, splash attack, not good when you're a low HP unit. No, not at all. So yeah, these Corsairs basically cleaned up house over there. Just got this trailing one right here doing a bit of snaring work. Oh, that was a casualty, yeah. At least one I would have expected too, because, you know, I thought the threat was gone when there was only one. Yeah, very lucky for Germany then. They got that. Oh, now we're starting to see those levies that I was talking about. See, these are plopping out of the redoubts. We're seeing the landward cavalry being pushed out of these to be able to deal with the skirmishers. Yep, definitely. Corsairs, though, with their splash, they are going to cut through these infantry like butter. Definitely. At this point, what is Germany's plan? So, Germany's plan is going to be Mapuche natives, followed by the free artillery from the Krupp factory that they were able to construct. They're also going to be shipping in some flashlights. At this point, it seems like Germany's really worried about the assault cavalry, and not so much the infantry. And it looks like he thinks he can maybe threaten the artillery a bit with his hand units. Potentially. Totally possible. Totally possible. Dragoons. I mean, at this rate, Dragoons are actually a solid pick, because they deal with the assault cavalry that you're seeing from Danish, and they can deal with the foot artillery as well. So, in that regard, I think Dragoons is a fairly good defensive choice for a unit. By the way, how many mayors does he still have? He can still get about 8 additional free settlers, which is pretty good. If he can get all 8 of those, he should be ahead at about... Let me look at the build limit. About 48 settlers, which is pretty good, yeah. We do see a shift over to culverins. Yeah, at this rate, you definitely need culverins if we're going to be seeing foot artillery from the Danish. You know, you don't want to be in the position that Moon was last game, where you wait too long to get the culverins out and then you get decimated. At least now you know that this Danish has his culverins out in time. This is a bit alarming though. Your circular saw was a free technology and you waited till now to get it? Dude, it's free. Just grab it. Just grab it. It's free. There's not very much things in life that are totally free, but that circular saw, man, that was free thanks to the Frankfurt Trade Fair card. I mean, at this rate, I don't know what Germany's plan is. Like, they're going dragoons, they're making natives, they got like one Krupp factory making culverins. I don't know what this ragbag tag of weird units is going to do here. You know, you clearly got an organized army of assault cavalry, infantry, and anti-infantry cannons. The foot artillery's doing work against you. So you definitely need to think of something to do with that. What that's going to be, I don't know. You're going to have to tell me. You're going to have to tell me pretty soon, because I don't know what you're going to do as Germany right now. I mean, Germany still has a chance to boom themselves out a bit with 8 more manors, right? How many manors left? Oh, so he's maxed out his boom now. Okay, so he has maxed out his booming. And how many settlers does he have right now, in fact? He has about 50 on the field, and number 51 is going to be arriving soon. That's actually pretty good, since the settler build limit is about 80 with Germany. So that's actually really solid. Yeah. Very solid indeed. Here comes the culverin. It's got enough population for it, thankfully. What's this? Krupp factory number 2. So we're going to be seeing 2 queues of culverins coming in. This will be veteran line infantry, right? Yeah. In age 4, you can make these into the Maycar for Royal Guard, heavy infantry, line infantry, which is really good. They have nice little German outfits, and they deal 10% higher stats of damage and HP than standard guard line infantry. I'm just looking here to see what the next move is going to be, because as it stands, I could see these assault units, these cuirassiers, absolutely going up here and just shredding half of his economy right now. These are literally, this is literally an unprotected area right now, which we might actually see right now. I called it. Practically called it. Oh, wait a second. This is a royal decree technology. This is a rare one. What it does is it changes your golden ages, like, you know, you get from cards and age ups, and replaces the XP weird perk stuff with a stats boost. So when the golden age arrives, your cuirassiers will actually gain more attack from it every time a golden age arrives. So that's really good, actually. It's a wacky little bonus, but we'll see it right here in action. Right, see, the skirmisher has about 18 attack, right? When the golden age arrives, it's gonna go up to... Wait a sec. Yeah, see that little boost right there? It just buffed his stats up. Just buffed his stats up slightly. Believe it or not, it just buffed his stats up. And then when the golden age disappears, then the stats buff goes away. Yeah. It's a neat little bonus. It's not really meant to push you ahead a lot, because in general, you're really supposed to mostly be managing your army a bit there with the Danish. They're not really a big hitting bonus like other ones are. The golden age is just a neat little bonus to at first get your shipments out sooner, and then with that royal decree get tiny little stats boosts when you need them. Alright, so the grenadiers are coming back towards the fort, and now we got the cuirassiers queuing up in the back here. Yeah. Alright, so, at this rate, we see... I'm just trying to see here where the settler positioning is. At this rate, I would say probably Danish has the map control advantage. Because, yeah, I would totally say that, because you see this really far off silver mine here, which is really almost into blue territory, starting to get grabbed up by them. You also see this mine over here and this hunt getting grabbed up by them, thanks to this nifty little town center here. You know, this is looking pretty good if you're Danish right now. I think Danish have the initiative to go for another push very soon. They just need, like, what, a little bit more coin, I would say, maybe from this. And they could definitely go Industrial Age next and start pumping out these factories. Start spamming out those Espingal artillery pieces. Oh yeah, I mean... Yeah, you see this train post going down. You're starting to see German map control slowly get pulled away. Obviously, you saw their Mapuche settlement here again wiped out, and they had to switch the Zapotecs a bit closer to them. Huh, so he's even... This is a bold move here. We see walling. In this quadrant, we're seeing walling. That is not good for Germany, because that does not give them a lot of wiggle room to get resources, and that does not give them a lot of wiggle room to push out from. Yeah, so at this rate, Germany, all they can really do is just spam natives, it looks like. Yeah, spam natives and get free artillery pieces. And it's kind of lucky for Germany that they're... Wait a second. Yeah, so I guess now that they have about 3 culverins, they decided to switch back to foot artilleries, because they know now they need a little bit more anti-heavy infantry. Wait a second, did he send Essen Stalwork? That's a little bit suspicious. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's kind of an issue, because you really should have needed to build a Krupp factory earlier if you knew you were going to get a wagon. Here's the thing though, if he can get Industrial Age, this does guarantee him a 3rd free Krupp factory though. So, Germany, your one job, hit Industrial Age soon so you can get that free Krupp factory, since you got a wagon there that's slowly doing nothing right now. Yeah, you don't get the build limit of 3 until you hit Industrial Age. It goes +1 per age, and then you can get up to 4 in Imperial Age. Yeah, that's the way it works.
Aufgabe. Auftrag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to pay attention here, because it seems like both players are going for the long game. You know, sometimes when you see a Germany match, they try to kill somebody in early. But it looks like here, Germany's just trying to play it out and safe in the Industrial Age, potentially, because we're not seeing any real pushing at this point. We're just seeing everybody starting to, you know, build their walls, get ready for the final push. The final countdown, pretty much. Germany opting for skirmishers, actually more line infantry, yeah. Yeah, you definitely want some line infantry if you're going to be dealing with assault units like this. I mean, they're not really the best counter for that. You really want dragoons for that, but at this rate, what are you going to do at this point? Like, you got already 9 of them.
Yeah?
What do you do at this point? He has reached 200 pop, though, which is great. Danish are almost a 200 population. The one thing that Germany has going for them is the fact that they've added native warriors in to buff up their numbers a bit, you know, beyond what they normally are in terms of military population. It looks like we're going to see the big fight now. The big brawl's going to take place. Alright, so where's it going to begin? It's going to begin at the trading post. The trading post is going to be sieged a little bit. Yeah, right there. Definitely. And then, alrighty then, and then that's gonna... Oh, good. Okay. Now we got an army on this side, starting to siege a little bit. Yep, this train post here. Great. But now we see the Danish army saying, no, we don't want you to burn our train post down. We're gonna go right for you. Dragoons are gonna start engaging with the assault cavalry, which is great. That's exactly what he wants to do. This is good. This is good for Germany because now he's just... It's not the best because he is taking casualties from splash attack, unfortunately, but at least he's got... now we do see the infantry army engaging, though, which is kind of a problem. But he does have more assault cavalry, though, which, you know, that could be useful to push on the infantry army. Now we see the infantry armies engaging, and he's just waiting very patiently to see, you know, when can I put these foot artillery in to add to the mix, you know? He doesn't want to push in too soon since he knows his opponent has culverins. If you go in way too soon, then they're going to get eaten up by the culves. You need to plan this very carefully. Very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. Absolutely very carefully. Yep, more skirmishers. Some more, He's going to be going with a lot of assault cavalry, too. Vanguard combat. Does this mean we're going to see dragoons? I hope he didn't think that this was cavalry combat. Vanguard combat is very different. It benefits your ranger unit and your maneuver unit. So, these guys and then the dragoons. I mean, what other options did he have? He could have shipped in some more rangers, it looks like. He could have sent in some of the Black Brunswickers. I would have shipped in the coin and went to Industrial Age right now. Just so I'm... Because you know your opponent is in Industrial Age now. Which, by the way, Germany, by the way, Fiero, take this thing and build a Krupp factory. Right here, good. See, he listened to me. I told him to do it and he did it. See, I have an impact on people, you know. I'm a great predictor of things. Yeah. I knew he needed to build that and he did it. He's going to start to get factories now, too, to start getting some steel guns, I can imagine. Yeah, this is really good for Germany. They're sort of in their sweet spot right now. This is when they can also get needle gun. This makes their heavy infantry, their line infantry, really good because it improves their rate of fire. Yeah, these line infantry will start to shoot faster once that needle gun card is researched. At the same time, he's going to keep making native warriors, too. So, yeah, he's definitely managing this very well, I would say. But at the same time, I think your opponent here has learned a bit of a lesson from your native warriors, and he's going to make his own native warriors, which, you know, could backfire. Could backfire a lot. It's going to be a bit of a native hand infantry war here. So, yeah, again, with the trade route. Trade route's going to see the first action. You got a lot of cuirassiers here. You got a lot of line infantry. What's this one? Guard skirmishers. I can't say that was the smartest play. I would have went with the line infantry first and gone the Maykoffers. That's probably going to be your priority unit here because they're the good backbone unit you're going to need to push out with. But we do see the native warriors getting a lot of free kills in here, though, from the Danish settlers. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. That is what we do see. Yep, and then we see the Danish units coming in here to attack. Yeah, definitely. Alright. Huh. Yeah, this is going to be a lot back and forth, I can assume, you know? Seems like both players are just looking for that sweet spot to attack each other in without losing too many units. As it stands, Germany has a total of about 5 foot artilleries and about 3 culverins. So not only can he throw a punch in terms of killing his infantry, but he can take a punch from his artillery too by using the culverins to fire back. Yeah, quite good stuff. Now, Danish, they're starting to go in industrial now with the enlightened engineer. He's going to want to reach about 200 pop now so he can stack the 2 foot artilleries on top of that. Oh, no, you can't be serious. You just, oh no. Oh, it's 167 now. How did you let that happen? How did you let that happen? And his cannons aren't even in play yet, and you... Well, it does look like the Grenadiers are clawing back a bit with the splash of the Corsairs. I'll give you that. I will give you the fact that the Grenadiers, you did have some... Oh, now we see a bit of a change. Now we're seeing the comeback. We're seeing the comeback, and also the Golden Age gave them some more damage, too, so... Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the Danish right now. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, see how it spiked up about 3 attack to 36? Yeah, that's the cool thing about that Royal Decree thing is it gets rid of the original Golden Age effect, but it replaces it with that. So you get a bit of an attack buff when the Golden Age is active. Now we see the Stuttgart manufacturing. This will give him his second factory, and it will also give him a free steel gun as well. So he'll be able to get some heavy artillery right off the bat with that, which is great. He needs that right now. He needs some really tough stuff right now. He should try to queue up all his Corsairs here now, just so he could have gotten another thing for free out of that. Oh, I don't like when this bug happens. Yeah, you gotta love this bug. It basically hides the town center from viewing. You can only hotkey it. It happens to Europeans a lot, I find. I don't know why it happens to them. No, here's the free steel gun, though. This is basically just a heavy cannon, in terms of stats. Now he's gonna get, Garde du Corps for the Corsairs, the special Royal Guard tech that Germany gets. Here's the Garde du Corps in their fancy outfits, ready to go in full throttle. Guard skirmishers, he's looking pretty good right now, I must say. Looking pretty good, pretty sharp. You're gonna force your opponent to do something though, because now the fort is under siege. He's gonna go for the wall here with mortars. In fact, mortars. Yeah, this is not good. These mortars are gonna siege his forward buildings up here. So what now? He's gonna actually have to change positioning to fix this, because these mortars are a serious threat to him. If they get anywhere near his town center or his factories or something, that's game over for you, buddy. You're done. You gotta keep these mortars away from you. Keep the mortars away. As for Danish, they're already at max population and ready to add in natives on top of that. Let's see what these cannons do, though. I'm curious what the artillery is going to do here. He's keeping his artillery in reserve, though, because I don't think he wants to give these up just yet, since they are pricey for him. He's not Germany, so they do not come for free. You lose those 5-foot artillery pieces, and you lose them. You have to pay a good 2k coin to get them back. Oh, let's see. Oh, the Mapuche are making assault on the cannons, though. Is he going to get the steel gun down? Well, the steel guns do have a lot of HP, though, which definitely benefits them. But unfortunately... Oh, yep, you lost that. You lost the most important cannon you had. It does seem like the Danish are plowing ahead, though. Yeah. And they're not even guard upgraded, and these veteran-level Corsairs are doing the work. Doing the work. Not to mention these grenadiers aren't even, you know, veteran level. They're just generic grenadiers without upgrades, and they're doing a decent job until this happened. Yeah. Guard de Corps Cuirassiers, that'll ruin that. That will definitely ruin that. That'll definitely ruin that. Though I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to see if I still see units here. Like, I'm wondering how good they're actually doing. Yep, there goes that one. But unfortunately, you're done for, so you may as well just stay there and fight a bit. You know, I would just stay there and fight that out, honestly. So yeah, Danish, they're getting their factories now. I can imagine he's gonna swap these off to Espingals, perhaps, maybe. Yeah, what's going on with this factory here? Why isn't it... What's being queued up over here? I don't see any trickle from it yet. Like, yeah, I see this factory here, but it's not really doing any work yet. I don't... Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, at this point, Germany has a clear shot to get more cannonballs into that fort. I guarantee you that fort's going to go down. Yep, it's going to go down. And, yep. Alrighty then. Nice, nice, nice. Now, at this rate, I don't know what the next fight's going to look like, because now we see sort of both sides trying to replenish their numbers a bit. Germany is way ahead in that regard, though, since all they really need to do is just add in another queue of cuirassiers in, followed by some free artillery they get along the way. He has upgraded them to field guns, so they are going to have some better stats now. That's one thing you can count on, is they're going to be guard level at this point and have a little bit more damage. What else is he gonna... Well, we see him getting the Spandau Arsenal. This is a pretty good one. It actually makes your arsenal technologies half the cost, allowing you to upgrade stuff a lot easier. So he'll definitely be able to get the cuirass technology for these guys and buff their HP up pretty cheaply. Needle gun, so maybe we're going to see Maycoffer technology coming in for the line infantry. These are going to be maxed out H4 line infantry, and these things are going to do a lot of damage. We'll see though. What's Danish plan? And what's the Danish plan going to be? Now oh, Espingals, yeah, you're going to definitely want these. So it looks like Danish are going to be getting Espingals here, yeah. Espingals, these are basically like a heavy artillery form of machine gun, really. They're quite similar to organ guns in how they function, but they're a lot stronger, and they do a lot more damage. This rate, though, we're going to see Germany trying to make some sort of assault, I think in both directions maybe, towards this artillery foundry and this wall. Or they're going to try to come in this way, towards the forward base. Now that the fort is gone, now he has to rely on redoubts to provide range cover support. So we have the line infantry coming up here, followed by assault cavalry. Yeah, where is he going? Like, where are you going, man? Where are you going? Are you retreating? Are you gonna attack up here? Where are you going? We do see line infantry engaging a bit up here, though. What's this? So he didn't even upgrade his Zapotex yet, it looks like. So this is Maycoffer, right? Maycoffer line infantry, yeah. So these guys are going to gain about 40% stats. Quite good. Combined with the Neo gun, shooting faster, they're going to be a formidable threat. Combined with the Garde du Corps Cuirassiers, yeah, that's going to be a serious problem. Serious problem. Imperial Age, the Field Marshal. Huh. So he's going for an Imperial Age. I don't know. This is either the win condition or this is going to be the thing that kills him. I can't tell yet. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm watching the armies carefully to see what goes down. If Danish could throw themselves into this and do a lot of casualties, maybe he could force him out of the Imperial Age, but who knows. I also see the timer ticking on the side there, and I'm curious what's going to be how this thing ends. It's starting to look like a German victory, but you know, you can never be too sure of these things. Alright, the Garde du Corps and Maycoffers coming in from the north, dealing with the raiding skirmishers. Imagine raiding with skirmishers, yeah. Raiding with skirmishers, burning their walls with skirmishers. And this is what happens when you do that. That's why we don't do that. Right? We use pikemen, partisans, we use halberds, we use something made for that. Now you're going to lose that army of skirmishers almost for free, it looks like. And then he's going to be popping in up here. Zapotecs, Lightning Warriors, Mapuche, deter him a little bit. You can get one free one in there. Maycoffer's coming in to shoot from behind, though. Yeah, this is not looking good. Alrighty then. So, it's looking like a GG for Danish. He has some assault cavalry here, though. He is going to send the Black Brunswickers in, which are going to be another decent scout unit to help out here. Alrighty then, let's see. Yeah, see, these are the Black Brunswickers. They're basically like a mercenary Yulon. They do a lot of damage. About 121. The Golden Age thing made it look a little bit stronger than it was. Yeah, I think this is German win. They just don't have the upgrades anymore. You're talking about Germany almost ready to get Imperial Age upgrades, and you don't even have the Guard upgrades yet, so you might have the sustainable numbers of units right now, but in terms of upgrades, you're really behind on that. Well, that's going to be a good engagement for the native warriors. They are going to get some serious hits on the assault cavalry, though. That's great. Oh, but then the cannons, though, yeah, that's no, and then he's gonna fish them in with the cans and the. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Well, looks like that was a good fight. I mean, that was definitely a good late game fight. I love to see late game fights in the league. I don't always like to see rushes early on. I like to see people try to rush it out in Industrial and Imperial Age and try to finish each other off in the late game. It's always fun. GG, good job, Furo. You did really good, you know. I think you're starting to master the German comp a little bit more now. So yeah, I mean, we could totally check the post-game a little bit. Yeah, he won slightly in resources, militarily. Slightly more units, more kills. It came down to upgrades. These are only veteran skirmishers. These are Guard Maycoffer infantry, so this is why technology acquisition can be just as important as unit numbers and macro. Keep that in mind. It's very serious. You have to make sure you're getting enough units in. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, so, okay, I'm gonna load back in now to the, just make sure that we're visible here. Okay, great. Alright, so let me go into recorded games. Gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back really quickly. Don't worry, I won't be too long. See you then. Alright, might begin to call back soon, but in the meantime, let's just get this one started up. Sabero versus Fio, match 2. Let's see if Sabero can come back and reclaim his glory. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. So we see Francia from Fiero versus Sabero's Gran Colombia. I like Gran Colombia. This is a good civ. I like them. They get a lot of nice units, you know. Lots of fun, unique units to play around with in mid-game. And it's going to be interesting to see if they could beat the French, which has some pretty formidable units of their own now, between the Zouaves and the Chaucer Cheval. This will be seeing how well this goes. Yeah, the thing of... Well, so that call did come in, so just give me a quick second to answer that. So let's keep continuing, shall we? Alright. So, Gran Colombia versus France. This is going to be a pretty exciting one. As I was saying before, the Colombian economy does take a while to get going, I find. I don't know why that's the case. It just seems a little bit slow. Their Juanas muy guapas don't gather, I don't know, as quickly as maybe a settler does or something. I don't know. Might just be my perception or something. Or maybe the way I play them. Who knows? But anyways, if Gran Colombia could get to mid-game, they usually do really well, I would say. Yeah, they get out a lot of nasty units. Because, looky right here. He clearly has a preference for Canal Police and the Granadero de Tarqui. Two very good ultimate units. They also have the Rompideños and the Independentistas. So, about 4 ultimate units in total that they can call upon. Quite good. And right now we're seeing the... Oh yeah, good work. So the Sandswords are doing a great job at herding towards the town center. Whenever possible, try to herd your stuff near the TC. It does save a lot of villager seconds and getting food. And if you lose too many villager seconds, obviously, that could be fatal for you. So make sure you're keeping the villagers gathering as long as possible, right? And shortening their travel time if possible as well. Because travel time does kill your villager seconds pretty quickly. So he's probably going to ship in 3 of the sanctuaries. Yep. And, that's going to be fine. Alright. So, typically, I think, I don't know, is he going to go up with 13 sanctuaries or 14? I don't know. It's really going to be seen if how many he goes up with. It's kind of cool that they incorporated the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition icon for him too. That's pretty neat. Got about 15 Juanas muy guapas. Looks like he decided to build a tent instead of a regular house. Where is that tent, by the way? Because he has about 15 pops somehow. Where did he put the tent? Oh, the tent's up here. Yeah, I see it. There's the tent. Alright, he snuck it right in the trees. I couldn't even see it. Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting match here. Oh, ship XP for France. That's never a good sign. Yeah, the more XP that France gets, the quicker they can get the unit shipments out, which are usually pretty deadly. What state is the Gran Colombia going with? The Ecuadorian Mistress? Oh, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. That'll actually give them access to the Granado de Tarqui once they hit capital age. Which they'll probably use to a great amount since they're a very strong assault unit. As for Francia, what's Francia doing? They're going up with the artisans, so standard 400 wood core master type politician. How's he in terms of unit shipments? So, what we might end up seeing is a fast fortress from France, actually, into more or less these foot artilleries. Yeah, see, this is a bit of a fallacy here that I don't agree with. You have Algiers Zouaves, which makes the Zouaves trainable at the ford, but you don't have a Ford wagon, sir. Unless he's going for a fast industrial, I totally am bogged trying to figure out what his logic is here. Because usually everybody at least has the one of the infinite Zouave shipments in age 3, so they can always ship them in. He doesn't even have that, so I don't know. He's totally going to rely on training them from the ford, it looks like. Hunting dogs coming in just now, sort of in the transition, but not quite. What's it going to be? 700 wood, 700 coin, I'm imagining. Hopefully, placer mines, yeah, that's the second one, transition style market tech we see. Seems like he's a little bit behind. Like, usually you get that hunting dogs and placer mines during the age up time. So I don't know what's going on here. Oh, this isn't going to be an FF though, or is it? This looks like it's going to be an attack. We see a barracks coming up in 2 coin shipments instead of a wood one. So maybe this is going to be some sort of assault from the French. At the same time, we see stone washing from the Gran Colombians. This will grant them better mining. 5 Juanas muy guapas. Ooh, nice. I like Juanitas muy guapas, for sure. And Juanas. So, yeah, this is going to bump up his economy quite a bit here, having 5 additional gatherers. And I think, honestly, as Gran Colombia, you really start to see their economy shine a little bit more once they get their build numbers up. So, hopefully this group of Juanas will give him what he needs to get a decent military out. So, he's now going to be making some conscriptos. Pretty standard line infantry, musketeer style thing. You know, bayonet to kill shock units with. I wonder what else he's going to get though. Is he going to make some sort of machetro play as well? Since Gran Colombia actually makes really good machetros. And does he have the... No, he does not have the special card for him. But, so yeah, this is a little bit average. Which is totally fine. So I think he's probably going to be sticking to mostly conscripts, I believe. Which is totally fine since Gran Colombia actually gets Royal National Guard line infantry conscriptos, so yeah, those should be pretty impactful if you can upgrade them later on. What's this? Oh, that's the hot air balloon. I thought he had a boat on the water. My bad. Grenadiers. Yeah, see, this is a favorite of the French nowadays. Not only do French have access to grenadiers at their barracks now that they can really exploit the charged grenade throws with, but they can actually get them to Royal Guard status in the grognards, which have 10% additional attack and HP, so yeah, if you like grenadiers, France is totally a civ that you can fall in love with, I think, because theirs are pretty decent, I find. Especially since the combat card system of France was reworked a little bit to have more upgrades for their grenadiers. So yeah, go grenade out as France, I think, and you're gonna be in good shape. Is he going for a bit of a conscriptor raid, it looks like? Yeah, it looks like it. Definitely looks like it. See, in this situation, he might get a little bit of luck on this trading post, but he's going to have to retreat before these grenadiers get involved, because all it takes is really one grenade throw, and you could lose that whole army. One well-placed grenade toss could cost him that whole formation. Alright, so now the... Oh, wow. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's not looking good right now. I mean, you're gonna have to stay on the other side of the native settlement, I think, and try to walk your way out of here. Because you're dealing with a much larger army with a very powerful weapon. Oh, wait a second. Is he going to snare him with this native scout? That would be so nasty if he did that. It doesn't look like he has to because he just has the better unit positioning there. Oh, God. Grenade throws be like, oh. Oh, he is going for machetras, though. That's good. He's probably going to need a lot of those, I think. Also, start queuing up your Juanas Muy Guapas again. You need to keep your eco up if you want to survive this, man. Yeah, start queuing stuff up right now. You're really gonna need it. Definitely. Absolutely. Any shipments? Yeah, artisanal cannons. That's actually a good call because he's got only an infantry-based army right now. So if he can manage his cannons well and use the machetras in a defensive manner, I think he could probably defend this attack from him. You know, I mean, yeah, it's true that line infantry has a multiplier against machetras and melee since they are shock units, but at the same time, the machetras splash attack ends up helping them a great deal with that, as well as their hand armor. You know, so they get taken down a lot slower than, say, like a hussar would, for instance. Yeah. Here comes the cannons. Boy, is Fiero truly going all out on the grenadiers, though. That's a lot of grenadiers. Whole lot of them. Looks like he's going to make a move on his trading post now and cut off a bit of his XP supply. Yeah, definitely. Yep, he's going to start to siege a little bit at that trading post right there, and then probably take a shot or two at these Juanas Muy Guapas over here. Yeah, he finally found the native scout down. Good. Annoying little one. He's really annoying in arena since he can snare your stuff, you know. You're trying to move your army around and they end up moving like double the slowness just because he's punching you with his little native fist. Now, what do you do in this situation? How do you handle this? Now, stagger mode with a small group of conscripts is appropriate, and I think a good way to go about it. He could put these machetros into cover mode, you know, once he gets them into position. And that would soak up about half the damage of the grenades, only dishing about 10 crush instead of 20 crush against them. So that might be the way to go here. He could also throw a 1 in there and hope that the grenades throw at him, because that would ruin their charge attack for about 45 seconds. Fencing school. He's actually getting fencing school. He really does care about his training time, I guess. Yeah, you don't always see fencing school in a 1v1 deck, you know. People usually don't worry about training time. Unless you're like Russians or something. But I guess he wanted to have it, so he's going to have speedy training grenadiers now. He's also going to be shipping in some Llaneros. These are like the Ulons of Lanceros. Low HP, high attack. Same old multiplier against skirmish units, just like standard Lanceros have. So, yeah, good unit overall, I would say. You know, you can get a lot of value out of them if they can be thrown into the mix. Now, this is the problem, though. We don't see any sort of skirmish tag units. Remember, Grenadiers are still heavy infantry, so they won't take any multiplier damage from the Llaneros, as won't the line infantry. Escopeteros. I would say that's probably an appropriate choice here, since you're dealing with 2 heavy infantry units. It's still very early on in the match, so I don't really know what their long-term plans are. I can sort of see Fierro going for Industrial Age, and going for Guard Swevs from the forts, boosted slightly by the Algiers Swevs card. Yeah, that's kind of looking what direction France is going is. They want to do like mid to late game Swevs as their strategy. And that would be a fairly strong one, since that would give them a really nice ranged assault unit to use, which would be great against these conscripts for sure. So if he wants to go that far, go for it. I don't see a problem with that. Oh, a forward facing town center, that's great. Oh, and he still has the covered wagon too, so he could totally go 3 TCs here, which would be really good. Oh, no. You do not, you need to be careful with Grenadiers. You need to handle them with care. If you don't handle them with care, you'll lose your whole infantry army to just 1 charge attack. It's true, it happens. It's happened to me. It's happened to so many others. You need to be careful about that. Llaneros just scouting around, I guess. Are they gonna get away? Looks like it, yeah. Looks like he was fast enough to get out of there. Looks like he trained a couple of more artisanal cans, though, to push on the French. Alrighty then, so yeah, looks like in general we're gonna see a push. Yep, he's gonna have to retreat a bit. Oh yeah. Nope. This doesn't look good to me, because I know the Grenadiers, once they get their charge attack, could actually kill these artisanal cans, since that crush damage will penetrate the armor of the cannons. Yeah, that pierce armor won't do a thing against grenades being tossed down. Not a thing at all. Llanero's going for a bit of raiding in random over there. So what is he going up with now? The Panamanian investor. Are we going to see a presidential palace play potentially? That'd be cool. I like seeing ultimate unit play from Grand Colombia. Not a lot of people go with it. I would certainly like it. Now, I can't say for certain why he went with the Panamanians. I would have went with the Montuanos or the Rampiñas of the Venezuelans, probably. The Venezuelan cavalry, I feel like, would be an excellent situational unit here, because it would deal about 5x multipliers against both of these units. You know, it would basically be like an anti-musketeer pikeman, pretty much. Just shredding through them, so. It beats me why Venezuela has not been acquired yet. You know, I would totally have gone with that. So he's going to go with some silver coins here. Really great. He's going to be able to get a lot of resources out of this.
Jefe?
¿Qué me ordena? Sí, preparado. ¿Qué me ordena?
And, get a fort wagon.
¿Qué me ordena?
Yeah, I don't know at this point. It seems like the French strategy is to go double Q with the Sanchuits and slowly pursue industrial age at some point. Though they have used up their crates, though. I did just see that. So it's going to be a while before France could actually get industrial age, which might end up hurting them in the end. Definitely, because now they're going to have to fight out in the capital age without their Zouaves. They're going to have to rely a lot more on grenadiers, probably. Definitely some sort of shock unit from the stable. So cuirassiers, pretty signature choice for France. You can get the Scent Guard cuirassiers now, so those will be pretty useful. Well, they'll be Scent Guard once they hit the industrial age and get the RG upgrade, but now they're just plain old cuirassiers. Can he defend the fort is the question, because if he lost this fort, that would be kind of annoying, honestly, for him. Can he defend the fort? Well, yeah, he can actually defend that fort just right. I mean, maybe. Yeah. See, that's the other way to deal with grenade throws, is just spread your army out so different grenades go in different directions. Yeah, that's the other way of doing it, really. There's the artisanal cannons. Doing a good job of defending. Luckily the fort oh, the fort is dead though. Oof. Yeah, not good at all. It's like he lost his forward basing potential there. Machetro's still at work though, so I mean, could snag some more casualties if he's lucky. Almost got a couple more in. Ooh, yeah, he did get one in. Another one too. Yeah, I mean, that was a fairly good fight for Grand Columbia. They survived it, and they forced him to retreat. That's a good sign. It's got a combination of mostly Escopeteros and Voltageros. The good thing about the Voltageros is if they do end up in a bit of a melee, they are a bit more acquainted with it, because they do have hand armor and pierce armor, so they can... well, the thing is their pierce armor is slightly less than a standard skirmish unit, but at the same time, they have a hack armor too, so they can actually go into melee pretty easily against a multitude of things. It's gonna have to back up, I think, a little bit. Yeah. Llaneros, though. Here comes the Llaneros. Quite good. Also, can somebody tell me on Discord if the recording's looking fine too, since, you know, we're pretty deep into this now. About, I think, like maybe an hour or two into the stream. Just want to make sure that we're recording in proper quality. If you start to see any sort of stuttering or freezing in the view, I would let me know right away so we can stop the recording and add another segment onto it, right? Because if we can make it all the way through without doing that, that'd be great. Then we can add the standard 6 or 7 or 10 hour streams that we usually like, right? Yeah, definitely. More grenadiers from France. Well, how much food does he actually have, though? That's why I'm wondering. See, I see a long-term problem here for France. They don't have a lot of hunts that they can easily access, and it does seem like he's burning through the food pretty quickly to get these grenadiers, though. They're not even veteran upgrade, mind you, so I don't know how long he's going to be able to sustain that. He does have some mills, though, at least to give him a little bit of food, but it'd be great if he could grab a hunt. You know, that would give him all the food he really needs. And then he'd be able to hit industrial age as well with it. Cerbero looking to do some raiding work with the Llaneros, I imagine. When is Presidential Palace coming up? We want to see the Grito de Independencia. That would be a great card to send. Casa de Moneda. That's basically the same as Royal Mint, so he's going to get a bit of a better coin economy now. He's going to be able to gather a lot more coin from these mines and from the plantations as well, should he need those. I can't tell at this point, like, I think at this rate, Cerbero's in the good side because he has access to the natives, which he's actually going to start building on right now. I can imagine he's going to go with a lot of these Wendat mantlets. And he's going to use the Wendat mantlets as sort of a tanking mechanism to deal with the grenade. Well, here's the thing. The grenades actually overpower the mantlet's armor because the mantlet's armor is pierce armor. So that many grenade throws would actually deal full damage to the mantlets. But it's just one more thing you can add to distract a little bit. I think, though, if you put the mantlets on the cover bow, they could technically soak up about half the crush damage still, because they're an infantry unit, and they... Wait a minute, no, he can't, because he's not a hand unit. Yeah, that's right. He can get on a stagger mode and spread out a bit, but he can't go into cover mode. Yeah. I'm just watching the resources right here. It looks like, he could actually go industrial age too at any point if he wanted to and get some of the Pedreros and start sieging. Start upgrading his ultimate units a bit from the home city with these support cards here. He is going to make units though. I mean, that's probably a reaction to the potential Cuirassier threat. Units would certainly be a good solution there. About 10 volunteers. I would have sent probably the line infantry if it was me or a covered wagon. How is his Ville numbers, by the way? Are they... So he's at about 52 on the field and about 4 more in queue. So he's over the halfway mark in terms of his economy. Yep, that's an artillery foundry as well, so he's going to be bringing in some anti-infantry units, hopefully. Veteran volunteers. That's totally fine as France, since they can actually get Royal Guard, Rangers, or volunteers and industrial aid, since that's the Civ bonus for France pretty much. All units get a National Guard upgrade. Even the partisans, the volunteers, and even the Marines. The Marines get one too. I think they're called Mazoan Marines or something from the dock. So yeah, they're the National Guard Civ, France. Everybody becomes a National Guard. Nobody left behind. Nice, so he's upgraded these to veteran-inspired level Llaneros, which will inevitably deal a lot more damage. He is getting the Wendat mantlets as well. He's going to be adding this in as a supplementary unit. He should cap... Yep, he's going to build this one too to double his build limit. He could also increase the build limit further by sending, I think it's this... Yep, this technology, yeah. Wendat Sun Ceremony. That'll give him an even bigger build limit of the mantlets that he can utilize. So at this rate, we see the Voltageros coming in. Yep. Definitely. At this rate, we're probably going to see the, I'm just wondering, when are we going to see any ultimate units, if at all, here? Certainly getting up to that phase, would that be appropriate, I would say. He did just get his second mill upgrade, too, so he's definitely committed to staying in the base, it looks like. One animal. Should probably just shoot and eat that, I would guess. Give you a little bit extra food to work with. Scanned his first plantation upgrade. I could say for certain now that Cerbero, just by the fact that he controls the natural resources and is using the natural resources, that he's going to win here in the long term, because he's going to have more resources to utilize throughout the match. Definitely. And then when you look at this, now he can make about 60 of these. 60 mantlets. That is insane, man. That is really powerful. He's going to buff it. He's going to acquire him a bit quicker using the Wendat trade dominance. They'll pop him out a lot quicker. He'll get... How many minutes of the game is it? So he'll almost be able to max out that ability. Pretty much just a few minutes behind. Should get them to veteran level too. The elite Wendat mantlets. So that way you can max out their HP. Selasian Vekari. That'll give them access to a native unit that looks a lot like the Carib blowgunner, but what it actually does is it has multipliers against shock units. So they'll actually be a strong counter against these Cuirassiers. Quite good indeed. I'm still surprised Fiero even has this trading post still, because technically that's in the Cerbero domain at this point. He will lose the right of way though to these mantlets. Let's just hope they can retreat the mantlets this time. Yeah. Does he know about what's coming to him yet? Yeah. He does. Yeah. So now he sees it. All right. So now he has to react to it. Yeah. He's gonna have to retreat now. Yep. Definitely. So with this rate, we see the Voltageros coming up here. Alright. Nah, well, okay. He got away pretty much unscathed there, which I'm pretty impressed with. You know, I think it's in due part to the fact that the Voltageros do have a bit of hack armor, so they can actually resist the Corsair's splash attack a weeny bit. Not a whole lot, but a weeny bit enough to get away. Not enough to fight, though. Oh, he's looking for the spot for his Llaneros to go in for a stab here against the cannons. He actually used the charge attack Suantuaros de Paes, which actually grants the Llaneros a charged attack that deals more damage. It's really smart that he was able to employ that. Alright, so now we see the Voltageros just plowing through these lines of heavy infantry. Honestly, not that bad either against the Cuirassiers, though they do have a bit of a malice against assault. Yeah, I mean, I think here it's just skirmisher firepower just winning outright with the mantlets guarding you. Yeah, you're dealing with, like, well, these are veteran levels, so I'll give them that. Also, the Kree trackers aren't veteran level yet. So, the fact that he was able to keep his Voltageros alive and just push in is letting them just go for the towns there without too much resistance, honestly. Also, units are going to deal with the Cuirassiers easily, so he's going to just have to target one of those. Is he even going to need to? Probably not, nope. Very nice. Very good indeed. Very good. And then he just has to plow those forward into that infantry there. Alright, just take that one out next. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Very nice. Let's check the post game. I'm curious to see how this went down. Yeah, so just looked like having a large mass of natives. See, 51 mantlets. 51. That's what won him the game right here is the mantlets. Having all that soaking up HP. Yeah, that gave the Grand Colombians what they needed to push in and keep the assault going. So when in doubt on Hudson Bay during the Liga, just go with mantlets. It's a great idea. You can definitely benefit from it. It's a great tool to have. It's a great tool to have. Alright, so I'm going to load up the next one now. Don't mind. Yep, this one's loading in right now. Alrighty then, so now we're moving on to the final match of the encounter in Jebel Musa, Sabelo versus Fiero. Alrighty then, let's go. Let's go, go, go. Got a lot of matches today. A lot of them actually went to tiebreakers, so yeah, some of them you've already seen, and these ones are clearly new, so you can enjoy these ones quite a bit. Alright, so we got Haiti down here, and what we have up in the north. Brazil. We don't see a lot of Brazils lately, so I mean, the fact that we see a Brazil here is pretty nice. Now, is he going to go for like a more of an early game build, or is he going to go for mostly slave trade booming? Slave trade booming is when you use the slave trade big buns from the town center to acquire slaves, which is your gatherer unit at a high rate.
Oi.
Clearly, they're actually pretty decent at defending too with their special hand attack, so pretty powerful.
Preparado.
And of course, Haiti over here is a very good aggressive civilization. They're quite good at rushing with their Zinglins usually, as well as sometimes their Machetros and Escopeteros, so they really have a wide variety of units that they can call upon. I sometimes consider Haiti to be the Latin American version of the Zulu. Not that they have any sort of Zerg-like elements, but just by the fact that they have so many unit cards, and they have a really large selection of units to rush with very early out of one building the barracks, you know. They don't actually have any stable units available till age 3, so it's all barracks work really, unless you want artisanal cannons from the foundry. So this is the Haitian deck that they're running, so you got Civites, Mestizage, Carpentry, so you got the wood upgrades, crates, units. Pretty standard Haitian deck, I would say. I don't really use this a lot because I don't really care about Ville training time. The Candle Plot, this is a brutal card. Makes the Machetros practically deadly in most situations. So we're going to probably see these come out first. This right here. Oh, he's going for Trading Post. Greedy. Yeah, that's a nice card. What it does is it's basically acts like Advanced Trading Post for Europe. Makes the trading post cheaper, gives them a bit of a range attack. And also what it does is it actually gives your natives a higher build limit. Yeah, that's the secondary effect of it. This is the Brazil deck, so we see 3 slaves, We do see some Macetro, Conscript, and Voluntario shipping potential here. Do see readouts. Frontier defenses, this will give you about 2 frontier wagons. It's pretty good, you know. The great thing about going with something like that is it will basically grant you a pretty solid defense most of the time. Yeah, definitely. Because, see, here's the thing. If you're going to go for a slave boom with Brazil, you're always going to be at risk of being rushed while you're macroing hard on the coin. So one thing you can do is ship in some towers to defend you a bit while you're doing that. Yeah, definitely. So it looks like Hades, yep, they're going for the German wave. Where's the Arab wave? Where is the Arab wave? What has happened to the Arab wave, people, man? I go with the Arabs. Arabs got more tanky, heavy infantry. I mean, the Brummers certainly are good because they have more range and they have some decent siege, but other than that, not that great compared to the mighty Janissary-like Gallego of the Arabs. Yep, Sabaro's going up with Germany. What's up with Germany today? Everybody's going with German immigrants. I mean, they're not bad. They're actually one of the better immigrants, I would say, because they can get you works wagons, just like Paraguay has, you know, the woodworks, the coin works, the food works. They can actually get you about 3 coin works in age 3 and about 4 woodworks in age 4. If you want food works, you actually have to go over to the French with the bakeries technology. That's what they have. So yeah, a lot of good stuff. And if you go with nothing but German immigrants throughout the whole game, you're rewarded with 2 factory wagons once you hit Imperial Age. Which is even better, right? Because they can produce resources, as you know, and they can also produce steel guns, which is the heavy cannon. And upgrade them too, so keep that in mind as well. It's the one way that a Latin American civ can access heavy artillery units, since they don't have any heavy artillery units that they can train themselves.
The quality is slow, are they? Preparado.
I'm just paying attention to the PMs up here, the pings, to make sure that we're not having any lagging issues in the recording or the streaming. Hopefully there's somebody watching along with us, you know, to let us know if something's going wrong. So far it seems to be going good. So yeah, Hades going for the full trade route. I think they're paying attention to my stuff I do on Hudson Bay, where I take all the trading posts and I try to go for a massive immigrant rush. That totally could be what's happening here. We'll see, though. We'll see. So, are we going to see Diablos or Brummers right away out of this immigrant settlement here? Yeah, we'll have to see. A redoubt. Okay, that's good. He got that one from the German agent, by the way. He did also send his chicken card, this one right here. It basically allows you to produce chickens from your pens here for free over time. So as you see here, you can see the queue of chickens constantly going on. This will always guarantee Haiti a very stable form of food throughout the match, since herdable gathering is significantly faster than milling. You know, and it doesn't require any upgrades to be good either. So we see the wood shipping in as well. Also the first chopping upgrade for wood. It's pretty good. We see some training of machetros here. It's pretty good. Yep, definitely. And we also, wait a second. What's Brazil doing? I'm curious. Are they going for a slave trade boom? I do see a lot of vils on the coin though, so I'm thinking this definitely could be a slave trade sort of a move here. We do see Machetros down here, though, that could pose a significant threat, potentially. Definitely. Yep, here comes the Machetros. Oh, they're gonna get one slave down, I think. Yep. But he lost the Machetro. So he's actually gonna go with Voluntarios, which is kind of interesting. Well, the good thing about the Voluntarios is they are sort of a volunteer ranger unit, so they actually don't have any malice against the assault class, which is pretty good. Now, if you can get a decent ball of these Voluntarios, you should be able to defend the area pretty easily with them until more scout units arrive, like the Zinglins, or even the German immigrant cavalry, the Diablo Legion. He's engaging with the Explorer up here, it looks like. Yeah, I think that Machetro's gonna win just because he has the hack armor to resist most of what the Explorer's doing to him. Yep, here comes the slave trades. Which one is this one? And then look at the coin when it was coming out. We'll see, we could tell from the numbers how much it's gonna, how far along he is with the booming. It's good to know he has 2 more silver mines too to finish the rest of the boom with. So he's going to construct a redoubt here, and he's going to ship in 2 more redoubts as well. He's definitely looking to make sure he can get that slave trade completely stretched out. Definitely wants to make sure he can do that. About 2 redoubts. Oh, so this gave him about 6 slaves. So I think he has about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 more slave trades. Oh, but that makes me a bit upset for you because the point of the slave trade is you actually retain the villagers. If you're gonna just let them get raided like that, man, why you even... See, this is the problem. You're going for a slave trade, but you're letting your villagers get raided like that. That's kind of a waste. It's almost a waste. You need to defend. You need to defend the slaves, you know? You need to defend them. You need to defend them. If you're not gonna defend them, don't go for a slave trade boom then. If you're just wasting coin, it's like a waste of your mines, pretty much. The point of this strategy is you come out on top with like 70 or so gatherers. Now you can only have like 60 or something. It's not even going to be as impactful now. Yep. I mean, granted, your opponent isn't doing a lot of military, so you don't need a lot, but just come up with a solution to defend yourself here. By the way, what's Haiti even doing right now? So, Haiti is just starting to get the livestock pen upgrade now to let the chickens fatten even faster now. The thing about chickens is they don't have a lot of food. It's about 150 food, so it doesn't take a lot for them to finish fattening, which is kind of nice. You know, and you can get a lot of them too. Looks like Brazil's coming back with a vengeance. They're going to do a bit of raiding in his base. Maybe make him stay away for a while. Potentially. Here comes the Pardos, though, from Brazil, combined with some Conscriptos. Oh, we see Zinglins. Now, these things you don't want to mess with, because though they are a 1-pop unit that costs as much as like a Coyote Runner does, they get about, as you can see with the multiplier here, about, what is that, like 36 damage. 36 damage went away from the town center against villagers. 36 damage, that's more than a Hussar in Age 2. It's more than a Hussar can inflict on you even with an upgrade card. Look at that. This is just nasty to watch, because the slave trade is being squandered by these raids, like that of the Zinglins. Then another one with the Machetros to the south. Oh yeah, definitely. Yep, here comes the Voluntarios around the corner. They're going to try to get some shots, I can imagine, and maybe take out some of these Civites here. Yeah, you should be able to get these ones, I think. A little bit delayed response there, though, I must say. Ooh, pickets. Yeah, pickets. Picket fence. I like pickets. Strong anti-cav. Well, it looks like he'd experienced another raid at home, but he was able to defend it pretty well, looks like. Stonewashing right now, so yeah, he's definitely needs some more coin to keep up with the slave trade, though. No, that's actually Haiti. Never mind. Well, the thing is I'm surprised he got that as Haiti, because Haiti doesn't really have a lot of coin units in this age. For the most part, Haiti is a food and wood army until age 3, when they can pick up Unets and Escoltas. The only coin unit from the barracks they can get now is Conscriptos. And then if they wanted to make artisanal cants in the foundry. But that's all they get for, like, units with the coin class. Everything is mostly food and wood for Haiti, making them very trash unit-like. Because you can see it right here. 50 wood, no coin. Escopetero, another food and wood unit. Pickets, another food and wood unit. Machetros, another food and wood unit. Just adds up. Looks like Brazil's gonna actually be aging up right now with the second German wave. This will be good because they can actually get some coin works in the background that they can use to buff up their coin gather rate a bit, which they might need. Yeah, now it looks like this guy is getting stonewashing. Alright, so his mining will be a bit easier now. He will get this coin gather rate a bit easier at this point. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely got natural medicine. Been taking a lot of hits here from raids, so getting that HP up for the Vils is definitely a good sign to see. So where's he gonna put this? So he's gonna put a mill right in over. Yeah, get that in the TC, man. You don't want that to happen. Oh, good. He didn't lose anyone this time. That's great. Or is he? Ah, I was impressed with that. He did manage to keep the slaves alive. Yeah. Good work on that. Good work on that one. Now he's gonna make some Escoltas. Escoltas are certainly a good civ for Brazil. They can get them up to the Guardia de Honra RG upgrade in Industrial Age. So let's see if we can actually get some of those going. Yeah, you gotta watch this though. You gotta make sure that these yeah. No. Not good. Not good at all. Could he oh yeah, he's not. You can't revive him. So let's see here. Problem is right now you got this one standing army here, so he can run around all over the place with these speedy units like the Conks now, the Jesuit natives. He's also going to be making Apaches, it looks like. Haiti. He does get a slightly larger build limit of them now, thanks to that first card he sent at the beginning for his trading post. What's he aging up with? With the second German wave, so people are going full on Germany today. Full on Germany. Fallen. Oh, here comes the Cacador Montados. I like these. These are a mounted skirmisher unit. How much armor do? 40% armor. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good armor. Pretty good armor overall. Now, they'll definitely be helpful against these Conquistadors since they are a skirmish unit. They have the anti-maneuver multiplier built into them. Oh, here comes those coin works I was talking about through breweries. This will grant him some coin works, about 3 of them. Oh, he also shipped in some Zuevo Baianos. These are Zuevs. These are just like what France has. They're a ranged assault unit. So what that means is they're in the same class as actually Cuirassiers and Machetros. Which means actually his Conquistadors would be able to deal multiplier damage against these. It just feels kind of weird, right? But keep in mind they're like a ranged Lancer, almost. Because of that anti-infantry multiplier that they possess. Oh, yep, he hasn't even quite reached the capital age himself yet, it looks like Haiti. I wonder if they'll begin those brewery coin works right away as well. Or what's his next plan, exactly. Oh, yep, he gets a Krupp steel can for free since it's a second German age up. This is basically just like a Kovrin. Actually more, yeah, I think it's actually closer to a Schneider gun, maybe, I don't know. It's definitely good against artillery, though, and ships. Yep, here comes the conks. Do a bit of raiding if possible. Ooh, wait a second. So what's going on here? We see Escobateros and Juanitas Muy Bonitas coming in over here. Yep. Yeah, you gotta get the, yeah, you could actually use the Montados because they're a skirmish unit. They're actually fairly good against both of these things because of their armor. Oh, yep. Let's back up a bit. Get these webs to shoot at the pikemen. Back those up a bit. Yeah, you gotta manage a bit better with that army and be careful of the pickets. Or the picket. There's no more picket. Oh, there's 2 in the back, actually, yeah. It really comes down to, at this point, how many shots do the Montados get in to kill the Conquistadors, because the Conquistadors are a direct threat to his Zuevo Baianos. Oh, he's going to forward the Pardos at him to offer a bit of a distraction, and then he's going to slowly eat away at him using his web multipliers and that of the Montados. Yeah, I better retreat with that cannon while you can, man. I don't think it's going to last very long, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be pushing him with his webs just yet, since, you know, these remaining conks will dish out so much. Even the pickets with their anti-shock multiplier will actually deal multiplier damage since they are in the shock class, being assault. So yeah, definitely gotta be careful of that. Yep. Unfortunately, these Zinglins are snaring his Montados in. They're gonna try to. Yeah, they got away though. They got away. Good, very good. What's going on up here? Oh, Zingland's guarding the frontier up there. That's not good. Did they just no they didn't. He did get he got all 3 of his coin works up. Very good. Yep, here comes some German workers. They gather pretty slowly, but they're very fast at building things. They're really great constructors. First mill upgrade coming in as well, or as it's called in Juanito Land, haciendas. Interesting. So we're going to see a bit of slave whipping going on. What slave whipping does is it will let the slaves gather a bit quicker, but it also reduces their HP. And you can use about 5 slave whippings as to not make the villages inoperable after so many whippings. So yeah. The one thing I'd be concerned about though with whipping is the fact that the Zinglins are going to have a much easier time now with each whipping you do to them. Definitely. Shopping upgrade number 3, as well as extractivism. This is basically the same as economic theory. So 10% gathering rate to all the different resources. Oh, Fiero's actually getting a croup shipment. I find that pretty interesting because it's almost as if he's expecting artisanal cannons to really be utilized here. We do see artisanal cannons coming out on the Haitian side, though. Yeah, I can see that queue right there of them. I mean, at this point, if you're Brazil, what's your bill count at? About 42. So it's almost as if your slave booming strategy has sort of went aloof. It sort of failed you, and now you're looking at abolition technologies now to get... Oh, but, you know, he's not going to be an abolitionist today. He wants some more slaves, man. So that's what he's going to get. I'm going to have to pay attention to this one to see where he is on the pathway to slave trading. Is he really plowing ahead, or is he behind? That and his sculptors. Well, the sculptors are actually going to be good here against the pickets, potentially, but nothing else really. Maybe the conscriptos. It's actually going to want more of the Cacador Montados in this situation. Cacador Montados with some sort of a conscripto might... No, not conscripto, but actually Lanceros would be pretty decent here. Yeah. About 3 Krupp steel cannons, about 3 culverin equivalents. About 3. Yeah, and at this rate you do see, yep, you see how the slave trade jump up a bit, so yeah, it's definitely helping them out quite a bit. More conchs. When are we going to see Apaches? That's the other range cap. Yep, there I can see the Apache queue right now. kind of just looking like Fiero's looking for the perfect time to go in for a push with this break. Because you see him shipping in more artisanal cannons. It's probably going to get them the nice veteran upgrade, the inspired upgrade on them. Then they can go full in. He's kind of having a bit of trouble deciding what he wants, eh? Inspired conscripts. Ooh, horse grenadiers, that could be interesting. Yeah, that's a pretty nice shipment. Horse grenadiers, they would throw a really powerful grenade into this infantry army, and then they'd be able to engage in some decent melee with them, since they're basically like a hussar pretty much. You know, they're pretty decent against skirmish units. Yep, here comes the horse grenadiers, the Granado a Caballo. These would be pretty good if they can get a nice grenade throw in this spot right here. Combined with the Escoltas and the Montados, it's mostly a shock unit based army. Yeah, now we see more abolition texts coming in, so I think he's kind of given up on the slave trade for a while now. And after you send the second abolition tech, then you can't slave trade anymore. But he can still whip him though, he can still whip him. Don't go too far away from home, or you're gonna get ruined by this army. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, you're kind of split between two armies here. You're trying to use the shock units down here to push into the infantry army, and then you got, yeah, at this rate, looks like you're getting sort of surrounded here on all sides. Yeah, the pickets though made a big impact here because they were able to push through the Montados pretty easily with their anti-shock multiplier. And now you're dealing with the full-scale Haitian army now coming for your base. So I don't know what you're going to do next at this rate. Doesn't look good for you though, honestly. I don't know what you're going to do here, but it's not looking good. Not looking good at all. You know, I would probably resign here at this point because, you know, this guy's just rocking with the large army of natives on top of it, so not what you can do. It's not even really 200 pop yen, he's already killing it. Oh yeah, he's even got the constant hand attack to take down the croup cannon. Absolutely. Oh, Escoltas, no. GG. I actually like this encounter between Cerbero and Fiero quite a lot, actually. This was a good one, you know. I was definitely impressed with it, because what I liked about this encounter is the fact that there were some pretty good late game matches, you know. That's always exciting to see when you see a lot of late game stuff going on. Yeah. I don't always like to see people rushing in, do things right away. These guys actually fought out for extended periods of time, which is pretty cool. Now we can move on to Jeff versus Jean-P. Looks like Jean-P gives Jeff a run for his money because this looks like a tiebreaker one, which it probably is, but we'll see. Just give me 1 second to pause. I might want to grab something to eat. It's getting a little late. Yep, we're ready to go. Just had to heat something up real quick. Let's continue. Alright, so here we got Jeff with the Belgians. He's actually a pretty good Belgians player, I find. He knows how to do the perfect mix of like natives and bicycle infantry, and it turns out really good for him usually. On the other side, we have Gaio with the Paraguayans. Another civ that's good with natives, but also more known for their industrial factories called works and free units. This would be a pretty fun one to see, you know? It's kind of concerning for Paraguay since, especially with the isolationism card, they really don't like to go for a lot of training posts typically. And therefore that might end up giving Jeff what he needs to take up the whole trade road on both sides, which could grant him a pretty easy win here, if he so choose. So here's Unapelo's fresh fruits. This is going to be the first food works for GP. Jeff, on the other hand, is going to be thinking about probably his deck next. Let's see what deck he goes with, though. Should be in it. Ah, yeah. This is pretty interesting because I do see advanced trading posts in here. So, maybe he is going to go for the whole map of trading posts really soon. Obviously, he doesn't want to push his economy back though, so he does still go with 3 settlers first. Just to make sure that his ville numbers are pretty standard for what they should be. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta make sure that when you're doing this type of a trading post build with Belgium that you keep your standard economy up too. Because if you don't, you fall behind really quickly. Oh, that's good. He got some food from the treasure. That'll help in his age up time. So they can focus fully on the trading post. First Paraguayan shipment will be Foodworks, same as I do. And in terms of everything else, I don't usually go with Industrial National though. I don't really worry about cheapening the cost of the works. I'd rather just wait for them to become cheap enough for me to build. Yeah, typically. Here comes the Foodworks. It should propel him to H2 rather quickly. Where's Jeff on that route? He's up about 200 foot away from H2. He's going to get advanced terrain posts now so we can start taking up the TPs on the map. He could go for some sort of a Zapotec Mapuche native rush. That's one possibility. It's frankly a good one at that, because all you'd really have to do is as you can see here from the deck, add in the Rangers, the Volunteers with the line infantry, and then you got a decent push. Or he could be going for a fast fortress based one with native warriors to make them cheaper, and then be able to support them with the artillery and bicycle infantry. You even have some really, this stands out to me too, 4 Militaroos, horse artillery, and steel guns. That's making me think he might even be thinking about industrial age too, because he could definitely spam out like 3 artillery shipments rather quickly with all those TPs going at once. And if he can do that, you basically win the game, because all you would need is like a large group of the natives to kill the shock units, and then all that artillery would push through the Paraguayan building defenses rather quickly. We are seeing some pretty long games today, because we're about 5 minutes in and it still isn't the halfway mark, so yeah, some pretty quick stuff. I like that. This guy will go with the artisan, 400 wood, quartermaster politician. Looks like Paraguay is going with the French wave. Yeah, everybody goes with the French wave. Now this is interesting. I would not have expected him to go with a Coinworks like that. Coinworks is a pretty interesting choice. Ramon's factories, because to me, your biggest concern is either A, again, the food works, so you can keep making pardos, or B, woodworks, so you can, you know, make escopeteros. I wouldn't think that you would really want a Coinworks this early on, but maybe he has something in mind with that. Perhaps maybe artillery. Goes the French immigrant colony, parked in there. Yep, here's that center forward base I was talking about. Barracks first. And he's going to put that. He's going to take the trading post. Oh, he's going to make a redoubt with it. Alright. He could have actually made a trading post over here, and it might have been more fruitful. But he could totally do that too to defend the area. It's not a bad usage by any means. I'm going to pay attention to Belgium now and see if they start queuing anything up. Yeah, line infantry. Also shipped in some line infantry. We have a group of like about 11 of them, it looks like. Yep, 11 line infantry. This is perfectly good enough to start pressuring Paraguay with. Yep, get them into the special formation, defensive formation, and you can start attacking houses, you can start shooting at Quaguas. You got quite a few options. The thing that's scary about line infantry is both of the Paraguayan trash units are shock units, so these bayonets deal this much damage, about 39 damage to them. That's serious. That's kind of serious. To a unit that's already pretty low in HP. Now we see the line infantry pushing back in. Now they're going to try to do a bit of sieging. Yeah, they're going to try to take down a house maybe. Also, he's adding grenadiers in as a bit of a safety option against escopeteros probably. Since they would be able to deal out more damage to a skirmish or an artillery unit that Paraguay could potentially make in defense. Oh, that's not good. You just took down a Paraguayan house. You just housed them. Boy, is that painful. But he recovered it quickly, though, with some Quagwas and quick thinking. Oh, nope, no, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. You're not going to win that one. Get out of there. Now you just got to hope you can get away now. See, this is kind of good for the Paraguayans. They can actually cue in some of these French workers as well, which actually gather really well. So they'll actually do quite a bit of good work for them. Oh, so it's just normal pace. All right, so it's not an increased pace. It's just an average villager then. All right. He's getting Alta Cochina. That'll benefit the trick with these. So he can make some Pardos potentially if he needs to deal with shock units, or he could just make more of the Escopeteros with them.
Preparado. Dígame, Mariscal. Oíma.
See, this is when Belgium reaches their climax on the map, when they can take over all the trade routes and they can move them over the stagecoach to get resources. So now he can actually hit Capital Age, which he's going to do with the city planner to get an additional town center, a covered wagon, that he can put right here in the center, or he could put it here, or he could even put it down here somewhere. It's really up to him on what part of the map he wants to start extracting from right away. Here comes the Primeros right over here. And here's the Escopeteros right here. So he could be thinking of maybe assaulting them somewhere and pushing back a bit. But he does have to be aware that he has a barracks here and now a temple. What's the temple doing here? Is he going to make priests? For some reason, I don't know why, Jeff has an infatuation with priests. Like, he actually will put priest shipments in his deck, which I've never seen anyone do before, but he will. He's getting Calvinism. Is that right? Well, the good thing about Calvinism is the priests can actually build trading posts themselves, the Huguenots. So if he does lose a trading post, or he wants to take one of the natives that he hasn't grabbed yet, he can recover it with one of the priests.
Commando.
Now he can start shipping in things from that Redo right onto the battlefield. Comes this Huguenot. He's going to be able to buff up this army with some abilities now. He's also going to be able to do a bit of healing as well. Very good. Now you just back up, get rid of the Primeros first, and then you can move on to the Escos. Yep. Let that power do its work as well and slowly pick them apart. Oh, Militaroos. Get them in the firing right now, yeah. Boom, that was good. Very good. But he's getting attacked up in the north though. It's not bad, just a couple of Primeros, not a big deal. See, I think Jeff decided to put it here so he could acquire this hunt, and this mine. He could even come over here and grab this hunt over here if he wanted to as well. That gives Jeff a lot of resources. And he's also, like I predicted, going to Industrial Age to acquire some of those late game artillery shipments that I was showing you before. The horse artillery, the steel gun, and the Militaroos. He even has elephants, which you could totally go for as well. Yeah, at this rate, Paraguay is just going to keep trying to siege its trade posts. Trying to see, hey, can I take down this trade route? Because if I can't take down this trade route, I am pretty much in big trouble here. Jeff's going to keep getting the resources that he needs. He just gained a lot of, wait a second, I'm trying to look here, What's Paraguay doing, by the way? I want to look back at them, too, and see what sort of maximum they're coming up with. So they don't even have enough resources to go, like, capital age yet. So they're just trying to make up for lost time, it looks like, for the most part. Yep, now we have an industrial age Jeff, which probably is going to signal either horse artillery, steel guns, or another military shipment. No. Yep. Plop them down. Start shooting. If you can. Definitely. Ooh, nice. You shot that one down. Good. Yep. It's going to be able to deter that for now. Yeah, Escopateros is going to be the main. He's also training extra trash cavalry too, the Akabuya Batais. A factory right here. Wouldn't that suck if the Primeros sieged the foundation when it was going up at the right time? Oh, that would be bad. Alright, so he's going to use, this is Sion Industrial. Sidon Industrial. What it basically does is, it will let him get steel guns from the factories at a quicker rate than normal, without even getting that steel gun training upgrade from the factory yet. So his steel gun's going to be coming out really quickly from that factory. And then if he does go in Imperial Age, then he can go with the manufacturing owner to get his second factory wagon, giving him the quickest rate of steel gun production of all the civs, probably. You know, without needing engineering school, of course. Yep, here comes the steel guns. He's probably going to plop them in over here or up here somewhere. Then start pushing downwards. What he does need now is he needs more, like, Guardian units, like a veteran line infantry. He has veteran line infantry. Maybe get these up to guard. Maybe get their numbers up a bit. Because he's going to be pushing in a lot of artillery units, which if he loses them, would guarantee a defeat from him. He does have the police elephants, though. These are nasty units. These are fully fledged assault units with a good amount of armor. They have about 10% hack armor, 52 splash, almost 2k HP. Quite good, actually. He's still persisting on with rain with these Akayapotais, though. Yeah.
Commando.
Here comes the steel guns. I don't know why you spawned them all the way back here, though. That's kind of crazy, because now we can actually try to attack them. Start shooting at them, though. Yeah. Start firing at them, at least. Yeah. Yep. Good now. Alright. I don't think unupgraded Scopoteros are going to do anything here, though. Because he just has way too much anti-infantry siege going on between the machine guns, these, and then, of course, you're going to have the steel guns coming in. So, I don't know what you do at this point as Paraguay. It seems like he's just building large swarms of trash at this point. Trash infantry, trash cavalry. And then slowly coming in and pushing in each time with them. It's interesting. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. Once you're really outclassing upgrades like that, typically it's really hard to deal with that. And now the steel guns have arrived. The steel guns are going to blast down this town center in like one shot, I guarantee you. But at the same time, Paraguay is going to try to make a comeback by sending Fundiciones to get 2 Cohids and start to put a heavy work somewhere. Does he have any redoubts that he could maybe send that out from? No, he does not. And if he loses this yep, denied. Denied. No shipping for you, man. No shipping for you. Yeah, this is not looking good. I frankly don't even know what our friend here is even doing. You know, I don't even know what strategy he even has at this point. Because at this rate, you are definitely going to see the Belgians just push all the way in with their artillery units. These veteran level? No, they're not even veteran level. They're doing like barely any damage. I like how he had them idling there for a second. Now they're going to start shooting at stuff. Oh, he's going for the Palatine Guard Legion. Halberdiers, yeah. These should be pretty interesting. Defense here. Yeah, pretty decent halberd unit. Oh, nice. That's actually great. That's actually was pretty solid. For one shipment of those, he was able to slice up 1 steel gun with them. Not bad at all, but not enough though to survive. It's just an interesting experiment to see, you know, how good they truly are. I'm gonna like how in the Great War patch how those Palatine guards are gonna have splash attack like the Trabants of Austria. So that'll be a good addition to see. Here comes the horse artillery now. This is the last of those industrial age shipments. He's used them all up now, so he has to make these cannons survive and make them last and finish them off with these. Which, at this point, I don't think is going to be a problem. I mean, this many machine guns, 3 horse arties, and 1 steel gun. He's definitely in good shape. And he's got... Oh, he's going with coin here. I would have expected him to change this over to steel gun production, since he has steel and industrial, making it spawn quicker. That's just me. He also got the guard upgrade on the line infantry, which is pretty good. He's going to be sending La Roulette Casino now. This is going to allow his tavern or his tea hall to trickle a lot of coin. Does he have one, though? Jeff, do you have one? Or are you just sending... Yep, he has one right here. Very good. Yeah, it looks like these artillery are just way too impactful, though, to make much of a quick defense. They already took down the foundry, now they just have to take down the stable and the barracks and the town center, and they should be good to go. So it does trickle a bit of coin, that's nice to see, about 3 coin per second. It's not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Especially if we're going for, wait a second, call coming in, 1 second. Alright, let's get continuing with this. We're in the last couple of seconds of this match, I think. Yeah, at this rate, I mean, yeah, I don't think there's much you can do as Paraguay. Yeah, you could try to run around the map a little bit and try to rebuild stuff like a roadway, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can do much here. I mean, Jeff planned this out pretty perfectly by keeping all of his artillery cards in Age 4 and then deploying them all in unison like that. That was pretty smart on his part. Definitely. Yep, just had to open something real quick. Alright. So yeah, I mean, GG Gene P for match 1. I think you're going to have to come up with some sort of a comeback to beat him in match 2 if you want to make a tiebreaker. Yeah. I mean, at this rate... Yeah, I'm just waiting for the ticker to go out, and then we can move on to the next one. Yeah. Then you see... Yeah, well, he's really is running everywhere. He's running in the other direction. Is he gonna poke the elephant? What's the plan? Yeah, I mean, how can you deal with firepower like that? That's a lot of cannons, especially for somebody not even in the industrial age you have to deal with. Are these Montigny? No, he didn't upgrade these to the guard level. All right, probably didn't need to, since he had the steel gun and the horse artillery doing a lot of the work too. An artillery foundry? How much resources does GMP even have? Doesn't have a lot of wood though. Alright, well, GG. Good match. I like that one. That was kind of fun, you know. It's a new way of playing Belgium that I didn't think of. Now, fast industrial Belgium with trading post greed is something I'm used to, but I haven't seen it played in a way of using all cannons. Usually I spam out mercenaries and I spam out elephants with mine, but he went more the cannon route. Pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, I mean, when you look right here, look at this. Quadruple the kills. Quadruple. Not even triple. Quadruple the kills. Just because he had cannons that were blasting through his units. That's 29 building siege. Only 57 units lost. And he lost... Yeah, that's some serious stuff. Very serious stuff. Oh, that's really, really serious stuff. Alright, so now we're going to move on to their second match. I think it'll be another good one for sure. I like both opponents very much. They do a lot of interesting strategies. So let's get started. Alright, this is match 2 on Hudson Bay. So we got Maori versus Hodds. Why do I think we've seen this before? It seems like a familiar matchup to me. I definitely didn't see this match last week when I was streaming, but why have I think I've seen this before? Hodds versus Maori. Just seems like a combination I've seen before. But anyways, Hodds were pretty familiar with them from the first match of this stream. An uber aggressive Civ that gets her units out very quickly in Age 2. Versus the Maori. The Maori are kind of a flexible Civ. They love to do wacky stuff to get lots of shipments, right? They have a strange age-up system where they don't go on voyages on their ship. And the longer the voyage, the more benefits the age-up will have for them. The shorter the trip, sometimes they don't even have any benefits at all for it. But it is quicker. So we'll see how this one goes. Alright, so it looks like he put down a trading post here with one of his Travois that he spawned from his Explorer. Wait a second. When is GMP going to build his boat shed? His free boat shed? He can get a free boat shed from his Explorer if he looks in the UI. Yeah. I'm a bit concerned about that. Does he not know that he can get a free dock wagon? A free dock from the Explorer? Yeah, he should be able to get a free one like right now. You can get a free boat shed and you can Oh, he doesn't have any wood anyways, but that's besides the point. Why not just plop it down anyways? But then, moving on. Flax Weaving is the first card, it looks like. This will grant him a trickle of wood. It's a lot like distributivism of the Europeans. He'll have a 3 villager card to send after that if he so wishes from his extra XP. And his opponent Gene P. Where's he going with? So, yeah, he sent his 3 villagers out. He's got this cancer of a card here and all the unit shipments. This is making me feel a bit alarmed, though. I see the timer like exponentially moving. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What is going on here? What is going on here? Something is not right here. Something seems totally wrong. They have like 400 food apiece, and the match almost looks like it's over. What is going on? Help me understand. Oh, I think I know what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is he's going to age up with the messenger. And he's going to be up so quick with it that he's going to start going into Town Destroyer before GP even reaches the end of his voyage. Is that what happens? Is that what... Yeah, see, he's not even ready to age up yet. Oh my... Oh boy. Oh! This is what happened. He lost his Explorer. That's why he did that. Because you need the Explorer to do a voyage. You need the Explorer to do a voyage, which is your age up. So if you killed the Maori village Explorer, you deny him the ability to age up. That's how that happened. That is so hilarious. This is... Killed him in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. You defeated Jeff Argento, one of the best Wars of Liberty players in the game, in 3 minutes? By killing his Explorer? You should get a Medal of Honor for that. This man deserves a Medal of Honor for that. He did the thing that nobody could ever think to do. Just knock out the Maori Explorer and GG. Don't even have to look at the post game. Oh my, that is... Oh, that's the quickest game in Liga history. The quickest game in Liga history. The quickest game in Liga history. We've never seen a Liga game that's been that fast before. Never have we seen one that's been that fast before. Never. Never, ever, ever have we seen one that's that fast before. That is, oh boy, that is, That's what we come here to see, people. This is why we do these live streams. You never know when you're going to see a rare moment like that. That is historical. That is historical. I'm assuming Jeff is going to be pretty furious right now after seeing how he just lost the point in 3 minutes. That's like a big blunder. I'll probably never play Maori ever again now. Watch. And that looks exactly like that just happened. He's going for their more stable neighbor, the Australians, but not by much. Australians, you know, they got a bunch of cool, wacky units, but their economy is also very wacky. You got these villagers that cost both food and coin because it's supposed to be like outlaws. You know, and their age up actually costs about 400 food and 400 coin to deal with the fact that it has a 2 resource cost villager. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation to say the least. On the other hand, though, you got Haiti in the same spot as the last guy we saw in Jebel Musa. So, you know, this is making me wonder what's going to happen here. Looking pretty suspicious if you ask me, because on one hand I think, yeah, Haiti could totally rush Australia to death. At the same time, I don't know what sort of boomerang game the Jeff's gonna play on GP. Because I know Jeff actually has a lot of experience with Australia, and he's definitely had a lot of practice with the Aboriginal faction of them, so we're probably going to see a lot of boomerang play from him. Yeah, this could be pretty exciting, to say the least. We'll have to wait and see, though. Do we know what the deck is going to be yet? I'm assuming it's going to be Aboriginal base. Yeah, this should be interesting. You know, I always like to see a wacky civ like Australia show up. You know, those Aussies. Alright, so, yep. Alright, so 2 fur traders. This is pretty good since both of these will gather really well from hunting. What else does he have? Advanced plantation. I mean, I would say this is not a good card usually, but for a civ like Australia, it's probably actually quite appropriate because, you know, they really do depend on plantations, I find, a lot of the time in the late game, so can't blame you too much for getting that. Really can't. So yeah, this is indeed a native-based deck, because I see Mary and native combat, I see empowering. So yeah, we're looking at probably either an all-in boomerang strategy or a boomerang and fire stick strategy. It's gotta be one of those, yeah. 1 second, I hear the phone ringing, 1 second. Back, let's keep going. Where we left off, it was Australia versus Haiti. GP with his Australia, which he's pretty good with, versus GP's Haiti. He's pretty good with Haiti. You know, I've seen him use it a couple of times. He definitely knows his way around the Civ. Yeah, notice here how he's not going with all the food. He knows he needs it. About 400 food, 400 coin to age up. Yeah, he's balancing his eco out just perfectly to do that. Yeah, after that. Alright, so now he's going with King Waramu. Guess we'll grant him boomerangs. Lots of boomerangs. GP is a little bit ahead in age up, and he's going with the Arab Wave. Finally, somebody agrees on Gallegos being the superior heavy infantry here. That's great to see. Definitely impressed by it. Flattered by it. What's interesting, though, is we do see Savites coming this forward to grab that silver mine. Does that mean he's going to go for an all-in rush of some kind? Maybe. It's totally possible. Wouldn't put it past them. Wouldn't put it past them at all. Alright. And what we see now? Probably gonna see that trading post go up right over the with the trade rickshaw. Here we're gonna see Australia try to. Is he even up yet? No, not yet. Haiti's already making machetros right now, though, so we gotta be aware of that. Yeah, at this rate, it seems like, yeah, here comes the free boomerangs. You actually get a few of those with King Waramu, which is really great, since even if you're behind a bit in age up time, you at least have a bit of army to get yourself going right away. Yeah, that's why I like the Australian native faction a lot, because it seems like they're a little bit more prepared for military action right off the bat than the colonial one is. With colonial, it seems like everything is pretty expensive, and therefore puts you at serious risk. Now this is interesting. We do see readouts coming out first. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with that, because I would have thought he would have went with boomerangs first, or maybe the spontooners first, but looks like he's thinking about defenses right now. He sees, hey, I'm being raided down here by machetros, so I need to think about the main base just as much as the exterior. Before I can really think about offense, I need decent defense. So let me get these towers up right now. This is kind of annoying though, because the assault units, believe it or not, have resistance to boomerangs, because boomerangs deal hack damage at range, right? They don't deal pierce damage. So therefore, an assault unit like the machetro actually has some armored resistance against these units' attacks. And if you look at the armament, just about, they only would take about 6 damage from these, even though it says 10 right here, making it a lot less dangerous for them to engage. But he does have to be careful of the spontooners though, which do have a 6x multiplier against shock units. It's the one thing he does have to be careful of. Absolutely.
Commandament.
Alright, about 11 of them. $700 wood. That's pretty good when you're the native faction, since really all of your factional units, until you reach Imperial Age, are going to be food and wood based. So wood shipments in particular benefit the Aboriginal faction really nicely. Bit of a sneeze there. Anyways, about 14 boomerangs so far and about 8 spontooners. What is Haiti gonna do? What's Haiti up to anyways? So Haiti, instead of going for Gallegos, is actually opting to go with Zinglins. Now, I can sort of understand this a little bit because the Zinglins are scout units, and thus they're generally going to be better against things like the boomerang, right? So yeah, I can understand why he wants more of like a hand infantry shock unit composition here. But I would admit though that it's kind of discouraging that you didn't go with Advanced Arsenal at all. Because if you would have gone Advanced Arsenal, you could have had Steel Point Spear added to the Zinglins to make them have some multiplier against the boomerangs, but, you know, it is what it is. You pick those certain cards and you don't pick our ones, so what is there more to say about it? He did go with the free chickens card, though, from the livestock pen here. That's good. He'll really be able to make a lot of use out of that. Definitely. Absolutely. How many boomerangs would this be? About 22. As the Splantooner still, he's gonna add 3 more boomerangs in. He's gonna have to return though, because he's clearly getting attacked back at his base by some pickets, Escos, some Machetras, and some Zinglins. So all 4 of the major wood units for Haiti in Age 2, minus of course the Maroon natives that they can get. I find it funny how he's still keeping these in cover mode. Yeah. As if he's worried about the Escobateros. Just a man, huh? Yeah, looks like it. Yep, boomerangs doing their job quite nicely. Yep, now we can move these in and try to pick apart this readout here. It seems like now Australia has the initiative and the advantage, and they can start to push apart this forward base here with the Arab colony. Did he get up any sort of Arab workers, by the way, back at home? Any sort of Arab workers at all? No. This is bad, because if he loses this immigrant site, he won't be able to rebuild it again. You need the native worker of that settlement to be able to rebuild it. You can't do it with your settlers or your explorer. So he better find a way to get a Arab worker out of here right now, an Arab merchant. Run them along here, so that way you can actually build this back again later. Otherwise he's going to lose it forever. Yeah, now he's just picking apart his forward base for free, just about. How's he doing resource-wise? Yeah, I mean, don't consider the coin, because coin is not used for any military units except for light cavalry at this stage, so as long as he's getting enough food and wood, that's totally satisfactory right now. And if he wants to, we could actually build an artillery foundry and get some sappers with their shovels to aid in the sieging. That'd be another option. So we're definitely going to have to see if he goes for that at some point as well. Oh yeah, he's going to be taking down some of his coin works here. He sent them with the Rum Distillery. So in a sense, with Haiti, you have two options to get coin works. Number one, you can use the German immigrants level 2, right? And your second option is to use the Rum Distillery card in Age 2, which sends you about 2 of the coin works. So you get multiple options. But notice though that they do not stack the build limits. So you do not get ability to make about 5 coin works. So you can either, at most, you'll ever get like 3 of them with this Civ. Oh yeah, here comes the sappers. Just as I predicted. Sappers are going to be a pretty influential unit at this point. It's going to have to be careful though, because those machetes are actually a decent counter to boomerangs. Surprisingly a good counter to them. But if you could keep the spontooners poking them away, yeah, that should be able to deal with the threat for now. Yeah, let's see if he can get away from that even. Yeah, I don't know if he can even get away from that yet. Well, here's the sappers. It's time for the sappers to do their work. They do about 80 siege, which is pretty insane. 8 hand attack with the 10x multiplier against the buildings. Think of them as like mini battering rams. Yep, but now the spontooners are going to have their way with this machete here. These boomerangs up here are going to take out this machete here. Now we see 2 additional redoubts coming in. He's probably going to put these more on the periphery, maybe even outside of his little grassy area here. Oh no, it looks like one's going to go by the mine. No one's going to go by this mine here. Just securing his defenses. He knows he could always get raided by Zinglins and machetes at any time, and he must be aware of that. Haiti though, they did reach capital age, which is kind of nice, because they can use these infinite shipments to their advantage, but he is lacking in the XP to do that right now. And now he has this immediate threat the sappers pose. The sappers, they will decimate his buildings if he lets them. They will decimate these buildings, no problem. Like this redoubt right here, this guard level redoubt. And, yeah, the machetes trying to get their claws into the boomerangs, but just not enough of them. Escopeteros trying to get some shots in against the larger infantrymen, just not enough. Sappers just are way too numerous right now, and they're going to take down the TC. And from there, he's going to be able to move on to the houses, and then the immigrant center, and then the barracks. You know, this is basically a lost match for GP at this point, unless he has some wacky comeback story. Yeah, these boomerangs, man, these boomerangs really know how to get the job done. They're quite good at what they do. Alrighty then, and I'm going to take down this barracks. Very good. Nice, nice, nice. And then he's going to take down the immigrant colony. Now I'm surprised to see here, what does GMP actually do to retreat? Like, how does GMP stay in it for this amount of time? Because it seems like at this point GMP is really at a loss now to get out of this mess. Oh, because he trains Escopateros, alright. So he does have a bit of an army fight back going for him, so yeah. And then he can put these sappers onto the barracks. Yep, he's going to put it onto this barracks now. What's surprising is the fact that the Savites actually have hand armor. They're actually decent warriors to fight against the boomerangs with. Surprisingly, he's actually targeting... He's using the blunderbuss of the Savites to target down the boomerangs. This is kind of fun to watch because it shows you, even though GP is technically defeated, he can still have a comeback and get a decent kill count in this match just using his villagers' hand armor to his advantage. He's going to one target that one. Oh yeah, this is unreal. Unreal in a... Yep. Only in an Australian match do you see this type of interaction occur, where a villager is actually a more competent military unit than the ones you normally train. Yeah, that's kind of unheard of, because they're really just like musketeers in a sense, like weaker musketeers, and therefore can do pretty decent against the boomerangs concerned they don't have the heavy infantry tag working against them. So what's Australia even doing at this point? Like, yeah, he's going to be hitting capital edge with Tucukino. He will provide him some fire sticks. And I'm telling you, once the fire sticks arrive, then it's safe to say that GP is effectively defeated, I think. Yeah, I think. We could always see some wacky strategy coming on, but doesn't look like it quite yet. 1 second. continue. This match should be over pretty quickly. Yeah, when we were last looking here, it seems like Jeff did a large sapper rush with some boomerangs and some spearmen. Now it looks like GP is kind of in a desperate phase at this point, opting for a fort. Yeah, at this point a fort is really the only thing you could really build of any substance right now, even though I'd argued that a fortress would probably fall quickly to the sappers. Yeah, the shovels of the sappers will definitely dig their way into that fort pretty easily. And let's see at this phase too. Have the fire sticks? Yep, here's the fire sticks. Yeah, he doesn't even need any more sappers, since the fire sticks do the siege job really well and actually are better combative units against regular units. As you can see right here, they get about 24 hand attack, splash, and then when we add Mary to it, they will also gain a multiplier against infantry, making them like a combination between Lancer and Cuirassier. So really a double sort of assault unit. Yep, notice here how it's an assault unit too. They made sure to give it that proper tag, because that's the way it kind of behaves really, like an assault unit. He's also going to be shipping in Brummers, the German immigrant ranged infantry available usually to the Latin Americans. About, how many is that? About 18 of them? Yeah, these guys have really good siege. So if when this fort does go down, because it looks like it's going to, looks like they'll definitely be a real big assistant in taking down that fort. Also looks like he's doubling up on Q with boomerangs at the elite level. These boomerangs are going to be a pretty good unit for dealing with anything like escopeteros, as well as heavy infantry or maneuver units. Really, anything except for like assault cavalry, I would say, you could use boomerangs against in an appropriate manner. That's what sort of makes boomerangs kind of interesting. At the start they seem pretty flimsy, but as you move along in the match, boomerangs could actually use against basically all unit types except for assault units. And in some cases very tanky heavy infantry as well. Like maybe like a Ronin Samurai might be a little bit too much of a stretch to deal with in large numbers, but something like a line infantry or a grenadier, perfectly acceptable. But at this stage, I'm looking around, I don't quite see what GMP's got going for him right now. He's got a fort, he's got these unupgraded skirmish units, which the boomerangs with the veteran upgrade can definitely deal with, not to mention with their Mary anti-infantry multiplier added in now. So yeah, now those are going to take a strike over here. Yep, definitely. Now he's going to start to take a siege onto the artillery foundry. Now he's going to have to retreat to get into better positioning to take out the artisanal cannon, make a move on the escopeteros. Note the little boomerang army hanging off here to the side, probably trying to sandwich them in a little bit, and see maybe if there's any, he could catch his villagers off guard over there. But as we saw before, these Sevites can actually handle boomerangs quite well because of their hack armor, because they end up resisting the damage from the boomerangs, which usually does not occur. You usually don't see villages being a strong military unit to fight boomerangs with, but here it apparently works really well. I think he should have gone that Pioneers equivalent card for Haiti. That probably would have helped to make these into a potential counter unit. Yeah, that probably would have really helped a lot. We'll see here though. And yeah, just gotta get around here to the fort. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think GMP now is realizing, you know, it's not a lot of hope for me at this point. You know, I got the sappers coming in now, I got the fire sticks, the boomerangs, wide variety of threats, really. Wide variety of things that are seeking out to defeat me right now. And there's not a lot I can do to deal with it. Actually, the fire sticks actually perish rather quickly, I'm surprised. So yeah, I sort of turned back to the sappers to do the work for him. And at this rate, yeah, I mean, he's gonna take down that tower. He's gonna be in good shape. Yep. Any second, any second. Oh yeah, I mean, at this rate.
Commandment, yes.
Now you gotta go for the town center. Yep. GG. GG indeed. Yep, there you go. Basically defeated in full. Let's check the post game. I'm curious. Looks like Jeff actually had more resources here overall. He was able to acquire more of Australia, which is pretty surprising since, you know, Australia doesn't usually have a greatest eco unless they go water, which according to the map he didn't go water at all. Also the military, yeah, it looks like he got double the units almost, and he got actually the same amount of kills, but the raises from the sappers made a huge difference here. Yeah, I think it was the sappers that won the game pretty much. Alright, that was a good one. Let's move on to the next one now. I think we'll be moving on to column 2 finally. Yeah, let's move on to that one. Alright. Ready for column 2 of the Liga games. Well, technically we went to column 2 before, but it's because these ones were dispersed a bit. Now we're really moving on to the true column 1 and column 2 of the matches. So, this will be Kazan versus Sebazlume. I think this is where we finished off last time, around here, if I recall properly. Yeah, before things started going haywire with the screen freezing and all that mess, yeah. So, anyways, we got Kazan with India, starting out over here, and we got Sabaz down here with the Paraguayans. We've seen Paraguayans pretty frequently now. We're almost too used to them at this point. And they're going to be facing off against India. India is a vanilla civ. It's actually my favorite vanilla civ, especially in Definitive Edition, where they get a couple more effective cards to really boost them ahead. Now, in general, India is well known for having villagers that cost wood, so a bit of a different macro. They also have elephant units, the Mahout being probably the most infamous of them, for me at least. Also, the Howdahs are pretty good as well, and the siege elephants, so make lots of elephants as India. As far as this match is concerned, what you could probably expect is the standard Paraguayan build-up, with an Indian Agra fort going for a rush. Either that, or India could opt for the Karnamata economic option as well. There's two ways to play India. You could go 10 villager Karnamata, or you can go for the standard 15 villager Agra fort. They have their own distinctive economic and defensive advantages. Now, as we know from previous Liga weeks, Sabas plays Paraguay a little bit more of an unorthodox way. He does not use Infinite Food Works card. He only uses the wood one, the Woodworks. He also is the only person not to go with French wave. He goes with the Croatian wave, just to get that 300 wood to aid in his construction. He also likes to use the frontier defenses a lot as well. So definitely a bit of an oddball in terms of the way he uses Paraguay. Sometimes it's served to his advantage, sometimes not so much. So we'll see what India has. So India here, 2 chopping cards, distributivism, established ironmonger. That is a card I usually don't see for India. We see the Tiger Claws, which are pretty average, but we also see the Chakrams, which we usually don't see. One thing to keep in mind in Wars of Liberty is Chakrams actually deal full anti-infantry multipliers instead of just heavy infantry ones. So Chakrams are arguably a stronger unit in this mod than they are in the vanilla meta. 1 second, let me pause this real quick. Alright, let's continue. Let me press some pause here. Alright, so last we were here, we had India versus Paraguay. India is doing distributivism, the standard wood trickle for India. They always go with that. If they don't see India going with the wood trickle, they're not playing India properly. And for Sabas, he is going to be ready to age up soon. Looks like into the Croats. So let's just wait right here and then the Croats will magically appear. Yep, Croatia. Perfect, yep. He always goes with Croats. It's the only person... Well, I've tried Croats a couple of times, and occasionally it does do better to go with Croats, to have the 300 wood available from the crates, yeah. Sometimes it does work out better that way. Now, India, on the other hand, is a little bit behind. You know, India needs a bit of time to get started, I think. Oh, they went for a trading post. Interesting.
Well, I mean, I can, like, it has
Sheepy?
alcohol and stuff.
Oh, nice, Sheepy. Keep that from India, though. They'll trickle XP from them if they get a hold of that. Okay, so he's gonna grab some food, which for India doesn't mean a whole lot since the villages require wood. He's going for an agrifort, though, in a very macabre position. Normally, agrifort would go up here in this spot, or if you were really bold, you would put it somewhere around here. But agrifort is actually all the way down here, which is making me think that you're going to force your army to go through this corridor here, which I don't know how that could go potentially, because if you run into any sort of lag, your house could end up getting strung up behind these trees here, which could be really dangerous. You know, I would much rather you go for a route that doesn't involve as much tree cover for your opponent to hide in. Yeah, definitely not. Now, for me personally, too, I usually use about 3 or 4 villagers on the agrifort, not 2. Because I feel like it's better to age up a little bit quicker with India, just so you can defend easier. If you age up too slowly, you might end up getting rushed and killed. Yeah. But anyways, let's see what Sabas has planned. So he's got his nice 300 cords of wood from the Croats. Another 700 wood is on its way from the home city, followed by 8 Escopateros. The great thing about going with the Croat start is you can get these military buildings up in no time flat. He can already get about 2 of them up now, and by the time that his cords of wood arrive, he's going to be able to not only get the other 2 military buildings up, he will be able to stay unhoused, because he will be able to have 3 additional houses. A population, bring him to about 50. Yeah, so he should be able to get about 29 or so military units without building additional houses beyond that. Yeah, and it's going to arrive just in time for stable to go up. Yep, now we can build a... He's going to build a house first. Keep in mind, Koigwas will build slower than the Master Engineer does. Master Engineer will build the house always faster, since he has a faster building rate. Now he's going to build a barracks, and then he's going to build a secondary stable then. Then he should be able to queue up all of his trash units. Should be able to get a constant queue of free trash units coming in. And then he's going to send artisanal cannons right after that, which against India could be pretty impactful, since standard India start is sepoys and Gurkhas. You rarely see Sawars unless they... Well, here's the thing. They actually have to upgrade their agrifort in Age 3 to be able to make stable units there. So, unless you see a caravanserai, you know you're not going to have Sawars coming in except from the home city. Yeah, there's those 2 free sepoys there. The artisanal cannons are going to arrive, and they're going to blast down those sepoys with ease. Alright, so now... Here we go. Artisanals, when right about... Yeah, they should put them down. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, get back in that TC right now. And now you can push forward with your skirmish and your artillery units. The sepoys should not be able to deal with that, I don't think. I think you should be able to handle that with the little army you got right now. I kind of find it funny he's focusing on the Croat settlement, even though it's technically a useless piece of junk right now. You can't actually use it that much. You know, you have to literally wait till Capital Age to get the Cazador Indio skirmishers from it, so right now it's a sitting duck. Oh, wait a second. We do see Sepoys making some good gains here. It looks... what happened? What's going on here? The Sepoys seem to be winning against their counters. This is unfathomable, man. Look at that. Sepoys just did a great job, it looks like. Yeah. Impressive. Very impressive. Now he's gonna... Yep, and now he's probably gonna push in towards the center TC pretty soon, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. Very strange indeed. Now that I think about it, since last week we were moving from the right to the left, I don't think we actually saw this encounter because I'm scratching my head thinking, oh, I don't remember this. So we quite haven't reached the old stuff just yet. So stay tuned for this newer stuff right now. Yep. Anyways, shock unit. Well, if you can get off of the siege for now, you might be able to deal with those. Yeah, like that. Here comes the Sawars, though, from the home city. The Sawars should be able to deal with the Escopeteros no problem, honestly. Yeah, he just has to trail him behind with the lance like that. And now he can focus on the full siege. Full siege of his opponent, that is. Yep. Yeah. There goes that redoubt down pretty easily from the Sepoys and the Sawars. Now he's gonna have to do... Well, I think he might be able to pull off the siege of this. Yeah, I think he could take out the Croat settlement, at least. That'll give him a lot of bounty XP. Yeah, for sure. 240 XP, not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, down, yeah, he almost just thrusted him dead. That's bad. But, you should be able to take this down, though, and get a lot of XP from it. How's he doing, by the way? He does actually have another shipment already available, even before that's done. He could get, spice trade next to get his hunting up, I can assume. He could also try to get the established ironmonger as well, and get his mining up as a secondary option. So, yeah, that's something he should definitely be considering. He's also starting to get a second hunting, professional hunters now, so the Indian economy is going to be booming just about now. Right, he's got all these wonderful upgrade cards for natural resources, so from this point on I think India's pretty much got it in the bag if you ask me, personally. Especially considering now the Sepoys are really a good counter to both of these trash units that the Paraguayans produce. Since they're both shock units, the Sepoys sword attack will end up killing them every time. Yep. Very good, very good. And now you got a siege on the redoubt. Yeah, exactly. Nice. Now you gotta just pull back a little bit and then, yeah. Very, very good. Now he's gonna get his first sort of, first civil servants. This will benefit all of his natural resource gathering rates. Now you can get the second one after that, soon after. Flail elephants. We see flail elephants. Rarely do we see flail elephants actually be trained from the Mound Castle. That's a first. I never quite seen that before. Flail elephants will be great against his base. That's sort of exactly what he needs right now. See, with the flail elephants, he'll be able to bash down these houses and these towers, and they actually have a multiplier against the escopeteros too. Which is really cool. Yeah. Really is a neat little trait. Yep, no, so right here they get the skirmisher multiplier right there. So yeah, they actually do good against artillery as well, which is kind of neat. It's a unit you don't see very often because you think of their stronger neighbor, the Mahout, a lot. So we're going to see him move on to this. Yeah. They actually don't have that much more HP than an infantry unit, which is kind of strange. You'd expect them to have more sizable HP comparable to the Explorer at least. Now he's gonna, he's gonna move on to the house now. Yeah, I mean, they attack rather slowly. Yeah, I mean, they do a fair amount of siege, but still. Not very quick attack. Oh, yep, fell already. Yeah, see, I would have gone up to age 3 by now and gone Siege Elephants instead. Siege Elephants, now they can do some serious damage to buildings from afar. That's probably the more preferable way to go, honestly. You know, if you end up losing this game because you shelled out way too many resources for Flail Elephants, I'm not going to understand what your mode of thinking was, but I won't. And now that, yeah, like now that I see how slow it is to siege with these, I kind of understand why nobody ever makes these things. And why we always opt to sending the Siege Elephant ship in an age 3 instead is a better alternative. Because not only is it good at sieging buildings from afar, it also acts as a culverin which can kill somebody's foot artillery shipment as well. Which is an added effect of it. A consulate? So we're going to see some consulate allies of some kind. Probably Ottomans or French, I would assume. Yeah, both of those are pretty solid usually. So now what's this? The Charminar Gate to get a Mahout. That's usually the route I go down. Though I probably wouldn't have made Flail Elephants though. Just saying. What's this? Ottoman allies. So we're going to be seeing some Abyss Gunners, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, probably some Abyss Gunners. Or maybe I'll wait for the Abyss Gunner Humbarasi army to come in. Oh, yep. So this is why Paraguay keeps a food card, it looks like. Basically so they can still get to capital age, which they're going to need to do to survive here. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really see Paraguay coming back. I mean, they certainly have the potential to, but I just don't see it just yet. Considering the fact he's going to age up pretty late with that food crate. Yeah, it's not looking too good for him, honestly. We'll see, though. Yeah, get these over to here. Get working. You're going to need all that food that you can possibly get, honestly. Yeah. just needs to cut through all these food crates and get all the wonderful comida inside. Alright, now you can age up with the French wave. Yep, first French wave. That'll grant him some French workers, which will boost his eco up a bit. Now here's the interesting question. What's India going to do here is going to determine if they win or not. Like, if they really belly flop here... Oh yeah, he's sending the siege elephants now. Right, yeah. So if he really belly flops here, I could totally see Paraguay claiming a victory here. But if he doesn't belly flop and he pulls off a decent siege, and then I think India wins. It's going to be seen who wins this in the end, though. Really is a very tight one. Very big tightrope. I mean, in all honesty, I think maybe Paraguay could win this because they just have a nice wall of towers to defend their area. Yeah, this could actually be problematic for India because he doesn't have a lot of units to go off of here. Like Arumi, I don't know if Arumi is the way to go, honestly. Because see, here's the thing. I might actually. I'm thinking. Yeah, this is definitely actually looking like a pro-Paraguay victory here because. See, what's going to happen is the Escobateros are going to focus down the Sepoys. And once the Sepoys are tarnished, then the shock units are going to mass their way in there and just swarm their way in. Yeah. Yep, and then he's going to get the French colony up, which is going to help him out even further. Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a pro-Paraguay win right now. I guarantee you Paraguay is going to beat him. Because now he just has to pull back and let the towers do the work. They're going to kill one flail elephant, then they're going to kill another flail elephant, which is going to help out even more. Yeah, I mean, that's not even an issue because, yep, it's going to kill that. Alright. See, this is the thing. Yeah, see that? See the multipliers coming into factor there? Yeah. Definitely. Yep. Wait a second, though. It does seem like, I don't know. How much is this dealing against them? Never mind, it's... Oh, and now he has the Cohets, and now he can deploy that. Still, it seems like maybe Paraguay can pull this off somehow. Maybe. 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 Yeah, like if I would have seen him bust through the Yorumis, that would have been a GG for India. By far. Oh, but then you had the Abyss Gunners. Yeah, that's a serious problem though. Yeah. Then he's gonna have to pull these units back. He's gonna beat that Rumi, right? Yep. Yep, beat that Rumi. Hit the R1s with the rockets. Yeah. Okay. Who beat who there? Who beat who? I'm guessing Paraguay, but yeah, I think Paraguay resigned there. Yeah, I think so. I think Paraguay resigned there, honestly. Yeah, see here, Kazan with his wonderful economic natural resource cards managed to pull in double the resources throughout the entire match. And also, doubled the kill rate, thanks to his very powerful elephants and his Arumis. Very good indeed. So let's move on to the next one now. You pull that one up. Gotta load back in. Just point this here. Alright. It's coming in. Alright. Let's go to recorded games here. Now this will be their second match, and I think after that point we're going to be seeing some old stuff from last week. I'll just add those in so everybody who didn't see the live stream last week will get to enjoy those. Alright, Kazan versus Sebazlumi match 2. Let's go. It's loading right now. Should be in any second. Alright, so let's get the few walk off in the fog of war. We got Kazan with the Belgians, followed by Sebazlumi with the Greeks. This is a very good map for both civs, actually. Greeks can take advantage of the water here, with their nice landowners' investment becoming a dock, whereas the Belgians really benefit from not only the trade route in the center map here, typically, but also even these natives. You know, the Cree natives as well as the Wendats here. They have some really powerful units. Both very tanky units, mind that. The Cree trackers being a tanky skirmisher, the Wendats obviously having their famous mantlets that we've seen earlier today. So, we'll see how this ends up going. Does Fishboom beat native and trade route control or not? So the dock is now up from the landowner's investment, and it's going to start popping out free fishing ships for the Greeks. How many peasants we got working there? Yeah, get them onto the food right now. Get a house up as well so you don't get housed, because if you get housed with the fishing ship queue, it just skips over it and starts off with the next queue, denying you that fishing ship, which would, you know, put you behind a bit in villager seconds than you should be. Now you can, now at this point I'm going to look at the deck really to see where it's going. What I find interesting is Belgium goes for the forward-facing trading posts here, so they can keep the one in the back in reserve for later on. Does Kazan have his deck yet? Yeah. So he has distributivism. He actually has ranching, which I'm pretty surprised by. Why would you have ranching in a Belgian deck? Is he actually going to go for cows, it looks like? Yeah, seems like it. Seems like we're going to see a bit of cow work here. And we see also... Oh, this is why he's going for cows. He's going for Rights Watch. This will make volunteers cost more food, but no wood. And they'll also be trainable from towers as well, which you can get from frontier wagons when you age up, by the way. So you don't actually need a barracks to train them. You do need a barracks to upgrade them, but you do not need one to train them once you send that. In fact, this treasure right here is going to bring him some food right now, which is going to age him up a bit quicker. Beyond that point, there you see a lot of upgrade cards. You see textile industry. Now that's an interesting one. You know, I usually don't see that card. It actually makes your factories more durable, so it's harder to siege them, and then it'll make steam power free to research at it. We also see Solvay Conference, which improvements research instantly. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting one too that we don't often see. I wonder if it, yeah, it would affect this card. So yeah, you can get a decent mass out of it. And now, alright, so now I just want to look at the Greek deck now and see what's going on here. Well, this is Las Galina Bobalina. This is the Dark Age up, by the way. This is the one you usually should go with unless you really want to go with the market one. Now, the great thing about going with the dock age up is if you can get a market up in transition, that means that we can acquire the wood craftsmanship level 1 wood shopping upgrade as well as the mining one. Yeah. In terms of deck, we see advanced dock, which we don't always see. This will basically not only have all the effects that it does in vanilla, it will actually let fishing ships build fisheries. Fisheries, yep. What the fishery is actually a floating platform you can put on the water that can train additional fishing ships. And when we stack them on top of each other, they can actually build a bit of a wall. A bit of a barrier. Bit of a barrier. Alright, so looking right here. Alright, 2 fishing ships for free from that age up, yep. Good food economy. Now we got a bit of a house here. And 700 wood. Alright. Alright, this one has got some, the Artisan, 400 wood, Core Master Age up. This will allow him to either put down trading posts with that, or he can start to build up his military output a bit.
Klaar. Commando.
Frontier Wagon.
Hallo.
This should move a bit more forward to, well, let's see what he actually does with this thing. He could really do anything with it. He doesn't even need to really build a train post. He could also build a redoubt. And, yeah, because we do see Rights Watch coming out right now, which will let him actually train rangers and volunteers from the redoubt. Yep, he's putting a redoubt, so I'm thinking more in the realm he's going to go with the train post right there. And he's also going to get Spice Trade. So Spice Trade is actually going to let him train even more of these rangers. Yeah, even more of them. The one thing I am kind of lacking in this deck is the special card that lets the rangers gain additional siege damage. That would have been a good thing to see here. A good synergy, but unfortunately we don't see that. But it does look like, though, he's going for stable and tower. So we're going to see hussars with volunteers covering for each other a bit. That could potentially work. That could potentially work quite good. We do see a tower house coming up as well as a dock. Well, the dock's been there for a while, but you get the point. The tower house is basically a defensive measure to protect his water boom here. We also see the marble statues. This is the first mining upgrade. He will need to level up his market for 150 wood if he wants to get the second level of market upgrades. He also gained a bit of XP from it since, you know, nation states do not get mercantilism or anything like that. So they actually get, when they're leveling up their markets, to get a bit of XP that they can use toward shipments.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Θηρευτής.
Commando.
Well, coin. Yeah, we see coin coming in.
Ja. Prêt. Oui. À l'attaque!
Double tower, so maybe, yeah, he's gonna double queue up on these volunteers. I hope he knows he doesn't have that siege card for him, though. just in case if that's the route he was going down. I don't know if he really was thinking of that when he was putting the thing together, but yeah, that would made a pretty big difference since they would have gained about 3x against buildings, and they could have actually been some decent siege units too. So I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. I think he's probably just doing this just to have a very food-only unit that he can spam around the map pretty much. About 90 food. Not too bad, actually. I mean, considering you don't have to put down a coin or wood for it. So the boss is mostly sticking with the Klep unit, which is kind of interesting. You know, when I go with the Greeks or even the Serbs, I like to go with Marauders. Yeah, I would have gone with Marauders and would have sent them after here. See, the thing against Belgium that would have went well, which didn't for me against Italy, is the fact that I could have went full Marauders and charged his volunteers with them, and he would not have had a cheap Partisan unit to defend him with. Yeah, so that's something, just some food for thought for you when you're planning to use Greeks against Belgians. Is if you want to go full Marauder, you're usually in a safer position too, unless he goes with flying infantry, or you see a native embassy, which, you know, costs additional wood to even construct, basically. And even in that case, then the Amniams are a bit more pricier than standard Partisans, so yeah, definitely. Alright, so now we see the volunteers taking shots at the Kleps. Scytheman. Yeah, I mean, this is probably just going to be useful if he goes with Hussars. The Scythemen, though, in general, are a pretty decent hand unit. They do actually deal a bit of splash damage, which is quite useful. And they actually have 6x against shock units, making them even stronger against said units instead of Partisans, which only have 5x multipliers. A lot of coin, though. What's up with this coin? Why is he flowing all this coin for? What is up with this? Why is he flowing all this coin? Does he have mercenary shipments or something? That just doesn't make any logistical sense to me why he's going for all the whales. I mean, I get that did he send, no, he didn't even send whale oil yet. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you go to whales before you get whale oil? The whale oil, they would gather even better from him. I don't get that at all. Why not the whale oil? Beats me, and it really does. But he is getting fire fishing now, so the gather rates are going to go up once again for the fishing ships. $700 food. He's going to be able to age up soon with that. Just go down here. I would go for the market age up if it was me. So that way you can get the crop gathering upgrades for free, as well as any of the chopping and mining ones you didn't get already from level 2. Oh boy, that hurts. That stings. That definitely does sting. Royal Mint. Yeah, Royal Mint. Mostly focusing on eco, it seems. So what's the game changer here? What kills who here? Bosniaks. Bosniak Lancers. Wow. I was not expecting to see a Bosniak being queued up here. These are basically just Stratiots, so you're aware. These are Asian Dynasty Stratiots. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. About 56 attack, same amount of HP. Yeah.
Commando. J'ai repris des forces.
Yep, they're gonna start sieging on that barracks now. So I'm wondering, is it the Montigny machine guns that makes the boss resign? Like, what actually does that? I mean, he is getting Alexandros Marvocodotos right now. This is the market one. So really, you're going to notice that these crops here are going to gather a lot better. They're going to gather a lot better once that tech rides in. I don't know why he's worried he's going to resign here, because he could just send in the mountain artilleries next. Once this shipment ends, I don't know why he's so worried about this, honestly. I don't know. I don't know at all. Well, there we have it, a GG. GG. I don't know. I don't know at all. Bosniaks, so this was very unexpected. I wasn't expecting to see Bosniaks pulling off a win here. The Stradiot style Cav, no. Very strange. Very strange build.
Commando?
Very, very strange build. Yeah, I mean, Sabas even got more resources, and it wasn't even in the fishing area of food. He just got more in coin and wood. In military, yeah, I think it was just those two machine guns that basically tipped the scales along with the Bosniaks. Good match, though. GG. Think you both did pretty well there, you know? I just think you should have, if you were Sabas, you should have just gone the food with the fishing personally and started spamming the coin gathering from the whales later when he could get some mercenary shipments, perhaps. Yeah, because look at it right here. Does he? Yeah, he doesn't even have any mercenary shipments, so I don't even know why he was stacking up that much coin to begin with, unless he was going to go for some mountain artilleries in age 3 or something. That does confuse me quite a bit, you know? It baffles me. Alright, so now we can move on to the next one. Let me get that one open. Sneeze again. Having a lot of those today. Alright, now we move on to my encounter again. This is where I think we finished off last time, right? And then things started again. People started to know. I started to notice the freezing on Twitch. So hopefully somebody's here and they're watching this and they're making sure that we're not experiencing any sort of stuttering or freezing, because we're pretty much halfway through the whole thing, I think, right? Yeah, just about. I want to get all these done because people have been waiting a long time for this week 15. And it's only right that we get these completed for them. I'll be able to explain a lot about personal perspective here since I was a participant in this one. Alright, so I go with Haiti and he goes with Armin. Simple as that. So what I'm thinking here is he's going to either go double Janissary, in which case Escopetero with Gallego, or he's going to go Janissary Abisgunner, in which case I will probably do Escopetero with Gallego and maybe something else to maybe change it up a bit and throw him off guard. So that's sort of my mindset when I was going into this one. It seems like Marcos, though, was thinking more on the lines of, you know, I'm going to use this very tanky unit Civ with very strong H2 units as my best potential defense to a Haitian assault. Yeah, definitely. And if I recall, Ottomans do take up all the trade routes as well, Or at least they try to do that. I have other things in mind, though, when I say, you know, you're not getting away that easily. No, you're not. So I'm going to come and stop you where I can. You know, I'm not going to let you get away with the trade route that simply. Right now it's pretty simple stuff, you know, me trying to get my meat, him trying to build his train posts. I mean, I could show you the deck right here that I go with. I think it's this one I go with, right? Yeah, most likely. Now his deck, which is going to be interesting to see, because I don't quite recall what he went with in his deck. Let's wait. Let's wait for that deck to appear. Oh wow, look at this. He's actually going for all the train posts on my side of the map. And I've noticed that I'm like, hey, you are not going to get away with that, sir. You're not going to get away with that. You get out of here right now. Go back to your side of the map and do that sort of trade route stuff. Not here. Not on my property. What is this? What is this? What is this deck? Is this a meme or something? Yeah, so basically this is what he goes with, I guess. He's got settlers and capitalism, and then he's got the crates here, and yeah, all that good stuff. So, also, if you capture all the trade routes and using Team Silk Road, it'll really benefit you, since it benefits both the crates you receive at your shipment site, as well as the deliveries you get from the trade route as well. It bumps them up a bit. Looks like he's finally sending the settlers, and it looks like he was never going to get to that. As for me, this is my deck. I go with about 3 Civites. If I have any spare XP, I'll go for the chicken card. Otherwise, we bounce down to H2 and send Gallegos constantly. Constantly until we need some wood, unless we need some villagers or something, then I'll maybe swap it off a bit, but I go for full immigrant rushes myself, which not a lot of other people do apparently, which kind of shocks me quite a bit. I would have expected a lot more people to use more of an immigrant rush style build when they're using it. Yeah, it definitely shocks me a lot. I go up with the Arabs because the Arabs are the superior option. You know, they got the Gallegos, which are statistically the same as his Janissaries, which, you know, maybe that's why he was thinking about going with, well, it couldn't have been, because he wouldn't have known I would have won Haiti, because I usually pick Haiti on Hudson Bay, so I probably took him a bit off guard with Haiti this early. Yeah. What's he going with? Core Master Right Arzan, of course, 400 wood. He is going with the greedy capitalism, though, so he's going to begin that coin trickling right away, which he'll be able to use to keep up his production of Janissaries, and he'll be able to get some early Abbot Gunners as well if he so wishes. So up here we got about 700 wood. Combined with the quartermaster artisan wood, it's gonna give him about 1.1k. So really he could do a lot of things. He can build the rest of his trading posts, he can build an artillery foundry in the barracks and start attacking with some houses. Gives him a lot of flexibility. Lots and lots of flexibility. As for me, I put my I ended up putting my trading posts. I ended up building one with my explorer right here, and then I used my trade rickshaw to build onto this native site, this Apotex. And that's where we try our unique little strategy out today, to see how well it works. You can be the judge with me to see how effective it is, but, you know, I think it might be something worth trying. Definitely. So I'm gonna queue up Zapotec Lightning Warriors along with Gallegos. I got a very special purpose for the Lightning Warriors this game. So my idea is I'm gonna put these into cover mode. You know, so I can actually soak up shots from both Janissaries and Abyss Gunners. Just so I can give myself better statistical odds in skirmishes against those units. As you see right here, I keep a double queue of them going whenever possible between the Lightning Warriors and the Gallegos. Good news is they're both pretty decent in sieging buildings. So yeah, that's one thing that I got going for me with them. Yep, and then I move on to the second one here because I just want to make sure he's not getting any more XP from my route. Also, if he is planning on going with Asor's stagecoach over there, I want to kind of deny him that. And as you see back here, though, he is starting to buff out the Janissaries. He's actually going double barracks Janissary with the supporting artillery foundry for Abyss Gunners. So he really is preparing for both Q types, should he need them. Now he's going to be sending in his 700 coin next. Reason for the double barracks is so if he does want to recover his numbers of Janissaries pretty quickly, he can. Yeah, now I just put these into cover mode when I get a little bit closer to them to tank up some of the range damage. Not like this. See this for a... Where do I do the cover mode? Yep, right here. This is actually cover mode right now. And see how it basically distracts his range units significantly? To the point that I can actually get some decent exchanges with the Jans. Keeping in mind my Galegos had the same stats as the Jans do. Actually, they get a little bit more attack, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Yep, definitely. And I have to retreat now because I don't have any more lightning warriors to use. So I have to retreat back this way.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Looks like I put a Savite down here. How is the MCMR economy doing? So yeah, he has a lot of coin, which is going to help him really queue up his Abyss Gunners here against me. And really it's the Abyss Gunner which is the most serious threat to me because it's a very powerful skirmish unit that deals crush damage, which you rarely ever see. So even things like my Escopateros are vulnerable to the Abyss Gunner as an extension. And he's going to be pushing in forward with those now. Here I go with another wave with some Escopateros mixed in to the batch. Escopateros hopefully dishing out some anti-heavy infantry damage. Have the Zapotex on the cover mode once more. They did soak up a lot of Abyss shots, though, I will say that for sure. Yeah, that was pretty impressive, to say the least. I was pretty impressed with that part of it.
Hazır. Emrin. Neşena. Evet.
Just seeing here, like, what sort of went on here during the match that I probably could have improved upon with the build. I mean, here's the problem though. The Abyss Gunners just break the normal mold because they have crush damage. Yeah. I mean, granted, they do have the malice against the shock units, which is great, but still doesn't make me feel too confident about it. More Escopateros and more Zapotex.
Hazır.
Also, I'm starting to add in some Arab workers as well. The great thing about Arab workers is they actually trickle a bit of every resource as they work. So they get a lot of value the longer you have them on the map, pretty much. It's good to max these out whenever possible when you can afford them with your coin. Which, thankfully for Haiti, they don't use a lot of coin, so you can get these Arab merchants out pretty easily. So they can trickle a little bit of everything for you. I'm just trying to reacquaint myself with the unit numbers here. To see what I was sort of doing with my army versus his, to see, you know, what maybe could I do to improve myself in this type of a matchup in the future with these types of units. Like, maybe artisanal cannons, maybe? I don't know. It just feels like at this point I was in pretty deep trouble since stats were really against me with once the Ottomans really started to go with their numbers. Like, if I could have maybe cut down some of his Janissaries early on, maybe we could have had some better luck, but at this point, not really. It just doesn't seem too viable. And then obviously you gotta put the Zapotecs in front of them, which, you know, it's taking them a while to do. Yep. Alright, yep. And yeah, good. Yep, see, the Zapotecs are finally doing their job. And you need to get the, yep. Yeah, I mean, we get some kills in there. Got one Abbas gun, got a second one. So yeah. So I go with Machetros. Maybe because I thought maybe assault could have caused a bit of a problem for the Abbas gunners, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, sort of like match-wise, if I'm dealing with Ottomans again as a Civ, what should I do? Especially considering the future landscape of Haiti, where they won't have a build bounty with their immigrant units anymore, so I'll have to actually use more unit shipments from the home city most of the time. I can still send Gallegos, but I won't be able to use larger numbers of them anymore. The only Civ they'll really be able to do that anymore is like Uruguay, because they train them with resources. GG. GG. Yeah, see, this is the thing, though. Once you play the Ottomans, you notice all their torch attacks as well as attacks with flaming arrows will generate them coin as part of their pillage bonus. Yeah, Ottomans get a pillage bonus, and that's what makes them economically stronger in Wars of Liberty than they are in vanilla, is their ability to pillage to gain coin. Definitely. Let me move on. I'll actually just look at the post game real quick. Yeah, more resources, especially the coin. Yeah, look at that. Big difference. More kills. Yeah. I had double the units, but I got half the work done that he did. Which shows you sometimes numbers aren't everything. You really do need to plan your armies out properly. And sometimes you just are completely outmatched against a certain Civ. Which is kind of unfortunate, you know. Try to balance out your armies the best as you can, usually. Alright, let's go into this one. This is going to be the match 2. I don't think we saw all of this. Yeah, I didn't actually get to show all of this the last time, because that's when we really started to see the freezing and the streaming. Yeah, and then after that we'll see some more familiar stuff for people that were here last week. So, now he goes with Haiti. nice explorer name, by the way. And I go with the Belgians. If you don't know, I do a very special thing with the Belgians now, sort of based on some stuff Darkus has done before, which is sort of like a native attack. using lots and lots of trading posts and lots of native sites. And the idea of it is if you can build enough native sites like this one, as well as the two down here at least, you can go for a solid native rush. Yeah. Sometimes it works really, really well and your opponent doesn't know what to do. Sometimes it falls a bit short, so I was taking a bit of a hit or miss here to see, could we beat whatever civ, he goes with using that, because what I thought he was going to do was he was going to go Portuguese. Yeah, I was pretty certain he was going to go Portuguese or Dutch. I didn't think he was going to go with the civ that I went with the last match. That was actually a bit of a shocker to me, believe it or not. I'm just curious, what sort of deck does he use? So really, this is kind of like a basic Haiti 1 versus 1 deck in reality. I would have expected the same thing for myself most of the time. Something like this one. Yeah. Definitely. I'm surprised he doesn't have any villagers, though. He uses about 300 wood. Is that right? See, I already have my first... I actually built in the same spot that Kazan did in the last Hudson Bay game where somebody was Belgium. And from my reasoning for that is we could totally use the XP from the trading post to be able to get our settlers card earlier and our advanced trading post earlier too. Because we're going to need advanced trading posts to build up around this map. There's really no other alternative, really. I got some coin there, which, might be useful later. It's certainly not going to be useful right away, since what we really need is a lot of food and wood to keep up with the natives, as well as get houses to be able to ship in ordinary units as well. See, I have the 3 ordinary units. The line infantry, the hussar, and the volunteer. I also include the Niam Niam allies to add this in as a secondary native. And then this is what makes the system work. Native treaties. You get a shipment of native warriors from each different allied tribe. And if you can build out onto 3 different tribes on the map, you get 3 batches of native units. You get 2 batches of the Wendat Mantlets and 1 of the Krieg Trackers. And that enables you to get a very powerful attack in early on that you can use combined with your line infantry and your volunteers to go in for a serious attack. It's quite powerful, actually. That's why I've been filtering more to use it now. Definitely. Yep, and here comes the advanced trading post. That'll make everything super cheap, so I can capture here, and then capture all the way down here. If you're lucky, you can capture all the way over here, too. Get this trading post here. And then you could even get a stagecoach in if you're real lucky. That's the best case scenario, because then you can actually afford to keep sending in stuff. You can afford to keep sending Wendats, you can afford to keep sending Grenadiers potentially from your barracks. It's pretty good. Now I go with the artisan to get 400 wood because, to be honest, when you're trying to take over an entire map of terrain posts, 400 wood is quite useful for you. As for MCMR, he is going up with the German wave. Yeah, everybody seems to like the German wave for the most part. I mean, only me and a handful of others ever go with the Arab wave. And honestly, in this matchup, I would have went with the Arab wave just because you can take a trading post rickshaw and deny me a trading post here. Right, there's something beyond it than just the Gallegos themselves. The trade rickshaw itself has a lot of value in hurting your opponent's ability to spread out map-wise and take over things. Always keep that in mind, too. Sometimes it's better to take a trading post just to deny your opponent from taking that same trading post. It can work out really good sometimes. See, now what he has to do is now he just has like a tower. Before he could have built onto here, and see, now I grab that. Now I... Oh no, never mind, he did get that one. Alright. I was thinking, I was trying to remember for a second, like, oh wait a minute, I actually got that far? No, he got that one, alright. So he ended up covering that himself with his wood. Now we're starting to get the chickens. And as soon as I get this, and this, which I need about 3 settlers for because apparently they build the thing so slow, then we can get native treaties, and we can get the native warriors out. Just gotta wait for that to arrive now, and then I'll have a nice army of mantlets and Crete trackers to push on that trade route with. And then ideally after that I'm gonna have enough food basically to start making my own mantlets then. How many settlers did I even get here? Because I feel like there were times when I felt like I was sort of paused in my production. So I had about 19 now, and about... I did have the food to make more though, which is good. Alright, here comes the 3 Wendat mantlets, followed by the ones from the treaties. Yeah, see, this is pretty powerful because I didn't even train any of these yet. And I already have a solid army of about 10 native warriors that I can utilize to my fullest extent. And then I got the Nam Nams coming in next, and then I can swap these off at some point and put them on the wood. Yeah, that's what makes this such a powerful strategy, usually. Yep, and then I try to focus on the trade route first, get some build bounty from that, or some kill bounty I should say. And then from there I can, you know, ship in hussars, line infantry, volunteers, whatever I really need. The Nam Nams will really help out against any potential Machetro or England play here. That's why I add that shipping in so I can get those out really fast. Then I can move down onto this train post here. Yep, so from what we see here, he's going mostly with pickets. A nice big white picket fence. And, pretty much just going to try to stun me with that phalanx. But I have my own spearmen, I also have skirmishers, I have, like, siege units here, so... Now, unfortunately, I went for the hussars first, thinking that he was going to go with, I don't know, escopeteros and machetros, so maybe I should have went with the line infantry first here, and that could have helped out a bit more. But then again, with the pickets, you can obviously go into cover mode, and then it's just as painful to deal with, really. Yeah, now I have to deal with these machetros now. Yeah, I don't know. Not looking too good for me. Not looking good at all. Not looking good at all. I mean, I did get some success here. I was able to kill a lot of the Sabates. For sure, yeah. Oh, but then the machetros arrived. Yeah, the machetros appeared to be the biggest threat of this game, I think, honestly. Oh yeah, I mean, they were. The machetros were the bread and butter that got him out of this, I think. Because if it weren't for the machetros, he would have been in serious trouble. Like, if he had to deal with, like, something like a hussar unit or something that was more expensive, yeah, he would have actually had some issues. But apparently, Latin American cities that have machetros can really hard counter the Belgian native strategy really well. Because for the food and wood they have to put down, that splash attack means a lot more than even the HP that the mantlets have. Because once the machetros get into melee, then the mantlets lose their whole advantage of being a range unit. So yeah, that's something you need to keep in mind. 1 second. Let's finish this one up, shall we? Alright, so last we checked, my assault with the native treaties card failed, thanks to the OP assault unit power of the Machetro. Now I'm in a bit of a scramble here, thinking, what are we gonna do? You know, that first push failed, and I'm kind of starving for resources here. So what can I possibly do to claw back here? So I'm thinking, you know, let's add some line infantry in. Add in the remaining mantlets we have, along with the volunteers. Let's go for another push. At the same time, our opponent knows the only way to stop this madness is to start sieging away his native settlement. Exactly what he does. He goes for this mantlet right here. If he can knock me down a few pegs in terms of my build limit of the mantlets, I might be able to win this pretty easily. Yep, and unfortunately I arrived way too late to stop that. Way too late. See, I lost that build limit, so it's literally stuck in the queue right now. I could actually rebuild it with my Explorer. Do I? Yeah, but he's stuck up here though. Unfortunately. I also include a food crate here, because I know I might always run out of food when doing this. Add this one right here. I swapped the Grenadiers, thinking, you know, our biggest threat is the infantry, not the Machetros. Let's get some crush units in there to deal some crush damage with their charge attack. But, you know, what we find out in the end is it's actually the Machetros that's the biggest threat all along. You know, you can see here. Right, he's able to keep that queue of Machetros going at all times, which totally messes me up. Beyond comprehension, you know? I mean, I'm able to clean them up somewhat that time, which was good. For sure, yeah, I was able to clean them up that time, but other times, not so much. And I have to go through the picket fence to get to the skirmishers. Yeah, this is where it gets a little messy. Yeah, because even the pickets are being a bit of an annoyance here because of their numbers. And now he has double barracks Machetro, which, you know, with that, if you didn't think one Machetro mass was enough to put you on ice, 2 of them. You know, that's all it takes. That's all it takes, frankly. Yeah, then the Machetros start to snare you, and then you can't even get away from them from their clutches. All I can do is just slightly shoot back every now and then try to kill him. Eventually it's to no avail, because the Escopeteros just end up shooting you anyways. Unbelievable, yeah. Unreal is right. What do I even have now for resources? Do I even have anything? Well, I have enough to make some more grenadiers and some mantlets, at least. All I have left is some coin at that point. Nothing else, really. At this point, I don't know quite what to do, so I'm like, you know, I'm just going to go Mandlin and Grenadier and hope for the best and eventually break through his lines. Which at this rate, seeing the score here, I'm like, yeah, this isn't looking too good. Not looking good at all. It's not even like I can get my Explorer back and start building on this trade we're doing a stagecoach. Because that might have clawed me back a bit. Now we're starting to get that rum distillery card as well. The rum industry, which is going to grant him about 2 coin works, which is really going to help out his economy as well. And push him even further ahead of me. Yep, and here's my next wave of Grenadiers and Mantlets. I actually also made some of these Immortals, the Immortals, is basically just Morochukos. Yeah, it says here, immersed Morochuko. Those who don't know what a Morochuko is, it's basically like a special dragoon that can also hunt. See, Peru used to have a unique unit called the Morochuko, which you could send to go hunt animals, as well as have the multipliers against assault units, against cavalry. Its attack is a lot less, but it also has an extra multiplier worked into it to make it a bit stronger. So at that point I was thinking, if he's doing Macheptros, man, I may as well add some Immortals. Just add a little bit of a different unit in. And I add in some Cree trackers as well. That combined with the Morochukas, I thought, hey, that should probably deal with this pretty easily. But then I don't realize is he has a whole mass of the Macheptros here. He wasn't looking to age up at all. He was going all in age 2 to outnumber me in every way. I decided to put them on the hunts for now, since they're not going to be fighting.
Señor.
Yeah, at this rate I sort of know, like, yeah, he's got a large mass of Macheptros there, he's got the pickets, and not much you can really do at that point. It's kind of a mess. I mean, the grenades help a weeny bit, but then you get the Macheptros, and then you need to put the Morochukos to work on the Macheptros at that point. And really then, you find out, yeah, all the splashing and stuff, that actually negates my entire purpose of my army. In so many words. I just don't have enough Morochukos to force them back, is the problem. Because they're so expensive, they're like a 250 coin mercenary. I'm gonna go for like 1 or 2 more waves and then I get defeated somewhere along here. Yeah, this was a pretty fun one. Actually, you know what? I actually thought this was a pretty fun series for me, you know. Most people would say, yeah, you lost 2-1, that's not good, but I like trying out the Zapotex earlier with the cover mode and then trying out this Knave strategy on the first time in a Liga match, so that was kind of exciting for me to try some new stuff. And see here, I even go up for a capital age as well with the city planner. So I had a few tricks up my sleeve even then to come back. Probably what I should have did is I should have stayed back and waited for the age up to come. And then got the artillery, and then I probably could have pried my way through them. because I went in too early, I didn't have anything to deal with the pickets quick enough, and, you know, couldn't target down the macheteros easily, which, you know, forced me into a bad position. Because now I just have to rely on volunteers until I can get my force publiques in age 3. Yeah, see, this is the cool thing about fortified trading posts is, it allows your trading posts to shoot cannonballs from them, which inevitably kills a lot of units and deters smaller armies from attacking them. But even with the larger army like this, I was still able to get some casualties, which is pretty good value, actually, from a military standpoint. I actually wasted some of the resources of my opponent by having those cannonballs in there. And he just caps the terrain post then, so I can't grab him again. So I decide, yeah, let's go for the machine gun first. Let's mass up our ranges over here. Get our redoubt down with our frontier wagon. Oh, I actually go for the Hawaiis. Yeah, that's an interesting pick. The Hawaiis, you know, they're basically like a heavy infantry unit, and I was thinking, you know, since the Hawaiis actually have a splashed hand attack, maybe that might actually help against the macheteros and drive them back a bit. Though I realized at that point I was in real trouble because of the unit numbers. Just again stacking and kept stacking and stacking for them. And I do have about 2 town centers as well, which is pretty useful here. It's stalling me out. If I didn't go for the H3, I probably would have died at that point. You know, right away. I still died, but now I got to put on a bit more of a show in H3 by adding in the Hawaii mercenaries. Here they are right here. See that? They get a splash attack against shock units, which is a rare thing for a ranged infantry to have. Actually makes them like foot Yojimbos in a way. Because the foot Yojimbos... Well, Yojimbos have a hand attack that has a multiplier against cavalry, right? So this actually makes them like a foot version of that. Because they also come with the strong range attack as well. Yeah, see, they fight with their Dadao or their Qingdao sword, dealing a bit of splash to them. Yeah, and at this point I'm kind of just outnumbered, really. Not much more to see there. I'm curious what many resources he had, though, at the end of this. See, at this rate, he maximized out his age 2 to the point that now he can use my own natives against me with his native embassies, as well as queuing out 3 barracks at the same time. So he really did good with this macro at this stage. Yeah, I mean, this is like the last of my army right here is these wives. Trying to see how much casualties I can inflict at this point. I got some kills in there, right? Yeah. Nothing too big, though. Nothing that large that I would have wanted. Yeah, what do I do here? Do I basically just resign at this point, or... Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just freeing random stuff. Yeah, here's a tracker here, here's a tracker there. Everywhere, tracker at this point. Yeah, you're not going to get very far with just 2 Kree trackers. Dealing with this big army of mantlets and followed by these things. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not your cup of tea when you end up in that situation. And he could actually age up at any time himself to the capital. Now that he has that surplus available.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Yeah, double the resources. This is really where I got slaughtered in. Also, he had a bigger unit mass, which led to more kills for him as well. Yeah, that's the big difference here. He was able to mass up a lot more of the units he needed. I mostly just had a couple of very elite, you know, mantlets, immortals, things like that in the end just didn't cut it. So, anyways, that was a GG. MCMR did a great job in that encounter, you know. Good work with the Ottomans and the Haitians, for sure. Definitely. Let's move on to the next encounter, though. Because now we're moving into old territory, I think, at this point. Yeah, I'm pretty certain of that. Now we're going to be going to Delian and Alucard again. Hopefully this time without freezing. You know, we had a bit of freezing last time we did that. Let's try it, though. Hopefully we don't have any problems this time around. So, Delian versus Alucard match 1. Yeah, your resolution is not supported by the observer interface. Adjust your resolution, restart the match to gain full observer up. Yeah, I get that. Anyways, Delian here with the Danish on this side, followed by Alucard with the Mapuche on... where is Mapuche? Down here, yep. Alright. Yeah, this is a... You know, I like Mapuche as much as your next guy, but, you know, they can go in both places, honestly. Sometimes they do really well, if you can really use their fort to defend an area really well and then push out with Trangolafs and their special units. Sometimes they get demolished by something like a conscripto or a line infantry spammer. It can really go in any sort of direction. You gotta, I think the key to doing Mapuche well is knowing when you need to fast capital or fast fortress and when you have to fight down H2. And it all depends on unit tags. Like if you're dealing with ranged heavy infantry, fast fortress is usually the way to go because you need Trauka two-face skirmishers and artillery piece cannons to defend you. Actually called artillery pieces. Like, you know, sometimes they call cannons artillery pieces, but they actually have a cannon called the artillery piece, which is a 2 to 3 population cannon that looks a lot like an artisanal cannon that the Mapuche use for their anti-infantry. Obviously they got the Boca Fuego for the anti-artillery, but their mainstream artillery is called the artillery piece. Yeah, just to make that distinction to you. Also, you don't have to cover a deck from Mapuche since they have all their cards available from their war chiefs. There are 5 heroes here. This one has all, like, you know, the villagers, the crates, that sort of stuff. He has the military upgrades for artillery and infantry. She has the stuff like for train posts, infrastructure, that sort of thing. She's for the economics, and he's for the naval, you know, the ships. Also mercenaries, natives, support cards, that sort of thing. Mapuche will be starting out with 3 villagers, which is totally a good option. And one more thing he can do too is he can send the cavalry war chief as well, which will have upgrades related to cavalry, as well as I think infantry speed as well. So quite a lot of cards in Mapuche can call upon. That's sort of their signature thing. As for Danish, we've already seen them quite a bit today, so not too much introduction needed for them. They got Golden Ages, Ox cards to boost the gathering of nearby villagers, and they got the earliest falconets or foot artilleries in the game. Yeah, they can get them super early. Very early. Funny how they mentioned Soccers here, even though Soccers aren't even in the game anymore. Yeah. No more Habsburgs, unfortunately. It'd be great if we could have a Habsburg-like Civ that deals with mercenaries again, but who knows. He's actually going to be going for 2 settlers. His first card was Colbertism, which a lot of people like because it's just a basic food trickle, so we don't have to manage it that much, and then you just add in 2 more settlers to round it out and give yourself the better economy. Yeah. Only missing about 1 settler from standard Europeans, but then again you have a food trickle to boot, so it's pretty good. He should be going up with one of his enlightened politicians real soon. Enlightened governor, so more coin and also a tower wagon or a outpost wagon or a redoubt wagon, whatever you want to call it. Basically get a tower for it, or a redoubt, or outpost. So many names to call it, really. As for Mapuche, they are going up with the chief. Yeah, the chief. Should be a pretty interesting one. So normally when I play Mapuche, I go up with the messenger just so I'm ready with Trangolafs should I get assaulted by anyone, and want to totally be ready in case I'm attacked in that sort of way. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Jeg er skadet. Jeg kan ikke bevæge mig.
For some reason, my memory tells me something interesting happened here last week. I don't know what it was. Something really weird happened in this game that really shocked me. I don't know what it is though. Something really wacky happened that nobody expected. I don't know. Something happens here, you know, nobody expects. But we'll see. We'll see. Right now, though, it seems like Danish is going to do some sort of sneaky ninja forward base behind his Zapotec native settlement here. That should be pretty tricky, you know. I mean, let's put it over to them. Yeah, they don't know that settler is there, at least for right now. So they're not going to know that he's basically going to build a barracks here or something. But what he is going to do is ship in some matreros. These renegade Argentinian outlaws. These are basically, you remember the World War of the Triple Alliance days, like a long time ago, as well as not too long ago in the days of Wars of Liberty, like pre-Latam rework, pre-Latam patch. Yeah, these are lassadors. So they throw their lasso and they deal some splash damage that has multipliers against heavy infantry. Yeah, that's what they are, basically. So they're like a lassador. A very powerful unit. You can mass lots of them up and they do a lot of damage. I actually would like to go back to the days of the lassadors. with Argentina. That was a very glorious time for them when they could do a lot of damage. Could still, I guess we could play some more of a War of the Triple Alliance at some point to use them. But that'd be going back way far for no reason, I think. Yeah, definitely. Actually, I think in this day and age, because we've had so many reworks to Latin America, it might actually be decent novelty to, decent nostalgia to play War of the Triple Alliance again and see some of the older concepts come back. Oh yeah, probably, definitely. Also, Canada technically would have a different unit too. I think they have the old Korea Civ in it as well. So yeah, lots of old stuff. Lots and lots of old stuff in it. Yeah, maybe War of the Triple Alliance will see a resurgence someday with all the old units. But anyways, what we see right now is these Matreros going for a siege of the barracks. And from there, we basically see Delian put up a barracks and a stable over here. How much resources does he have, technically? He does have a bit of coin, he does have some food. He could totally make some land soldats up here, though. And they would be out of the line of sight of his opponent, for sure, right? Yeah, absolutely. So, right now, his army does not know about this going on up here, giving Delian a bit of an element of surprise if he so wishes to use it. He does have some land soldats over here, though, that are going to distract the Matreros a bit. It's actually insane how that Matrero shipment is, really, about that many of them. That many Lassadors. Yeah, kind of scary, isn't it? Ah, Hussars, nice. So what is he going to do with these Hussars? Maybe a bit of raiding work, maybe something like that. He's going to have to be careful though, because you don't want to throw them too soon. That's for sure. How many Hussars would that be? About 8 of them? Yeah, that could actually do quite a bit of damage against his Matreros. Yeah, definitely. What's Alucard also? So they're going up for Capital Age with the Wise Woman. So lots and lots of chickens, lots and lots of food, lots and lots of pollo, frito. Yeah, yummy, yummy. So what's Danish going to do though? Because they know right now they're an age behind. Oh, so his land soldats are gonna make themselves well known over here. But then the Hussars show up, right? Got an army of Hussars. Alright, so what happens here? So the Hussars. Wait, whoa, 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 no, 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 nope, 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 nope. Really? Really? Nope, 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 no, no, nope, 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 no, 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 nope, nope, nope. Very no. That is horrible. That is totally horrible. 1 second, please. Alright. Let's continue, shall we? When we last were here, I saw the most embarrassing moment of Alucard's career just occur. That being the moment he wasted a whole army of about 13 Matreros and didn't even attack back once. I didn't even believe my eyes when I saw that. You know? I don't know what happened that day. He was not himself. I was thinking to myself in the back of my mind, man, are you okay? Are you doing alright? Are you doing fine? You know, we saw the crumbling of Jeff Argento in match 2 of his encounter earlier today. That was shocking, you know, but it was understandable. This was not understandable at all. There's no way we can relate to how this went wrong. He wasted a expensive coin army of coin units like it was paper. He didn't even fight back. He got completely caught with his pants down. It's almost like he thought, oh, he can't make any hussars. Oh, I can fight that with these. And he didn't even fight them with them. You know, now he's here trying to make mallet dancers to make the boo-boo go away. Yeah, like, really, man? What were you doing? What happened to you? Where did you go? Did you take, you know, your 5-year-old sister or something to play in place of you or something? Like, what happened? Your hermana Manor? Like, seriously, what happened there? Seriously. What happened? It's like you took a little baby and put them in charge of it. A little baby Juanita in charge. Like, seriously. How did that happen? It's like, yeah. I know that was like zero micro. Now, it's the micro you see when you stick your head into the microwave, pretty much. You know what I mean? Stick your head in the microwave for an hour. That's the sort of micro you would do when your head comes out of that thing. Yeah, that was unreal. The most unreal moment in Wars of Liberty Liga history, folks. And not only that, he's grabbing his crates. Which, are they legally even supposed to do that anymore? I thought you couldn't grab somebody's crates in front of their base. I don't know. I know you can't mine or hunt or anything in front of their base, but I thought you couldn't steal somebody's crates under their TC like that. I could be wrong. I think I pointed that out before, but I don't know. I mean, technically I think it's fine if you do that. It's cool, it's trollish, it's a decent strategy, but I just want to make sure we don't have any bugs or anything. Yeah. Well, the only reason Alucard is still breathing is because land soldats are trash. They have very little siege, and they do very little damage. If it was any other unit like the Partisan or something like that, they would have already had this town center down right now. Yeah, that was unbelievable what we just witnessed today. This is the most extremely unreal moment in Wars of Liberty history. Not just Liga history, Wars of Liberty history. Never in a million years would we ever think Alucard would ever do that with his army. The biggest belly flop ever. The biggest cringe moment ever in competitive Wol history. From one of the best, mind you. You know, he's up there with Jeff. You know, he's one of the best ones we got. And for him to do that, that had to have been, that was on purpose. That could not have been that was rigged. That was planned. That was planned. He must have planned that. Maybe he wanted to see a third match or something. I don't know. You don't see him do that ever. That had to have been planned. No way that must have been planned. Like, seriously. And that's why I remember in my back of my mind, like, something happened in this match last week when I was streaming it, that something really wacky happened that we never saw before, and that was it. Alucard belly flopped the 13 Betrero shipment for free to some hussars. With no way out of it. Like, that's something you'd expect a beginner to do if they're lucky. Like, what? Yeah, like, yeah. This is, yeah, like. And he still somehow got more kills because of his town center. And the earlier work he did with the Metros, yeah. Yeah, like, literally, he lost this whole entire 15-pack right here for free. For free. He lost it. I cannot get that out of my mind now. Understand that. That's something that doesn't just get washed off. It doesn't. It doesn't get washed off. And now we go to match 2. We're going to see the same sorts of stuff there too, maybe? I'd be very alarmed, because I feel like that was planned. That had to have been planned. That had to have been planned in some level been planned. If it wasn't planned, I don't know what to say about competitive Wol anymore. If that was not planned. That must have been planned. Somebody must have planned that. That's only something you could plan, really. Yeah. That's something you plan. You have to plan that. There's just no way you could actually let that slip through your fingers like that. Really. Really, there's no way you could slip that through your fingers. But anyways, here's match 2. We got Romanians versus the Tupi. This is a civ you don't see very often. You know, Tupi are one of those odd native civs. They're very jungle-based, very tropical. They actually don't even know what money is, right? You know? You could go somewhere someday and say that you're broke, you know? But it might be more fashionable to say you're the Tupi because you just don't have any coins at all, because you don't even know what they are. And yet he still got some coin from a treasure, obviously, which I find a little bit wacky. There should be a way to convert that to wood or something, I don't know. I think there's some code in the Tupi script that turns their wood into coin, or their coin into wood or food or something, after so many seconds. But I could be wrong about that. But anyways, yeah, this is pretty strange, I would say, you know. This is, and the other thing you gotta know about the Civ 2 is they get buildings that are generally cheaper, like 450 wood town center, which, yeah, it's actually closer to the actual price of a town center in DE, but it has a lot less HP. You know, normally a town center has like 6,500 HP. This one only has about 2,600 HP. So the buildings are like paper practically. Lots of weak tropical materials, you know, not hard metals and concrete, just sticks and stones and leaves and stuff. Yeah, and this is his deck. He's got the villagers. He actually has a couple of upgrades for his Akkas. Akkas being the Tupi farm that doubles as a house, has a bit of population, you can gather from it. It's multi-purpose. You know, and that's one of the types of houses that Tupi get, the other one being the longhouse. Don't let this fool you, this is a very different longhouse than the ones that the Hods have. It's more expensive, about 250 wood. It does support more population, though, about 2 any population. It also can train these raiding parties, as they're called. They're a combination of 2 anti-cav units, 2 anti-infantry units, and 2 anti-skirmisher units. So 2 Maratekores, 2 Yibrayaras, and 2 Oibisi archers. So a little bit of everything. And it's more expensive, too, obviously, than training them the normal way. On the other hand, Romania, they are starting out with the Verdun wagon, with Roma villagers inside.
Ce ordonați?
Every time you send one of these cars with the Verdun wagon in Roma, it will increase the build limit of the Roma. but it'll also reduce the build limit of the standard peasants by that much as well. 1 second. Okay, let's keep continuing, shall we? Yeah, so as I was explained before, Romania has this weird functionality with their villagers, where if you ship in a card like this that has Roma in it, it will improve their build limit, but it will also reduce the build limit of your standard peasant. The big difference being, peasants are just normal villagers that just gather at a normal rate, pretty much. Roma, they have a weird characteristic. They gather worse when they're near the town center, but they also trickle XP as they gather, making them similar to the Mapuche villager. So, the best thing you really should do with these is you should pack them up in the wagon and move them out into the center map where all these animals are and have them hunt out here. Yeah, that's generally the thing you want to do with them. He is aging up with Rigor the fourth of Giga. He is the artillery foundry politician. Now we see the Tupi explore here, getting a treasure. What kind is that going to be? 125 wood. Something the Tupi really like. They love wood. Hardwood too, especially hardwood. The wise woman. So the wise woman's going to give him some villagers. About 2 villagers, I believe. And that'll boost up his economy a little bit. And as you see here, he has lots of unit shipments to rush with. He has the ABC Archer ones, the 2 Maratakoros ones, as well as the Yaros ones. So he's really good with being aggressive with this native civ, you can see. That's definitely for sure. There we go, we see some villagers at work cut the animals. He's got another longhouse. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is called the Tupi raiding party. 2 spearmen, 2 archers, 2 clubmen. You know, basically the basic Age 2 warhut units that the Tupi have access to, all 3 of them, in a bit of a combo play. And at this point, he's going to be going for this treasure here, 150 food. This is really going to be profitable for him as well. Absolutely. And here we go. Got about 5 Tupi archers right here. Oh, he got his war chief. His chief. Yeah, the chief is the nation-state explorer that when it dies, it leaves a statue behind that will boost the attack speed of nearby units before it gets taken down, of course. It'll be taken down after so many seconds and prevent it from being broken and abused by people stacking them on top of each other, pretty much. Yeah, see, now he has a big mass of archers, some of which he created with his big bun technology. And then he's going to support that with more raiding parties from the longhouses instead of dedicated training from a war hut. This way he has a bit of a mix of everything that he can use to fight the Romanians with. Romania, on the other hand, is going to try to fight back using mule artillery as well as Dorabants. Dorabants, they don't have a lot of HP, but they have a bit of decent ranged attack. They also have good armor values, about 30% hack armor. Standard heavy ranged infantry, like the line infantry, tend to have just about 20% of that hack armor, so it's a very big difference. On top of that, the mule artillery, as you know, like an early form of a foot artillery, for instance, you know, they're great against infantry. They can be decent in sieging as well. They have a pretty good amount of range, a bit more than a skirmisher, so they got that going for him. Tupi, though, yeah, he's going for all 3 of his early, logging. Now he's getting rainforest logging, so he's keeping up with his wood chopping upgrades because Tupi really need to make sure they can keep up with both their food and their wood economies, so they can keep making more raiding parties to add to their numbers. He's even getting exotic hardwoods. Yeah, this'll boost the chopping rate even more. I think at this point, though, I think the ABC archers are probably going to do a little bit better here, since they don't have to really cut through a lot of HP to take down the Dorabants in general. And then he just needs to use either of his hand units to go after the mule cannons. He even used the polar bear recaptured with the nature friendship ability to aid in that pursuit. Oh yeah, then he puts them into cover mode too to protect them. You know, to give them some more immunity. To stick in that fight a little bit longer. Yeah, see, yep, that was brutal. Yeah, that Tupi army took care of that pretty easily, as you can see. Definitely. Now they just have to siege on that artillery foundry. Oh, I used the special green arrow ability of the Explorer too to do some extra damage. That's pretty clever. He also has his Yibber's Yaras working on the house over here. Since they're the pikemen of the Civ, using axes instead of spears, which is kind of interesting. In the old days, they used to use spears, but now they properly use the axes they portray in the icon. Yeah, definitely a good change for them. Looks like he is going to be putting a warhead on the forward side over here, with this raiding party over here. And he's going to be, yeah, he's going to be maybe pushing a little bit in this direction. Yeah. Oh, he's actually starting to get the hunting up right now, tracking. Yeah, I would have thought he would have picked that up sooner, though. Because he really does need, you know, the stats to improve his food. Yeah. It does seem like, though, he is getting a lot of food, though, and surprisingly. Also, what's Romania's even plan going to be here? So they're going to just keep training door bands, it looks like. Yeah, I can see a queue of those. You could also ship some Hajusi or some Kalaras as well, which could definitely give him a leg up against the archers at some point. Does need some XP though to be able to ship those. Right now it's going to be just door bands trying to stall it out, it looks like. Yeah, get the clubmen up there and attack. No, attack the the gatherers. See, the Verdon has a lot of hand armor. It has about 50% hack armor. So it takes a lot of force to take down one of these wagons. So your biggest job should be killing the villagers around the wagons and forcing them into the wagon. And now you can, yes, but unfortunately the wagon will go down because it just is losing too much of its health. Archers over here trying to take out the door bands on this side over here. Then, as we see in this spot, we see the sieging of the house going on over here. Yeah, definitely. At this point, if you're Romania, you don't know quite what you're going to do, so he's just going to pull out here and start doing some chopping, getting a couple of houses down, since he's technically housed right now. So even if he did want to send a unit shipment of, like, Kalaras or something, he wouldn't be able to do that, really. Yeah, pretty much. And from here, how is Tupi doing? Like, yeah, Tupi is in great position right now. They have all the food and virtually all the wood they need to keep raiding parties coming out alongside the archer mass. Yeah, we see one coming out right over here. We also see another one coming right back from the home area. He could even send another raiding party out, and that would certainly give him the numbers he needs to go in for more of a lethal push, right? Romania at this point is very starved right now. They can't keep this mass of door bands going on forever. And at some point it's going to break, and you're going to have the chance to use your Yibber Haras to go for the houses and then the town center. Yeah, exactly. So now he's going to position his Oibisi archers in a way that he can take minimal damage, he can get the maximum shots with his range advantage. At about what point here? And, well, yeah. Alright. So now you got the archers back in that position. In some sense, the Yibberers are distracting them a bit by running around them like that. Now in the cover mode, so they will last about the half the time that they normally would, with that extra pierce armor included on him now. As long as he stays in the cover mode. Still, the archers are just finishing him off here. But my question is, what is Romania's next step going to be? Because from what we see here, he isn't resigning anytime soon from the looks of it. You know, we got so many minutes more left on the clock here, and I don't see how he's going to come back from this. You know, he's going to try to ship in the Caloras. Caloras could buy them some time, especially if they can deal with the archers effectively, and even some of the clubmen. But keep in mind, Caloras, they're also a very low HP form of cavalry. Very comparable to the Akayabotais we saw earlier with Paraguay, only they don't actually get a multiplier against skirmish. They're like the Hussar equivalent, with more or less more hand damage associated with them. They also only cost 1 pop, so they're pretty massable as well. That's why you see about 6 of them shipped in the card instead of just 3. Now we can try to resume doorband queuing again. Gonna try to get that hunt up in the north there, get some food. You really need some coin though as well. Keep a queue like this going. I just don't know what you're expecting here, because as you can see, we got virtually like a multiple queue of... we got a quadruple queue of raiding parties from the longhouses. All 5 of them, just about, because you can have about 5 longhouses to get to about 100 population. And then from there, if you need additional population, you need to build Akas, which are the Tupi farms, pretty much. And with those Tupi Akas, you'll be able to get your population up, and you'll also be able to gather a bit of food from them with some of your villagers, pretty much. And they actually get quite a bit of, fair good amount of upgrades as well, since not only do you get upgrades from the Akka themselves, as well as the cards, I think even the berry-related market technologies from the market also benefit the Akkas, inevitably, alongside fish as well. Yeah. And I can't remember, do Tupi villagers, are they able to gather from fish? I remember in the old days, the hunters, the Tupi hunters, when the male and female roles were distinct, the male hunters could actually fish along the shores. Like if you had fish like maybe this one right here, you would actually be able to send your Tupi villagers to gather nets to catch those fish. Now this town center should be going down rather soon. There's not a lot that Romania can do up their sleeve to keep this charade going on though. Especially with this card. This is called Haka Haka. Haka Haka, 50% melee damage to all your hand units. So main ones being your Maratakoras, Clubman, and your Yibber Yara Axemen here. They will gain more hand damage. And it affects everyone on the team as well, so if you're teamed up with like a lot of Juanito Bonito civs that have Machetros and Pardos, this will definitely benefit them as well. Also, think of Polynesians like Maori with their spearmen and their fighters. That's another way to buff them up as well, so depend on also Mapuche, so the possibilities are really endless in the amount of teammates you could potentially have that would really benefit from something like that. Yeah, so it's quite useful. Definitely very useful. Yep, definitely. And from here, you see the peasants going back down here. And now they're starting to finally age up with the messenger, which is going to be a fast age up. If he somehow makes it there before Delian resigns, he probably first thing he's going to do is upgrade the archers, the clubmen, and the spearmen. Axe spearmen, I call them. Yeah, let's call them axe spearmen. They use axes, but they act like spearmen. Yeah, fair enough. Well, tomahawks use the same sorts of axes, and they are anti-cav, so I think we better think of them more like tomahawks who don't know how to throw things, pretty much. Yeah, that seems more like it. That market's going to be sieged down in no time flat. Maraticor's clubmen coming down to finish off these peasants down here. Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a GG to me. What do you think? Think it's GG? Yep. There we go. There we have it, folks. Done deal. Yep, GG. Good match. I mean, Delian must not have felt very comfortable at all in that situation, you know. Alucard is a very good Tupi player, and as you see, yeah, double the resources. He didn't get... kills were pretty average, but triple the numbers. Triple the numbers. Yeah. I don't blame Delian at all for falling to that one, because that's one of Alucard's actually better civs, I would say, is the Tupi. I've done a lot of team games with him in those, and they're quite good. He's quite good with them, you know. You definitely don't want to mess with Alucard when he's using the Tupi civ. It's one of those less seen civs, but he knows them really well. I actually like Tupi myself and use them a lot, so... if you want to see me use Tupi, please let me know more so I can do some matches with them for you. They're very fun, exciting civ. It works a lot differently with their food and wood only economy, as well as their special units, then most of them can go stealthy. So yeah, it's very cool indeed. Alright, let's move on to the last match in their encounter, shall we? Alucard and Delian, match 3 on Jebel Musa. I think it'll be the final tiebreaker match of the night, I think. Yeah. And then we just have some more non-time breaker encounters after this. Alright, so Jebel Musa. Belgians. Yeah. This is a fun civ, you know. This is actually a really good civ for the map, so I'm gonna be holding Delian to high expectations with this civ. Hopefully he goes for a full native push with these guys, you know? That could be interesting. On the other hand, though, we have Alucard with the Central Americans. He likes this, using the civ a lot. In particular, he likes to take advantage of their outlaws, their mañosos, quite often. The cacharuchos, cachaleros, or whatever they're called. They're like the light infantry outlaw they get. So yeah, this should be a pretty fun one. I don't remember too much about it. I can assume there's going to be mañosos in it, though, if Alucard's involved. Yeah. One would only expect. One can only expect. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, at this rate, I would probably assume we're gonna see maybe natives and elephants or machine guns versus outlaw madness, something like that. Yeah. Let's look at the deck, shall we? Though I mean, we should see it relatively soon. yeah, lots of different decks here today, it seems. So we see some of the Holneros being shipped in. The Holneros are the Central American villager. These guys are great at gathering natural resources like hunting, berry work, chopping wood, and mining. They get a very good gather rate from it. Quite a good one, actually. So in general, we certainly expect these guys to do really well when they're near the natural resources. And let's look at the deck, shall I see? Notice here our level card has Spice Trade, Cochineal Farming, Bimetallism, Furrier, Countermarking, as well as Virgin Force. All these natural resource based cards, which are normally questionable for other civs, right? You actually have to plan to think, hey, am I going to make the most out of them? For Central America, they're really good because this guy here, the Carretero can build banana plants, tropical trees, and as well as gold mines for you. For some resources, of course. Which will let you max out both the villagers' benefits as well as the upgrade cards as well. So yeah, very good indeed. We do see Livingston Code, so that means a lot of outlaws probably. We also see the Moon Children archers here, which will certainly synergize well with the outlaws. What about Belgium though? What's Belgium got planned? Lots of crates, volunteers, line infantry, hussars. We see settlers, lots of upgrade cards in the mid to late game. So yeah, it's looking like a mid to late game sort of deck if you can get there. Artisan, right? Artisan, Core Master of 400 wood. Enough to get some of these natives up here, possibly. You know, some of the Jesuits and the Apaches. That'd certainly be pretty beneficial to them. And it'd be great if you could take this whole trade route over. That'd be his best advantage, I would say. How much? Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of wood right now to start taking more, but once he gets about 400 wood, combined with the frontier wagon, he should be able to nab another 3 trading posts max. Assuming he doesn't go barracks right away for army. If he wants to go with some sort of infantry, he might only be able to get about 2 trading posts, but that's certainly enough to take the whole trade route. You could save the natives for later. Especially if you know you're not going to be dealing with a lot of escoltas, for instance. Or assault units. Since maneuver is really good against only assault units, and occasionally against artillery and scout style shock units. So where is this frontier wagon going to go exactly? That's the question. See where that's going to go. Down here.
Climb.
So they will go, oh, he's gonna go for a forward base with this. He's going for a redoubt to protect his barracks. Yeah, I kind of remember this now from last week. Yeah, he goes for a forward base here. He's gonna ship some line infantry, but will they arrive in time to arrive right out of this redoubt, though? That would be really cool if they did. Yeah, he could totally point that to this gather point right here. So he could get the line infantry right here to start pressuring his opponent. Also going to start training some line infantry as well. We see the first immigrant that Alucard goes with to be the Polish. this is a very strong option since Polish actually have a technology at level 1 that upgrades the stats of outlaws. So he can statistically improve the stats of his Maniosos and his other 2 outlaws with it pretty much. And then from there you would usually go with Confederacy level 2 to benefit your Caudillo build limit. Oh, so yeah, he's going for capital age right now. He's going to be going with Scandies. Scandies, that's interesting. So he's not worried about having an extra Caudillo, but he'd rather have the ski troopers, I think. Yeah, for a skirmisher, right? Yeah, because that's the only reason we'd ever go with, like, Scandies is if we wanted, like, a skirmisher immigrant. He will make some Polish Auxiliary Legion in the meantime to defend the area. Keep in mind, do not confuse these with the Danube Legion and the Great War Patch. These guys are merely a heavy infantry similar to the Bavarian. So like a Food and Wood unit that has a really strong siege and a really strong anti-cav. So no grenades will be tossed in the making of this match, I don't think. Unless Delian makes them, of course. Yeah, so yep, he's trying to stall himself out a bit, using these Polish immigrants to defend the area as best as he can. It's kind of the idea right now. Yep, definitely. Absolutely. And now he should be able to reach that Scandinavian age up. Yep, there's a Scandinavian wagon right here. He's going to be able to place it down here in a more defensible spot. And from there, he should be able to ship in some ski troopers if he needs them to deal with this heavy infantry mass. Since it is age 3, the number of ski troopers they'll provide will be a bit larger than if he had it in age. Well, you actually can't make ski troopers in age 2, so take that with a grain of salt, I guess. He'll definitely have a good number of them, I would say. How many to be exact? So yeah, we should see ski trooper. Yep, how many? About 7 of them. Yeah, 7 skirmishers. And they're very fast as well, so that's definitely something that benefits him quite a bit. We've made some of the firemen out of the Polish Immigrant Center here to help stall his opponent a bit, who's clearly highly pressuring him with lots of line infantry. He even shipped in some volunteers from his redoubt here as well. Well, here comes the ski troopers. These guys are great at kiting. They naturally have more range, and they also have a really good movement speed. About 450 movement speed, so they can actually outrun your line infantry and kite very, very well, as if they were like a horse archer or something. It's kind of insane, actually, because they obviously run around with skis on their feet, so that definitely helps them in the sand and the grass, as you see here. Yep, definitely. So he'll be able to do a lot of kiting with these guys for sure. He's also going to send a second batch of them just so he has a bit more damage output in his army. Now you can just pull back, get another one. So in this sense, having the combination of range and speed works really well for the ski trooper. He does have to watch out for the hussars though. The hussars are the biggest threat here. He's going to try to focus down the hussars if possible. Use some of the firemen to aid in that pursuit, I think. Yeah, I mean, yep, I think he's got it. Yeah, I think he just needs, yep, got it, alright. Got it. We do see some grenadiers mixed in with the line infantry though, so you better be careful of those because the grenades could totally puncture his pierce armor, which would put him in a more dangerous position. Though he doesn't have too much, so I think he's kind of good for now with your Alucard. As for Delian though, what's Delian's idea here? So, still queuing up line infantry, shipping in some food. How much crates? So he still has wood crates, he still has coin crates, he still has villagers, so he's not starved of cards just yet, so he can keep this going on for a little bit more. I guess he's going to opt to train some hussars as well to obviously chase down the ski troopers. Yeah, he's taking some serious casualties here to these guys. Yeah. I never really thought of the ski troopers as that tough, but now that I'm seeing them doing this sort of kiting thing with their movement speed, I might be more apt to get them, you know, especially with Uruguay, I think. Yeah, definitely. Because now what you can do is you can start out with, like, Polish and get the Grenadiers as Uruguay, and then you can get these guys as the second unit to start kiting them down, right? So it's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good unit. Just wish they had counter infantry rifling to get a multiplier add to him. That'd make him that much stronger, I would say. But you only need so many multipliers, I think, if you can micro really good with them. Here comes the Platineca. This is the Central American unique fort. What it does is it lets you train units faster from it. That's the main purpose of it. Like, it trains units at a much faster speed than the generic buildings. Like, your barracks and stable will still train at a normal rate, or whatever the normal rate is at that time, based on fencing school and riding school and all that stuff. But the Platineca, on top of all those factors, will train even faster. Yeah. And one more neat little thing is that it can do is it can pick your roster for you. So normally you need to build a barracks or a stable to pick your Central American nation, or pick another one once you rejoin the Union again. But luckily, with this civ, you can use the fort to pick it for you, whichever country you want from it. Oh, so he picked Los Altos, it looks like, yeah. Los Altos has been researched. Starting to get his first hunting upgrade now, it looks like hunting dogs. He's also going to get the Beneficio Cafeterero. This is a coffee-based building that, over time, it will produce coffee plants around itself. And with these coffee plants, your villagers can gather them to collect coin at a fast rate, compared to, like, other sources. In particular, I don't know if it's faster than mining. It might be comparable to mining, I'm not completely sure. But at the very least, it's quite as fast as the other natural resources Central America can get. What's this shipment? Providential Pact. Researches all the technologies for the Caudillo from the town hall. Haha, so we are going to be seeing some outlaws today. This will ensure that his Caudillo has maximum stats, that the outlaws have their maximum stats, that they're slightly cheaper in coin, and that they cost less population off the bat. Right, so you don't have to put down any resources to research those 4 techs. Research it, yep, promise health, promise housing, promise employment, and promise safety. All of those taken care of. Where's the Caudillo? Where is our Caudillo here? I see stonewashing coming, so he's definitely getting his economy ready to start making maniosos out of his Caudillo here, his colonel. Yep, but that will be, yep, 1 Caudillo. But what's the land gonna do? He's clearly got a big mass of hussars here and a big mass of line infantry. Is he gonna just leave his base alone here and go back home? Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like he doesn't even want to contest this anymore. Maybe he's afraid of losing his units on top of his buildings, perhaps. Totally, that could totally be the case. You know, at this point, you notice your opponent actually gaining score up on you and is an age ahead of you, so you don't know exactly what he has that could potentially harm you. Right? You know, and you know it's Alucard, so he's not just doing that for fun. He's cooking. He's definitely cooking. Cooking something very good in that kitchen. It's gonna eat you up.
Mi general.
Yeah, Mañosos, that's it. Mañosos. These guys, they're really dangerous. You gotta be careful of them. They're basically like a spy. You know, they have the anti-mercenary hero and native thing going on, but they actually have a fair amount of damage, especially when they're near the Caudillo. And then when you get the Livingston code, essentially it will become a one-pop unit. A one-pop semi-halberdier statted unit. Because remember, halberdiers at this stage in the game would have like 36 or something attack, right? So yeah, this basically makes them like a halberdier that doesn't have anti-cav. So you can basically mass a whole number of these for a cheaper amount of coin, mind you, like only 108 coin. And just send them full throttle into enemy armies and they just do so much damage. It's not even funny. Yeah, we'll see these Mañosos coming to full fruition right now. Even more Mañosos. Very nice. Yep, here they go up here. Yep. Now he's going to start to siege that tower up there. That abandoned forward base of his is going to be demolished. Doesn't even really need the Caudillo nearby. They're pretty good on their own to get rid of that with about 37 siege, which is actually pretty good. Right? And I don't even think he's even gotten the upgrade from the Polish immigrants yet, transnational organizations, to even boost the stats of the Outlaws even further yet. So that when he does that, these things are going to really start to dish out some serious damage to buildings. There goes the Mañosos. Yep, here comes transnational organizations, right? This is going to buff up the stats of these Outlaws even further. Also getting cage traps so he can keep his food production up. How many coffee plants does he have? Yeah, enough for a good number of the Horneros to keep on with them. Yeah, that's quite good, I would say. Definitely. Oh, nice. Nice work. Nice work with that. Yeah, those Mañosos, though, they can do a lot of damage, man. Look at them right now. About 35 hand attack. That's like a halberdier without the anti-cav factored into it, so. And then if you were dealing with like a mercenary, set of mercenaries here from your tavern, they would be completely decimated by now, as well as natives. Like civs like the Belgians, like if you made some of those Apache and Conquistadors, they would have been wiped out in within a hit or two of these things. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, I mean... Oh, 52 siege now. That is unreal. Unreal stats. He doesn't even have these upgrades applied to him yet either, so they could actually become even more statistically significant. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, absolutely. These things could become beasts once he does that. Definitely. Close to the... Yeah, they got like a good siege to them too, so that's definitely something to consider. Yeah, that town center is just not going to last, and then he's going to add more damage to all his infantry and cavalry units, including the outlaws. Yeah, that's really, really intimidating to deal with. Definitely. Absolutely intimidating. Yeah, these guys are gonna be running down there now, doing some damage. Oh wow, look at that, the Manyoso. Yeah, they're cutting through hussars, they're cutting through just about everything, really, under the sun. Oh, and they're supposed to be like a spy unit, they're not even supposed to be good against other things. And that's why they got nerfed in the Great War patch, so that they would cost a bit more population, I think. Inevitably, so they won't be as messy to deal with anymore. Because really, outlaws are never supposed to be that domineering in combat. It's really unheard of. Definitely. Absolutely. Now he's adding the HP to him, so the Manyosas will be a bit tankier now. What's even still alive? Like one settler here? Running for his life? Poor settler. Ooh. Wouldn't want to be that settler. Wouldn't want to be that settler at all. Absolutely dangerous. Absolutely painful. Yep, just hunt down that one settler and you're good to go. Is he alive? Is that man... Oh, he's not breathing anymore. He got gutted. Gutted like a fish. That was quite the way to end this encounter. Yeah, more resources. Well, yeah. Look, once the Manyosos got involved, look at that. Oh my god, brutal. It's kind of scary to think that dealing with that whole massing thing he was doing with the line infantry, he only managed to pop off like 28 units. Well, these Manyosos, you know, they killed about 106 units. So, big difference there. Much more of a difference. Just shows you how important sometimes unit choice can really be in a matchup. You know, sometimes you can utterly decimate an opponent with the right units. That's for sure. Alright, let's get booted up now. Yep. See, I think that this FPS, the usage of less FPS totally is helping us do longer streaming now, so we're not losing any frames. Yeah, this should be really good when it's done. Alright, so now we're ready for Eternity versus Ivenge, followed by Kaiser and Darkus, and then finally Sog and Fufi. Alright, let's go, shall we? Oh, so Ivenge actually goes with the Mexicans, and the game crashes. So I guess there goes that. That's unfortunate. You know, I like the Mexican Civ a lot. I would have liked to see that match. Maybe that's where we saw some of the out of syncs was at the right side when we were doing them last week. Maybe. Well, at least I can eat a bit sooner tonight, it looks like. Nah, that's bad though. It's really a shame when you can't see all the matches in the... Yeah. Here's match number 2 though. Ivenge Portuguese versus Eternity's British. Commandment, I mean so. Well, at least for this patch anyways. I mean, you've seen some of the voice lines we got coming in Great War patch. Should sound a lot more British if you ask me. More tally-hoes and coming back for tea. Yeah, this is pretty interesting because, typically, well, at least in the last month or two of doing British a lot, I found them to be pretty much on the lower tier of civs in 1 versus 1. Now, in team games, they are quite powerful and they can do a lot of stuff with their rockets and their household blues and stuff, but in 1v1, they do have a bit of trouble getting off the floor because they have to rely on trickle cards since they don't have villager cards to get started, unfortunately. Whereas Portuguese, you know, one of the more boring vanilla civs to do in a Liga match, they're great at like just booming both on land and water, so. And they're great at defending with multiple town centers, so they got a lot going for them. I don't know who's going to win here. We didn't even see match 1 yet, so maybe Ivenge just completely sweeps up the floor here with Eternity and makes the Juanita Boliviana cry a bit, so who knows. Hopefully our 1-8 to Bolivia doesn't end up crying and ends up winning, so we'll see though. We'll see for sure. Yeah, see, this is how the British Age 1 looks. They don't get any villager cards, so you get a combination of Colbertism, capitalism, and distributivism. All three of the standard European trickle cards, and they can pick them in really any order that they want. You know, and then for Age 2, you get Cherry Bums, Red Coats, Green Jackets, followed by an early Factory in Age 3. And then they get Infinite Rockets, which actually works out a lot better later on. I'm surprised we don't see any Moonlit Shards, though. That's like the god card of the British Civ. It's really a godlike card for him. And now we have some, well, let's look here. Do we even see the deck that... Now, this is the thing you gotta keep in mind with Portuguese. Portuguese are in a very unique position when they're playing in a game. They don't get villager cards, and they don't get any significant trickle cards like distributivism, so... A lot of the time, Portuguese can actually forego going for any sort of Age 1 card play at all. And they can wait till later on to actually start using their shipments. Maybe opting to get earlier crates, for instance. So, you know, normally you'd think, oh, what is this man doing? I don't see any cards being sent, but he's Portuguese. So he doesn't really have a lot of viable work all the time options to send an Age 1, so it's better just to bank that shipment up and get crates later on that we can use. I think he's going Core Master, right? Like, yep, Artisan, 400 wood. How about Eternity? He's going up with the Prince of Orange, the Dutch. These guys, with their marriage, will have about, Now, the good thing about this marriage is it basically turns you into the new Dutch economic system. So instead of like banks and that stuff, what the new Dutch is all about is having villagers across multiple resources, right? You get a food one, mainly the settler, wood one, the Javanese labor, or the Hindustani labor in the case of British, and then you get the coin-based slaves as that villager. And they all have a build limit of about 33, so it's divided up to add up to 99. So yeah. For British though, it's quite a useful trait to have, since sometimes you don't have the food to spend since you're using it to put down redcoats, so maybe you opt to send out a Hindustani laborer or a slave instead in its place. Sometimes you got a lot of wood, in fact, and you could easily queue up like 10 vills through that. Quite a unique way to play an AoE 3 Civ, you know? Wonder if all Civs are like that, how the game would look. Oh, well, wait a second. I want to look up here. We actually see Doc coming up here. So he's going for a water deck. That's kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting him to go with a water deck. You know, because I didn't see schooners coming out, so probably decide, you know, it's probably not worth investing that heavy into the water that early, so maybe forego the schooners this game and just focus on going with the settlers from the town centers for now. The big balance of Portugal is always knowing when to boom and when to slow down and defend a bit, because if you go up with too much stuff early on, then you can leave yourself very undefended and in serious peril. Yeah, so you have to be very nuanced and balanced with your approach. But you can't really get into things too early before you can prepare for them. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a concern. At the same time, though, we see him going with a lot of wood, right? He's shipping wood, he's spending wood on fishing ships, so maybe his idea is, I'm going to save up the wood for a defense, the food for a defense of like line infantry or something, and I'm just gonna push my economy forward with the dock for now, right? That might be a solution for him. British, though, they luckily don't have any sort of aviso shipment to attack on water just yet, so maybe Portugal can survive on the water for a very long time here. That would certainly be really good if he can survive in his base, because look right here, what do we see? Redcoats, green jackets. Redcoats being like the anti-cavalry, green jackets being the early skirmisher. These combined are going to put some serious pressure on that TC over there. Like a lot of pressure. And after the... Well, he's even shipping in redcoats too, so it's not just the training of them. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, look at that right there. He's already starting to struggle a little bit. He's got a couple of line infantry to defend with, but not a lot. I mean, he could certainly go for... Yep, he's probably going to switch to volunteers, I guarantee you, to deal with the redcoats first and foremost. Just needs to ship some more in from that, and then he should be good to go. Yep, make sure you got them shooting like right away though. You need to save this TC if you want to stay ahead. But you have to play it in a smart way so that the green jackets don't end up winning on you. I mean, he's making some fair trades right now, I think, but... Well, why isn't he queuing up more volunteers though? That's the question. Like, oh, he's being a little bit slow though, which I don't like. Definitely don't like that. He needs to really be queuing up military. That should be his #1 priority with his time right now, is keeping the military coming out. Well, this is a good idea. Again, the Minutemen out, that is definitely a good play. He should have really considered sending colonial militia by now, too. Which would have granted him another batch of these in a bigger number to maybe keep his MA away for even further. Yeah, now you need to get these off and get them onto the mining, right? What does he have right now? About 17 settlers. And how many fishing ships? About 8 of them, so he's not too far behind economically. I mean, British obviously haven't lost any gatherers, so they're going to be doing better in that sense of the word. So now let's see what's the British next plan in terms of assaulting. So they're going to come back again with these units again, since you're... Well, he is repairing his TC, which is kind of a smart thing to do, because that's going to stall his opponent a lot. And if he can get this back to full health again, that could cause some problems. But we do see cherry bums, though. Cherry bums are basically the scout unit. They're quite similar to hussars, only that their costs are flipped. Costs about 120 coin and only 80 food. They also sacrifice some of their HP, I think, for movement speed, so they actually move somewhat quicker than hussars do. Yeah. Yep. Definitely taking in a lot of damage over there. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like Portuguese are kind of toast at this point. So it might be time to call it GG real soon. Maybe. Well, anyways. Fish market? I mean, at this point, you're really gonna only be living in the sea at this point, since your main base is getting eaten alive here by your opponent. You should really consider taking some of these onto the whales, so you can send some more Minutemen out from both town centers. But yeah, you're kind of done at this point, so I can totally understand that. GG. It's kind of a shame we didn't really get to see, you know, both players, you know what I mean? I mean both games. Because obviously that one where we saw Mexico out of sync, which I remember clearly doing last week now that I think about it. So yeah, that wasn't a fluke. That file was definitely messed up. So unfortunately we lost that opportunity. We're going to have to move on to the two final encounters now. I think they go by pretty quickly if I recall. We're through the brunt of the big stuff, right? So now we're doing the teeny weeny stuff now. By no means insignificant, but I think the matches go by a lot quicker. We don't see a lot of late game play at this point. Alright, so now we go to recorded games. Now we're going to go to Louise Kaiser versus Darkest Match 1, and then Sog versus Foofy ones. Then we should be good to go. And we should be good to go. Alright, so Kaiser's using Brazil again. If I have my memory correct, he used the Civ last week as well. He has a very unique way of using this. He likes to balance out his slave trades so that they don't completely consume his resource count and he can keep producing units as needed. Namely, Machetros and Voluntaria Patrias. So yeah, I think Luis Kaiser has a very useful approach to the Brazil Civ that some people don't have, you know. Some of us, including me, think, oh yeah, go total slave trade, and then you end up getting raided, and then you're like, oh, I should have saved some of my coin, and maybe I should have hunted a little longer, you know. But he balances out a bit, so that's pretty smart. On the other side, we got Haiti. In theory, Haiti should always beat the other Latam Civ because they got stronger options, they got Gallegos, so you know what I mean? I would expect Haiti to pull off a win here, but at the same time, if you let Brazil get away with too many slave trades, then they usually end up winning outright, I find, because then they were talking about like 70 or 74 gatherers going on, and then at that point you're bing boom dead, you know? There's not much more to say about it. It's done deal. Zilch nada. Yeah, it's a mess. So yeah, you gotta make sure you're pressing Brazil all the time. If you don't, they're gonna get too many slave trades, and then you're like 40 bills behind them, and they're eating the floor with you. They're in so much resources that they can send all these fun, wacky coin and food shipments of like Suevo Baianos, the War of the Triple Lines cards, just because they have that surplus to do so, and it's kind of a wacky mess, you know? But we'll check the decks though, we'll see what both players got in mind. Yep, we should see a deck coming in real soon. From Haiti. Oh, he's starting with the chickens first. Ah, interesting. So he's actually starting with the chickens. He wants to get that food investment going in right now, so he can have plenty of meat to acquire throughout the match. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I'd probably do the same thing if it was me. And then he can go for the Savites afterwards, or he can skip down to these as well. Yeah. As for Kaiser, he has villagers, the slaves. He also has sailors down here, as well as artisanal cannons, pardos, conscripta. So this is looking a lot more aggro, right? We don't see a lot of booming going on in this type of a deck. We're seeing mostly a lot of combat, a lot of fighting, right? And if we do make it to Industrial Age, it's going to be using a lot of these infinite shipments, like the Escoltas and the Guardias Negras, pretty much. Yeah, that's the type of thing we're going to see there. Now, what is he going to age up with? He's going to age up with the German wave. Alright. And then what is Haiti going to do? I'm imagining they're going to go with the German wave as well, because that's what everyone does nowadays, is they go with the German wave, because nobody has faith in the Arabs anymore, because, I don't know, maybe Galego's or Galego'd out the door or something, I don't know. Why is it only me and a couple of people that realize the power of the Galego? You know? Why is it only me and a couple of other people that knows that these things are literally statistical janissaries and you really shouldn't be using other things? At least to start out with. That's always baffled my mind, honestly. What's really baffling my mind, though, is the fact that our friend Haiti here is about 12 villagers deep, and they were actually aging up this slowly. That actually shows you a real critical issue. Like, wait a second. Let me exit out of this real quick. I gotta get a phone real quick, alright? Okay, so now we got, Yep, so what did he go with? He went with the Germans. What did Haiti go with? They also went Germans, I'm assuming. Yeah, everybody likes Germany for some reason. Yeah, that's a theme you always see with whether it's Haiti or Brazil, or... Everybody goes with the German age up, because, you know, they're enticed by the... I think the wider unit variety, honestly. Because, you know, when you go Arabs, you only get the Galegos. If you go with Germany, you get a scout unit with a lot of attack. You get the range, heavy infantry, you get the culverin unit. So, you get a wide smorgasbord of stuff, really. So, you get a wide variety of things going on. So, this should be a pretty interesting situation here.
I see.
Alright, so yeah, this is actually kind of scary though if you're just yeah, that's the thing. Like that's the thing. If you're I'm just trying to analyze here for something for a second here. So, if Brazil is this ahead in age up, in theory they should be in pretty good shape, I would say, in general. Yeah, for sure. Because at this point they got even more time to start mining the silver mines here to get their slave trades out. And I'm also paying attention to the trade routes as well, because what I see here is in that time that Brazil had free reign, they were able to capture about 3 trading posts, one of which they're considering again stagecoach on in the Haitian quadrant of the map. He's also going to be shipping in sailors, which is making me think maybe he's going to start out with a bit of an attack, with the sailors being the first component of that, since the sailors are a unit that has a range attack. It deals crush damage. Yeah. And if we get on to the next one, yeah, let me see here. So Haiti's going to be starting out with 700 food, followed by about 7 pickets. So, just doing some analysis work, right? I actually remember this match from last week, and I know there's a lot of units spamming on the Brazil side once they really get the Rico going. So, yeah, expect that once the thing comes to full fruition.
Sagapet.
Yep, about 11 pickets. What's the opponent got, though? So they mainly got Brummers and sailors. It's kind of funny because it seems like you see all the trade routes going on to food. My philosophy behind that is I think he's going to use the slaves to do the mining work. Or wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, he's going for a capital age. Alright, so he's going for the second German wave. Now, this is probably why we only see like one of these battalions here. He could have totally went for additional battalions, but he's thinking, I may as well just wait till capital age. And that way I can mass up on the numbers of the Brummers even more, since the battalion numbers go up with each age. So if I can get these guys out in the capital age, the Brummer mass is going to be a lot more deadlier to deal with in general. Right, and now he's thinking about housing now, because he's going to be massing a lot of these Brummer numbers when said capital age comes. So he needs to get some housing population to be able to accommodate that. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely. Definitely. Alright, so German wave is almost complete. About 3/4 there. Alright, so he's going to use this rum industry technology to get 2 Goldworks wagons, which he can use to trickle in some coin, which he doesn't really need as badly as Hades, since most of his units are food and wood, but it could certainly help him pursue an age up while he's doing a lot of fighting. That's going to be the main purpose of that. What's Kaiser doing though now? So I do see a battalion of more of these Brummers coming out right now. And at this point it's safe to say that he's probably going to be going for a bit of a rush next. Yeah, definitely. Yep, let's see this go in. Huh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Are we going to see an industrial age from Brazil? All the cards are pointing in that direction with the way he changed his trade route over to exclusively coin. Yeah, this is going to be an industrial age. He's going to go for German wave number 3, which is going to grant him a fort wagon, which he can put in the center map here, and then he can start pushing like crazy with his immigrant battalions. And keep in mind, once he gets to that point, his Brummer numbers are going to go even larger when he starts sending them, on top of having statistically stronger stats as well. Right, yeah, I think that's what he's going for. He's going for Industrial Age Immigrant Rush, which, you know, we don't always see. You know, typically what I do is I do an H2 Immigrant Rush. I don't try to incorporate an FI into there, but again, as Brazil, with that early of an age-up advantage, you can definitely pull it off, you know. There was really no contest to the trade routes at all, and therefore he was able to go for it pretty easily. Even now, if I was Haiti, I would say, you know, take your pickets, go to the corner of the map here and start picking apart these trading posts little by little. You don't have to get them all down, but at least stall them out a little bit here. Contest them, because if you don't, you're giving this man a free industrial age pass to killing you with double the upgrades, you know? Not just veteran above you, but 50% better stats across the board. Yeah, I mean, but you don't even have the coin really to, yeah, he doesn't even have the coin to age up yet himself to capital age, and this man is industrial age rather soon, yeah. Just has to wait for the, yep. Alright. So, yep, here comes the agricultural wagon and the fort wagon. Alright, so now we're going to start to see these Brummers being fully massed. It's totally possible he could even send out a group of Escoltas as well on the side. Potentially. Yeah. I would expect maybe some... Oh, he's actually going for the Aberdeen Axe, so he's starting to move towards abolition now as well. Oh, he's just going to do the Brummers then, it looks like, yeah. See, when you send in an industrial age, you get about 16 of the units total, which is pretty insane. About 16. These are the old German land wars, just so you're aware stats-wise. That's where these things come from. The old German land wars, before they were like a levy unit, an emergency unit. Back when they were actually the standard line infantry of the Civ, this is the way that they looked, really. He's going to send out another group of them, and then with the build values, are going to have another group of them ready. And maybe, yep, you can already get another group queued up now. And then he can move these over to XP so he can keep an endless stream of these going. Oh, nice, yeah. And then he has the one Krupp steel cannon that can take out the redoubt tower from afar. Yep, there you go. Now we can push in full throttle. Yep, here he comes, here he comes. Yep, and now we can fully focus on the TC. See, the Brummers actually have in this patch, have a really good siege. Almost 50 siege at this point, so they can go full on the town center once he's cleaned this mess up and basically defeat it instantly. Yeah, he doesn't even have any upgrades on these Escos, so the Brummers end up just dominating based on upgrades alone, of just having 50% more stats. than they would normally have when they're facing off against them. Oh yeah, and then you micro them a little bit like that, and then... Oh yeah, yep, just like that. Brutal. GG. GGG. That was a fun match. It's good to see unique Brazil builds being constantly unearthed. Now we go on to their second match, and then we see the final encounter after that. Oh yes, so this is going to be Lakota versus, I think, Egypt. Yeah, Egypt. Kind of an interesting one, right? You don't usually expect this. Because Egypt is one of the rarely used civs in Wars of Liberty, because they're very hard to use. They get a couple of very deadly builds that can usually wipe out opponents without much of a challenge, but other than that, very much the hardest civ to learn in Wars of Liberty, because, you know, obviously their villager economy works a bit weird here, as the villagers are actually a bit cheaper than standard villagers, but they also are a bit, they gather a little bit less, I think, than standard vills do. Also, you get these things called the Bedouins here, which acts as their houses. They cost about 65 wood only, but they also cost about 35 food. And there's about 2 working strategies to use the Egyptians. You can go for an advanced industrial build, or you can go for more of a Bedouin rush build. The Bedouin rush involves you sending a very particular code called Bedouin regiments that lets you essentially rush with their Bedouin houses in a large mass with their wide amount of HP. To a point it overwhelms an enemy. Then you just ship in other units with the town center caravan, which you can actually move up to the front lines to get the units delivered right there. Or you can go for the fast industrial upgrade, which involves you reaching a very, very fast industrial age using the Egyptian library blue techs, basically. And with those blue techs, you can basically get it just cheap enough in food and coin, and also with Trans-Saharan trade card get just enough export in time so that you can get industrial age up cards while your opponent is still in age 2. So you can send mountain guns, you can send Mamluks, you can send large numbers of spearmen and Nafatuns. It puts your enemy in total disrepair. See, this is starting to look like an FI deck, because we see Trans-Saharan trade being acquired. He will go for then 700 coin, followed by Alihameado script, which will make the shipments come faster, so that when you do start sending these out, they will arrive like, not instantly, but close to that, so that you can actually send them out in proper timing. Right, you won't have to wait for these cards to slowly come. They'll come in pretty quick unison to support each other. Right, you can start out with the Mamluks, followed by the mountain guns to kill the infantry, followed by some more Mamluks, then the Felahin, then the camels. So it's a way of letting the cards synergize each other properly. As for Lakota, we see a pretty standard Lakota rush deck, it looks like. Yeah, definitely. So we see some bowmen, some clubmen, some of the axe riders, dog soldiers, so all the standard Lakota units. Yeah. Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff here if you're looking for a standard Lakota rush deck. This is kind of the way you would build it. Also, the infinite bison, so you can keep your hunting going up, since Lakota require a lot on hunting meat. Yeah. He's going to be going with the messenger, so he can rush this fellow as quickly as possible. See, he knows what Egypt is doing here, and he knows he needs to beat him before he hits Industrial Age. It's going to be up to our friend the Egyptians, though, to get the right shipments at the right amounts of time to be able to do that. Because if they don't do the build the right way, we could totally see them ending up in a really nasty pickle where they have no units and they just die unitless the whole game. So they have to definitely plan this out properly. This is a bit of a deviation here. We see Suez Canal, which will give him some train post porters that he can plop here. Now, I don't know how he's going to get the coin to sustain the fast industrial build if he does that, though. So maybe he's going to have to do a bit more macro work to pull it off. Yeah. Must be feeling pretty confident to be going greedy like that for trading posts. You know, he must be feeling very confident in himself to do that. Yeah. Do we see any military from Lakota yet? Oh yeah, we see the trading post wagons coming down. Looks like it's actually going to take up the whole trade route. And at this point, I think Egypt just bamboozled themselves because they thought they were actually going to get these trading posts. And Kaiser beat him to the punch and captured 3 of them in one fell swoop, using 3 trading post wagons for a value of like 600 wood from a card. And now, if you're Egypt, you have wasted that many minutes, that many seconds and minutes, not getting further along in your pathway because you don't have the coin, right? You're just getting 150 coin now that you can get potentially library blue number 3, I think, with, right? But you should have already been on blue number 3 way before. You should be on blue number 4 now, thinking about blue number 5 after that, you know? But does he even have the food for number 3? Sorry. I can't tell because it looks like he had to take some of the miners off just to get enough coin. You need to macro this perfectly, this build. If you don't do it, you will not see the Industrial Age and you will die. You will die. Harbor Lighthouse. I think this is blue number 3. Yeah, I think this is blue number 3 if I recall properly, because if I don't see him go to Capital Age, I know it's number 3. But at the same time, we do see dog soldiers, these very powerful lancers, who actually have a pretty decent siege attack as well, being Lakota units. Can you do something in enough time to deal with the emerging military here? That's to be seen. Can he do it in enough time? Or is he done for? Yeah. I don't know, like, this is not looking good for you right now, son. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, this is done for. This is not good. Oh, so he is on library number 5 now. Let's see if he can get it in time. As if he can, you could escape somewhere and try to get number 6. Because once you get number 6, you should be in okay shape. You're not in good shape because you would have already been at library number 6 by now, I think. But because he made that awful decision in Age 2 about card choices and macro choices, he is not even done with number 5 yet of the library. Very well, he could be totally dead. Like right now, in fact. Seriously, like, really. Absolutely, he could be in real trouble right now. Definitely. Yeah, I'm just seeing here, like, yeah, I mean, this rate is definitely not good. Like, Spearman going into Cetan Bowman like that? Really? Nah, not good at all. Not good at all. Ascaris? Yeah, I don't think Ascaris is quite what you need here. You need to be in Industrial Age right now. This actually isn't even a really good unit to use right now, since you're dealing with a lot of archers and a lot of hand cavalry, so the Ascaris anyways aren't gonna win in numbers nor in stats for you, so you're probably already dead right now, just saying. He's probably gonna stall this out a little bit because he knows he screwed up big time. Yeah, I mean, next time, man, if you're going with the Egyptian Fast Industrial Age, you go Trans-Saharan Trade, followed by 700 coin, followed by Ahmadiyado scripts, and then you start to make your Age 4 cards. Do it in that order every time, and you will see success. Also, do not make more than one Bedouin. I saw that at the start. That was your second mistake. If you send too many Bedouins, you're wasting too much of your wood. You're wasting too much of your food, which is going to offset your library blue tech acquisition time. So you need to manage these things, man. If you don't, you're going to die. Unfortunately, you're going to be defeated. And it pains me to tell you this. It's going to defeat you. You don't want to get defeated, man. Trust me. You know, you gotta manage things. You gotta manage them. Yeah, I mean, Why are you even still playing at this? Well, I know why you're playing in the league, but what I'm saying is why you haven't resigned in this match yet? Because clearly you've lost your opportunity. Does he even have a library caravan anymore? Does he have a library? Nah, he doesn't even have any wood to get a library. He's literally just stalling him out to spite him, probably. Like, hey man, you ruined my fast industrial age. I'm just gonna waste your minutes now. That's cool. I mean, that's the cool thing about Egypt, actually, that I've seen a lot of people do over the years is people, when they know they're gonna lose, is Egypt. They just run around the whole map with their caravans just to stall their opponent by like a half an hour or something, trying to look for them all. It's actually kind of insane how you can troll somebody with that. It's kind of funny, actually. But not if you have to go somewhere. If you need to go somewhere or something, it's a real nasty way to troll somebody. It's just run your caravans around the length of the map, doing loop-de-loops and stuff, and you'll be able to stall out a lot of time. Because here's the thing. They got so much HP and then they get the Pierce armor, so it actually takes a decent amount of time to get them. I think this is the thing that might screw it up, actually, is the fact that the Setan Bowmen use their normal ranged attack against the caravans, which means that they're actually dishing out less damage than they normally would against a traditional building by using their siege attack. So yeah, really, they're only dealing about 7 damage per shot, or even less, because is there any tags on this caravan, like shock tag or something? Yeah, I don't. Oh wow, we actually managed to ship some Felahin. They're actually doing some decent damage, you know. This is the thing you don't realize about the Egyptian Felahin. They got a really good rate of attack, and they can actually dish out like a lot of overall damage to units. Yeah. Alright. Well, GG. GG indeed. Kind of... Well, here's the thing. If you're going to go for Egyptian Fast Industrial Age, then you always sort of run into the risk of it not working. Yeah, that's something you always have to be fully aware of when you're going with the Egyptian Fast Industrial Ages. There's always the risk that it's just not going to work in the end, right? So you always have to take that risk when you're doing it, for sure. Yeah, so anyways, we're at the last encounter now between Sog and Fufi. Yeah. Alright. Let's see here. So we got the Central Americans to Sog. He likes the Central Americans quite a bit. And then for Fufi we got the Italians. The Hunter Blunto Stupenfalosiv. Lots of Basiglieris and Albinis. So, pretty good civs, I would say. I mean, Italy certainly has their own advantages in terms of, well, I guess their unique roster, because the Basiglieri is actually a maneuver unit, a replacement to the Dragoon. It's available with the barracks. It does not have anti-artillery multipliers, but it does have the ones for the anti-assault at range and the anti-assault and scout at melee, making it a very different unit, in a sense. And they do get upgraded alongside your infantry units in the way that the home city cards have been set up. So it's kind of an interesting experience. Also, Alpini are pretty long-range skirmishers, and then you can obviously make Ascari as well with one of the cards available. Yeah, some pretty interesting options to go there. As well as Central Americans here, they have some interesting qualities about them. Pretty much they have some really good gathering rate from natural resources, as we saw with the Massive Alucard. You obviously use the Carretero to boost the gather rate of the natural resources even more. And they can even replenish them as well. Like, they can build banana bushes, trees, gold mines, all that stuff. So, they're the only civ in the game that, using things like Furrier, you know, the exotic cardboard type of cards, and Ironmonger, actually makes a lot of sense. And it's actually a very key part of keeping their economy going. You know, you don't even need to even build farms or mills or plantations of this civ if you play it carefully. If you play it real carefully, you can avoid that typically. Let's see what decks they got. Yeah, so Italy here has something called base. So we see merchants, capitalism. So if you wanted to go with the greedy 2 age 1 card play, could use the coin trickle. We have about 5 merchants, about 700 food, 600 coin, 700 coin. Have about counter cavalry attack, counter cavalry hit points, yeah. Now this is an interesting one, Costa Nostra. This is one you don't see a lot anymore of. What it does is it turns all your architects, that special villager that can produce wagons from himself to build stuff, into a mafioso or a camelista for you if you want to call them that. They're basically just an improved version of spies that they trickle coin, basically return their value to you for training them over time. And they have a lot of cool abilities, like the ability to reduce nearby gatherers' gathering rates when nearby, ability to reduce nearby units' attack. They can gain a multiplier against shock units. They can learn martial arts, use a shotgun. Later on they use a Tommy gun, actual machine gun. And eventually they gain the ability to use that Tommy gun in stealth, so your opponent does not know where those endless bullets are flying from. Yeah, it's quite a wacky thing in general. Interesting, so we see this architect going for a frontier wagon, so he's probably going to build a train post right about here. He's going with the Arzan, Core Master, about 400 wood. How about Central America? He's actually going with the Confederacy. So he's going to get access to not only a immigrant colony, he's going to get access to a town hall as well. Do we see Livingston Code in here at all? No, we do not. So no assumption that outlaws are going to be used here, which is kind of interesting, you know. You would have expected outlaws to make an appearance here at some point, right?
What is your command?
Alright, so 700 wood. And about one Confederate colony over here. I'm kind of curious usually Sog what Sog usually does to help us out a bit is he actually names his deck after the country he wants to focus on. So it says Los Altos here, so that's making me think he's going to go with Los Altos for this one. Yeah, definitely. So I think we're going to see a Los Altos game from him. Alright, so now we see two houses going down with the town wagons from Italy. Also, Central America is really buffing up their hunting rate with steel traps right now, or cage trap as it's called in Latin America. He's going for a barracks, so I'm thinking if he's going Los Altos has conscriptos, escopeteros. If I recall, they're the infantry faction, right? So they got a lot of barracks units. So they can really make anything they want, whether it's Macetro, Pardo, all the barracks stuff pretty much. Yeah. Unlike the one for cavalry, which still needs to give you conscripts because there's only 4 cavalry units, right? So in this sense, Los Altos is the true barracks-only roster for Central America. And their unit, I think, is the RG Conscripto, I believe. Forget what it's called, but that's alright. Because it doesn't matter, because once you get the RG for the Conscripto, you can actually disband from Los Altos, and then you can go for one like Guatemala, I think, that'll grant you access to the National Guard Escopeteros, the Pelicos, so forth. And then you can get the Auxilia Cívicos for the RG Machetro for another one. And then the other 3 are focused on cavalry, so I think the Dragon Rojo, the Lancero, and the Escolta. So, yeah, they actually have as much Royal Guards as closer to that of French, honestly, but not quite. You know, there's some things like the Pardo and the Unidad and the Vivendero that just don't get a National Guard or a Royal Guard upgrade with Central America, but a fair amount of the units do. Now he's going to go up and age up with the second Confederate wave, it looks like. But at the same time, Italy is thinking, you know, we're going to make some line infantry here and cause you some problems. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's going to try to sneak a little bit up the side of the map here. Bit of a creeper on the side here. Yep, that tram post should be going down now. So what's Central America actually going to do? So they're going to rely on mostly Escopetero, I assume, to defend against this with their splash attack. It has a bit of multiplier damage against the line infantry. Totally, that's certainly a good play. And then once he gets to level 2 of the Confederacy, he could actually start to send some filibusters to supplement himself as well in terms of numbers. Or he could actually ship in some of these artisanal cans as well as a secondary option, or even the Polinesia. Yep, and now we see some filibusters coming out. He's gonna queue more on the conscriptos now for some reason. Nah, yeah, I would keep going with the Escos right now until you see Hussars coming out or Cuirassiers. right? And now he's going to go with the Planitia to put a bit of defense out, as well as have access to a building that can train his military quicker than standard buildings can. That's the bonus of the Planitia, which is both not only the ultimate building for the this Latin American civ, but also its fort replacement. Remember a time not too long ago when it was actually the way that Central Americans trained all their units from. Like, you didn't have barracks and stables, you just used some of these back when they had the different color palette, and they acted like big giant blockhouses that shot cannonballs, and they did both the infantry and the cavalry. So where's he going to put this? He's going to put it up here, more in the back line, as he probably doesn't want it to get sieged, I would imagine, because if you got that building siege, it would be pretty painful. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I wouldn't want to get siege either if it was me. It's kind of fun how he's actually scouting around a bit with the filibusters, though. Must not really be too worried about losing them then. But we do see a covered wagon coming out from the home city of the Italians. Yeah, as part of the city planner Egypt. It's a very powerful option you have now in Wars of Liberty for the Europeans, because it essentially lets you emulate the Portuguese somewhat and get a bit of a base expansion, really.
Signore,
Now I think we're going to see a Costa Nostra take place, because I'm seeing him going for 5 and then 4 architects. When you see somebody going for 4 and 5 architects, it's usually a sign of Costa Nostra. Yep, Costa Nostra coming out. He's going to turn these all into Camaristas and Mafiosos. And they're going to start trickling him actual coin that he can use both to train units, and he can use the Mafiosos themselves eventually and give them the Tommy gun and use them as a support unit to spray down his lines of infantry, assuming the Explorer isn't nearby. I do agree that the Mafiosos are a little bit flimsy though, so unless you can go into stealth and use those machine guns, they're usually not the best unit out there to use. Yeah, definitely not. Yep, and now we got the
Signore,
Comando?
ordini? Obbediamo, subito!
Nessuno sospetterà.
Signore, ordini?
La furtività è il mio scudo.
Certo.
Oh, interesting. So he decides to make additional architects after that. What he might be thinking of now is maybe starting to build a basilica somewhere. Yeah, if he builds a basilica, he could actually take these architects and have them pray onto that building. But he is a bit housed right now, so he might honestly need the house first, just to keep himself ahead. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so, at this rate, what is he going for now? So, this is a card we've seen him go for before. It's called Reglamento Jornalero. Basically what it does is it lets you train your Jornalero villagers here from the native embassies. It's actually the same card as what Native Americans get, called Kinship Ties. It effectively lets you TC boom a bit without having TCs. Because see here, he's already starting to do that a bit. He's got one embassy down, and he's probably going to start queuing out of this one too. And probably out of this one as well. So he's doing it out of multiple places. Yeah, definitely.
Dígame, señor. Sí, señor.
Now he's getting his second shopping upgrade.
¿Qué puedo hacer por usted?
Yep. Alright, let's keep going, shall we? Yeah. I think this one gotta actually do something a little bit, so let's speed this up a bit. Yeah, I just want to speed this up a little bit. Get some of the action going. So now we see a bit of a fight here between now he's going to be doing a bit of raiding on his Holneros here.
Dígame, señor.
Dígame, Don, ¿qué puedo hacer por vos?
Alright, let's see this. Bit of movement speed here. Yeah, so now we see some artisanal cannons fighting the Escopeteros here, forcing the line infantry to retreat a little bit. Alright, let's speed up a bit. I don't want to capture anything unless... Oh, he's actually attacking with the Camaristas a little bit over there. So yeah. Alright, so we see a lot of idling here in general. United Fruit Company, this is going to grant him a lot of plantations and mills. And you sort of see the Camaristas hanging out around here trying to guard that side. Wait a second, alright, so now this is the final fight, I believe, yeah. So the Escopeteros just sort of wall up around here. And then the artisanal cannons try to fight from the back as the mortars, but now upgraded as the howitzers, take a shelling at the fort here. And I think this is GG for him because he just doesn't have the stats to do anything, right? Yeah. Alright, so GG there. I just need to make sure I don't have... I think the last match we got out of syncs, but I just want to make sure of it. Let me see. Yeah, I just want to make sure if it... Well, if it doesn't out of sync, then we can do it another day probably. Because I probably don't have enough time to do this one, I think. I'll remember when I see it, though. Oh yeah, this one does out of sync. He goes with Ethiopia, right? And then, yep. Alright. Well, there we go, folks. That's the Liga Week 15 matches for you. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully this thing didn't lag like really bad. And I hope you apologize for the fast forwarding at the end, but I just wanted to get through everything for you because I know you've been waiting on this for like 2 weeks now to be completed. See you on week 16. I don't know when that one's going to be, but signing off now. Turn off the stream and the recording.